Move forward, occupy the chairs at front and settle down, everybody. Requesting everyone to kindly settle down. We are about to begin shortly, ladies and gentlemen. Requesting everyone to take their seats. Kindly place your phones on silent mode if you haven't done that already. I request you to do so now. Very good morning and a warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are all set to begin day one. May I please request you all to kindly settle down? I see a lot of people exchanging pleasantries at this moment. I request you all to settle down. Please ensure you place your phones on silent mode. If you haven't done that already, I humbly request you to do so now. Kindly place your phones on silent and settle down, everybody. We will begin shortly. We will officially kickstart the next couple of minutes. I request everyone to settle down, please. Please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. We will begin the next couple of minutes. In the meantime, I request you all to settle down and place your phones on silent mode. Kindly refrain from moving in and out of the hall during the sessions. It's a humble request. Thank you. Requesting everyone to settle down. The next 60 seconds will officially kickstart day one of the 28th edition of Energy Technology Meet. Everybody in the hall, may I please request you all to kindly settle down? Thank you. Final call before we officially kickstart day one of Energy Technology Meet, requesting everybody to settle down. Before we begin, can we fill the hall with some energy? May I please request for a round of applause? Everybody, please put your hands together for it's much needed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, let me try and get your attention. I think this is better. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to give this a one last try because I'm sure there's a lot more energy in the room. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. As we begin today's proceedings, let's invoke the blessings of Lord Ganesha, the Lord who's known to remove all obstacles in the bestower of wisdom and success. We begin with Ganesh Vandana. Ganpati Bappa Moria. On that note, good morning, welcome, namaste, namaskar, namaskara, vanakkam, swagatam, adab, sat shri akal. My name is Archana Deshmukh, your host, and it gives me a lot of pleasure in welcoming you all to our distinguished delegates, speakers, and participants to the 28th edition of Energy Technology Meet. May I please request for a thunderous round of applause as we begin. Everybody, please put your hands together. Thank you. We extend a warm welcome to all our delegates, our industry leaders, a special welcome to our international guests, members of the Indian diaspora, our scholars and researchers and students who are joining us for this edition, and also to the other officials of MOP and NG. The Energy Technology Meet, over the years, has evolved into a premier platform for collaboration, innovation, and technological exchange. It also serves as a catalyst for charting India's path towards sustainable refining, cleaner fuel, and future-ready energy systems. This year's theme, Energizing Viksit Bharat through Sustainable Refining, captures the essence of India's vision to build a developed, self-reliant, and sustainable nation powered by clean and efficient energy. On that note, once again, welcome to the 28th Energy Technology Meet happening in the city of heritage and royalty, Hyderabad. May I please request for a round of applause? A big one of that. I now request you all to keep the applause coming as I invite Mr. R.C. Agarwal, Executive Director, CHT, to officially welcome the august gathering.
Good morning, friends. I extend a warm welcome to all the distinguished delegates, speakers, and participants to the 28th Energy Technology Meet. We deeply appreciate your presence and participation in this important gathering of energy professionals and thought leaders. I just want to say one thing, which is my heartfelt thanks for being present here and making the 28th Energy Technology Meet happen. Please have a big round of applause for each and every one of you. Please note that there is a change in the inaugural program. Due to some important work, the Honorable Minister of Petroleum and Natural Gas, he shall be joining us post-lunch, and we will have the opportunity to listen to him. Friends, I was asked that I need to give some opening remarks. And I thought that there are better people here who are more equipped to talk about refining, sustainability, Viksit Bharat. I just want to share that when we began this journey 2 months ago, we work under the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. And they said that we need to take the energy technology meet to the next level. We need to ensure that the message is reached out to a much wider audience. And that is why you will find that we have involved students, startup. We have invited the Indian diaspora. There is a lot more that we built in during this 2.5 days. The heart and soul of people, be it my awesome co-hosts from BPCL, the chairman, the director sitting here, who said, we'll give you all resources to ensure that people have the best experience, that they have a memory which will last a long time. I want each one of you to grow and help others to grow. May you have the best time during the next 2.5 days, learning and sharing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We begin with the first technical panel session, but before that, I request everybody at the entrance to kindly settle down. We have a lot of empty chairs. In fact, the row 3 here is also empty, requesting everybody to move forward and settle down. In case if you don't find a seat here, we also have live streaming happening in the adjacent hall, so feel free to move to the adjacent hall. Thank you so much, requesting everyone to settle down. Like I said, we will begin with our first technical panel session. The topic being powering refining and petrochemicals towards excellence and agility. This session will delve into the roadmap for integrating refining and petrochemical operations, adopting agile business models and leveraging technologies like AI, machine learning, and automation to achieve operational excellence. It is my pleasure to invite Mr. R. Ramachandran, Executive Director, Refinery, BPCL, to moderate this session. May I please request you all to put your hands together as I welcome our moderator. Ramurthy Ramachandran has over 43 years of experience. Post his retirement from BPCL, he's been working in the areas of digital and industrial AI, green hydrogen, and other process technologies. He also, besides serving on various industry-related committees, serves as an independent consultant and analyst for development of new products, consults with startups and related investors. Can we welcome him in the round of applause? I also invite all our esteemed panelists to the stage and take their positions. Dr. Alok Sharma, Director, R&D, IOCL. Welcome, sir. Please keep the applause coming, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Prabh Das, HMEL CEO. Welcome, sir. Mr. R.K. Singhal, Director, Business Development, GAIL. Mr. Kumaravelu Balachandran, Baker Hughes. Welcome, sir. Mr. Bharat Goenka, Regional Vice President, NextChem. Mr. Rajesh Samad, CEO, CLG. Let's keep the applause coming, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Vipan Goel, Managing Director, Grace. May I request for a collective round of applause for the expertise that we have here on stage, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you so much. Over to Mr. Ramachandran, sir. All yours.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to be here for this energy technology conference, and also that too with a galaxy of achievers in this panel. Thanks CHT and the host BPCL for allowing me to be part of this very eminent and prestigious opportunity and conference. As I was driving down from the airport to this venue yesterday night, I was looking at the usual chaos of traffic. And then I remember one of my friends from Europe telling me that the Indian traffic has a method to its madness, which led me to my favorite physics words of entropy. And a constructive entropy or constructive chaos is something which leads to innovation and creativity. And that is when I realized that India has its own way of development, not necessarily the Western way or the global way, but the Indian way. And that led me to think about our own maybe developments in the last 40, 50 years, the disruptions we created, the achievements we had, the leapfrogging of technologies, all this together culminated to what we are today as a leading refining and petrochemical country. And this, coupled with the thought of the aggressive positioning we all as a country are looking forward to achieving Viksit Bharat and Atmanirbhar, I really felt this conference and this panel is extremely relevant to look at and deliberate as we move forward. Finally, I realized that we are no longer siloed, but we are an integrated industry where things ranging from conventional refining to petrochemicals to decarbonization, sustained development, digital, use of AI, all these things put together are forming the mix which actually enables us to be what we are and to look forward to a future which would put us amongst the top technology countries in the world. With these few thoughts, I will start our session with talking about the developments we had in the field of process technology, catalyst and related issues. And it goes back to us in the area of, say, maybe 2000 or 1990s, where we were actually using CHT and there used to be an SAA for getting technologies we are importing into the country approved as appropriate technologies for use by us. From there to today, where we have amongst us a range of process technologies developed in-house in the country, is something which we all should be proud of. With these few words, I would like to start the session with the first topic and question to Dr. Alok Sharma. IOC has been in the forefront of developing process technologies, catalyst development. There has been a recent setting up of a catalyst plant in the country, the first catalyst plant in the country. And there has also been integrated engagements in the field of petrochemicals. Dr. Sharma, we'd like to hear from you about the range of technologies developed. What are the issues which you face on scale, and also about the complete solutions which I recently saw from one of your presentations on petrochemicals about how you have gone about developing polypropylene as a complete indigenous product from end to end. Mr. Sharma, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir, and very good morning, everyone. Sir, as you said that we started way back in 1985, I still remember that we at Indian Oil started in 1985 on the refining sector side, basically. We started in 1972 on the lube, and then slowly we shifted to refining in 1985. And when I joined, so when I joined, it's okay. So in 1991, so I started my career with simple process like distillation and Mirox that time, and then we slowly saw the progress of FCC and hydroprocessing technologies. At Indian Oil, we developed the Indimex for the first time. It was in 2001 when we established the first plant at Guwahati refinery. And that was a very, I will say, it's a small plant of 0.1 MMTPA. And then it has now seen that we have installed an Indimex unit of 4.17 at Paradip refinery, and we are going to install this technology in most of our refineries now. As far as hydroprocessing is concerned, we have now in our bouquet most of the technologies, be it DHDT, be it desulfurization, gasoline desulfurization, or be it interjet process, which is for the ATF production. So we have a complete bouquet of technologies on the hydroprocessing side also. Then we have dimerization technology for octane enhancement, Octamex. And so we have a complete bouquet of technologies so that a grassroots refinery can be established by all the technologies. So we have all the technologies available with us. As far as catalyst side is concerned, again we started, it was in 1995 when we started working on the catalyst side. And so now again, so we have come to a stage that we have established our own plant and the catalyst manufacturing unit. We are producing the additives, and we are also producing the DHDT catalyst. And slowly we are going to expand this to some other catalysts also. On the petrochemical side, it was a humble beginning, I will say, in 2010 when we started with the petrochemical side. And I can say that one of the recent development where we have developed this polypropylene catalyst, and the performance of the catalyst is about, I can say that is 40% better than the conventional catalyst. So that is the catalyst which we have produced, and we want to take this forward in the coming days. Again, a very good product which we have developed is drag reducing agent, where DRA has been produced, and we have the complete market has been taken by this DRA as far as India is concerned, and now we are going global on this DRA, and again a very good development on this side also. So I can say that we have started from the refining, then catalyst, then petrochemicals, and now we have solutions for most of the areas in refining as well as petrochemicals. And now, as far as new areas is concerned, we are going on the SAF and hydrogen and other things also parallelly. So that's in nutshell, I can say that way.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. We now move on to Mr. Rajesh Samad. CLG has been associated with the India story in refining for, to my knowledge, early 90s. It's almost 35 years. And I recollect our first hydrocracker at Gujarat. We completed the first stage, and then we didn't progress because we did not have foreign exchange at that point of time. From there, I think we have moved on to develop and be part of the CLG ecosystem, the Chevron ecosystem, and we have probably one of the large licensors in the world today. I also proudly remember my own association with the first ISO dewaxing plant, one of the first plans to be put outside of their Richmond refinery in San Francisco. And today it's very relevant and apt to have CLG represented by its MD. My question to Rajesh would be, on the focus on crude to chemicals, we also have technologies being developed in India, very different types of technologies from the C2C, which concept was originally developed by Chevron and Saudi Aramco. Rajesh, we would like to hear about your global success stories on crude to chemicals, and what do you think India can look forward to in taking the aspirations from the petrochemical perspective forward?
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramchandran, for those kind words about CLG. The association of Indian industry with CLG goes before there was CLG. So CLG was formed in 2000. This is the 25th anniversary of CLG, but we were loosely working as a collaboration, Lummus and Chevron, even before in 90s. So we come a long way, and we have the entire range of technologies in hydroprocessing, bottom of the barrel. The new one is, of course, crude to chemicals. And for that, CLG, together with Lummus and Aramco, developed technology called TC2C, thermal crude to chemicals. This is the technology that allows a very deep integration of refining and petrochemical, giving you over 25% reduction in CapEx and OpEx. The first implementation of this is going to happen at S-Oil, Shaheen project. That project is going to start up next year. There's a lot of echo for all of us.
You can't hear it speak. I can't hear what you speak.
I also had trouble listening to what you were saying. Is that easy? Should we try that? Just go there. I can try that. Okay. Is this any better? A little bit better?
Not sure. Still echoes.
Still echo?
Because sound, you need to look there. Because it's very difficult for him to read most of the.
Yeah, it's very difficult to hear even each other on the stage.
Check, check. Check, check. आ रहा है सर. We can't hear each other very well. This is good? Okay. Yeah, I think this is a little bit better. Okay, let's try. I think the problem is it's hard to hear over here for us, but hopefully they can hear better. I don't know if you guys could hear. You could hear? Okay, in that case, I'm not going to repeat what I said, okay? But, so what I was saying is that the first implementation of the crude to chemicals is going to start at S-Oil. That's going to happen next year, and that's going to be the first real test of it. And over there's going to be over 75% conversion of crude to chemicals, and that doesn't, that doesn't talk about chemicals as, not methane gas and things like that. So that will be the first implementation in the world showing the highest conversion of crude to chemical. Now, this is very important. You asked me about what lessons can India draw from this. So I'll tell you a few things about it. People talk about crude to chemicals. A lot of people talk about crude to chemicals. But if you really want to have a true crude to chemicals with a very high conversion, then it does put some limitations. There are tremendous advantages in terms of CapEx and OpEx, but you can't just feed any kind of crude. because you are actually designing for a relatively narrow range of crude to have that high conversion. That's one thing. The second thing is the challenge for India to do this is going to be frank, I'm saying, India has all the excellent things, but agility is one challenge. And the second challenge is that this whole complex as crude to chemical operates as one complex. So typical system of this is done by this licensor, that's done by that licensor. All the communication and integration, that becomes challenging. So India really has to think about a new paradigm if you want to think about crude to chemicals, that how do you integrate this system, and not just that, how you operate them together as one system.
Thank you, Rajesh. And in this context, I happened to hear two presentations, one by HPCL and another one by MRPL, very fittingly called as GOAT and COAT. I think there are sessions on some of these technologies. I think the larger challenge for India with feedstocks and naphtha crackers versus gas crackers and the yields which are there in comparison to what happens in, say, the Middle East or US, is going to be the ability to integrate with downstream petrochemicals, and that is something we will talk as the session moves on further. I would now like to invite a veteran from the catalyst industry, Mr. Vipan Goel from Grace. And the question I have for you, sir, is as the refining landscape shifts towards petrochemical integration in a very severe fashion, catalyst innovations from companies like Grace, in terms of feedstock flexibility, potential maximization of petchem precursors, yield maximization, of course, ultimate cycle lives are something which customers would be looking forward to. Could you throw some light on what developments you have on those areas?
Well, thank you very much. So I'm glad that audience can hear us loud and clear. And I'm also actually even more glad that we can't hear each other very well. So don't mind the repetition if there is any. So talking of landscape, so the issue is where does one stop or where does one start actually? So let me take you back to 1942. And as in the opening it was mentioned, there are a lot of youngsters. Mr. Agarwal said that they have invited to this RTM, or now it's ETM. So it's 1942, for them, maybe the movie 1942, the love story. But also there was 1942, where the Second World War was at a major turning point. And also 1942 for India was Quit India movement. All these things we know. But the little known thing, and that's important for our industry, for the refining industry in particular, for FCC aficionados even more particularly, that the world's first FCC catalyst, or the first FCC plant itself, was started in 1942 in May. And the reason for that was what I said in the beginning, because it was the Second World War and there was a need for aviation turbine fuel. So many of you think, probably, even the older people, that FCCs were gasoline machines, which they were. So the very first need or the demand was for aviation turbine fuel. So there was a plant in Baton Rouge and Exxon Model 1 FCC. And no prizes for guessing who made the catalyst for that. The catalyst name was Davicat. So it's Grace Davison Company at the time. The world's first catalyst manufacturing plant, first alumina-based catalyst manufacturing plant, was in 1942 May, commissioned side by side with when the FCC plant was started. And that, at that time in 1942, was in Curtis Bay. And I'm pleased to say that plant still operates, world's oldest plant, and we are proud owners of that. So that catalyst, the difference, and I was asked to talk about the evolution. So since that was the time when ATF was needed, later it became that gasoline machines, these were known worldwide. For India, it never was. It was still middle distillates, LPG. The economy was, I would say, product slates were skewed because of control economy. But coming back to the story of the evolution of catalyst and that of the marketplace requirements, so from gasoline, or you call it distillates, the needs evolved. And today, as we speak, after so many years of that and that Curtis Bay plant, we supply to one of the world's largest FCC from that plant, from Curtis Bay plant. The difference is now it's a maximum propylene unit. In those days, each molecule was not as respected. There were a lot of bottoms which were left unconverted. So there are two things which I would say in particular happened in terms of landscape. One, on the product side. The product side, the requirements changed, and every molecule, as Reliance is very proud to say and fond of saying, they want to convert it to petrochemical, and so do most plants in the world. Today, its refinery economics does not work if you are not into kind of trying to convert that every molecule to petchem. When I started with FCCs, and I love that unit, of course, as an operator, that time there used to be, let's say, 3 to 4% propylene, and today there are max propylene units with 20%. Means those days, this was not at all the focus. In India, particularly LPG, only for the domestic consumption, for the use in the burning in the stoves. So the whole thing changed. So how did it change? It was not only barely the hardware, the technology. Much of it technically or theoretically remained the same. It is the same kind of cracking, basic principles are still the same. But the catalyst evolved from that low alumina catalyst, and some people still make that, which was known as silica sol. From that low alumina, 10-12%, to now about 50% alumina. These are the catalysts, very robust. And then you want to maximize propylenes. Obviously, you want to limit hydrogen transfer reactions. So what do? Means you reduce rare earth. Means today everybody talks of rare earth and China putting up embargoes and not. But if you would remember, I think 10, 12 years back again, similar situation happened. And Grace was the first company to come to the market with the first rare earth-free catalysts. So we can make rare earth-free catalysts, we can make maximum stabilized, maximum rare earth catalyst, we have bottom upgradation catalysts, and all so that today's scenario in India, for example, if you will talk of the two major technologies that have taken place, one is we are all very proud of that, INMAX type of units. The gentleman sitting next to me, Alok Sharma. So R&D, we are so proud of that INMAX unit. So the biggest one coming up in terms of, as far as we are concerned, in terms of catalyst usage, is at Gujarat refinery. Imagine this, resid to propylene, the first unit in India coming up of that high technology. Then there is, again, a matter of pride. Bottom to barrel technologies, like Rajesh talked about. The first unit in India after decades, and as somebody has said, I think it was I wouldn't name it, everybody knows that, there are decades when nothing happens, and there are weeks when decades happen. So in terms of, if I were to extend that analogy, and I started working in refineries from early 80s, and on FCCs, I used to wonder, nothing changes. I attended my first refinery technology meet in 1994 or 93. I think it must have been second or third or fourth. And now, 36 years after, we are here today with such a illustrious group of people. So much changed in the process. So we have this HPCL Vizag, they have evaluating bed unit. The first time a resid technology, again, we are proud to say, art hydroprocessing, we are supplying that catalyst for them, for the large unit. So there is evolution in the marketplace, and catalyst has kept the pace by upgrading. various kind of catalysts, whether it is for handling difficult feeds or meeting the market requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goyal. I just recollect how we adopted to FCC technologies by taking a gasoline machine and India trying to make it a diesel machine in the early 80s. And from there on, we moved on to higher gasoline maximization and then to petrochemicals. And today, all of us are aspiring to look at FCC as a machine for petrochemicals while also producing gasoline. It's indeed been a huge evolution for us in India with respect to catalyst technology, especially FCC technology. And from there, I think the aspirations are on to move on to use fluidization as a basis to produce crude to chemicals, which is indeed something which we are looking forward to in the years to come. We now move on to another critical area where India is actually silently trying to revolutionize reduction in carbon, use of LNG as an important tool for both auto fuel and for chemical businesses. I would pose this question to Mr. R.K. Singhal, Director Business Development from GAIL. Sir, the question is, with the increasing focus on integrating gas with petrochemical value chains, especially led from cheap gas being available in the US and in the Middle East, how is GAIL positioning itself in the emerging refinery petrochemical gas-based synergy models? What do you say?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Well, actually, the challenge before GAIL is manifold, it's threefold. First is to meet the growing energy demand more efficiently, especially in light of the crude prices coming down. The expectations from GAIL is to provide cheaper gas also because the crude prices are coming down. And then to drive economic growth by producing value-added petrochemicals where again margins are squeezing. And then cut down the carbon emission, which is a natural pressure everywhere. But in this trilemma, I still feel that GAIL is positioned uniquely to seize the opportunity. GAIL, with its 16,000 kilometer pipeline network, is integrating the entire gas-based economy, connecting all refineries. And refineries are using natural gas to cut down the emissions. In field of petrochemicals also, we know that demand for petrochemical is growing, and against India's per capita consumption of 13 kg, global average is even 38 kg, what to talk of developed economies. So the potential is huge. But the problem is we have to perhaps find more efficient ways. Like GAIL was the first to set up a gas-based cracker way back in 1999. So again, we have taken a stride forward, and this time we are again first to bring PDH technology in the country and setting up a propane dehydrogenation project, which will definitely provide better yield through for propylene. And ethylene propylene remains the main source for producing most of the petrochemicals. So achieving better yield in propylene or ethylene is very important. So PDH will that way help increasing propane yield and perhaps cutting down the cost of PP, downstream polymers as well. Then we have also taken a lead this time to acquire a plant, a PTA plant through NCLT acquisition, wherein we have acquired 1.25 million ton capacity, and this plant will produce PTA. PTA, again, India is grossly deficient in PTA, where in China they have a capacity of roughly about 65 million ton, and India has barely 5 million ton capacity. So we are 1/30th of China's capacity. So this plant will start producing sometime in December, January this year, and will cut down India's import by 1.25 million ton. So that is how we are in different areas. We are trying to bring in value-added products and use natural gas, not for us alone, but for all other petrochemical plants and refineries. This is the challenge.
So thank you, Mr. Singhal. I think the challenge for India is actually manage different feedstocks ranging from ethylene, potentially ethylene, high reach yield, ethane, to naphtha and to multi-feed crackers, and then being able to produce value which is competing with the global opportunity. And in all, I think a larger integration of petrochemicals and trying to have a range of petrochemical plants which maximize value from C2 all the way to C4, C5 chemicals, and the developing demand as our GDP continues to sustain is going to be something very interesting for us to look forward to in the future. I now move on to an old friend of mine, Mr. Bharat Goenka. I used to know him from his IFP days, and then he moved on to Shell, and today a new company, NextChem. Bharat, your question is, your company is very active globally in waste to chemicals and circularity projects. How can such technologies be deployed in Indian refining context to support low carbon transition and waste valorization?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your question. Indeed, this is a very relevant perspective because recently we are talking a lot about taking every molecule valuable out of refinery by integrating refineries and petrochemicals. But the next step is how do we reduce the import of fossil-based molecule in the refinery? And how do we kind of look at those molecules by which are non-usable right now, either in form of biomass, industrial waste, or in terms of municipal solid waste, and how to integrate the molecular value inside the refinery. Because currently, most of the cases, we are taking thermal value out of it by incineration processes and just making sometimes power, but mostly just thermal value. So the technology which we have deployed few times in Japan and now doing it in Europe also, this technology basically makes synthesis gas out of the, you can say, landfill waste. Any waste which goes into landfill can be starting from fertilizer waste, from bio waste, from industrial waste, refinery waste, in form of liquids, having some microplastics, having some metals, so unsegregated waste, and creating synthesis gas in an efficient manner. So, and this is also, in a way, provides a stable, renewable synthesis gas as compared to if we speak about the RE-based power or RE-based hydrogen generation system. So, you know, we know coming from refining industry that the refining industry is little averse to bringing dirty feedstock inside its refinery. They always want only the cleanest fuel to come. But if you look at the longer term perspective and specifically need of the country, where we are having quite large waste generation, I do feel that if we can utilize this waste into into generating the molecules and bringing them in the refinery, then this molecule can augment, number one, the need of refineries' own energy requirements, so scope 1 and scope 2, but also it can be used into the streams which are going out of refinery in terms of fuels by augmenting part of the fuel coming from the waste. So this is very specifically, I am talking about our gasification process, which is high temperature process for unsegregated waste.
Thank you. I think this is an interesting topic. We are getting there. We started at least managing bamboo, rice waste, cotton waste, and slowly trying to get into those areas as well. Hopefully, with the huge natural resources of waste which we have, this will become some technology which can be considered seriously for the future to compete with our other opportunities on manufacture of feedstock for petrochemicals and other requirements. Thank you. My next question will be to Mr. Balachandran from Baker Hughes. Baker Hughes, most people know of as an upstream company, and we all know about desalters. But I think they are also experienced globally and have technologies and opportunities for potential improvements in decarbonization and to manage, to reduce to scope 1 and scope 2 emissions, technologies which can help Indian industries. Can you elaborate on that, Mr. Balachandran?
Okay, thanks for the question, sir. First, I would like to start with a statement. Sustainability is not a choice, it's a mandate. Okay. So when you talk about, people know Baker Hughes as an upstream company, but we are a full stream company. So we work in upstream, midstream, and downstream. So I'm going to talk, we heard a lot from the panelists talking about technology improvements in the plant. So what here I'm talking about is on the digital transformation, how I can augment their production, their output, the throughput can be better with the digital transformation in place. Okay, so that's one piece of the story. I want to talk about 3 different points. So one is on the digital transformation, second is on the carbon capture, and third is on the green hydrogen. Okay, to talk about the digital transformation, so BH has a platform called Cordant, so wherein we have asset performance management, so we have process optimization, and also the emissions management. It's a 3 different platform. It's in a single platform, 3 different solutions, which has been implemented in some of the companies in the Middle East and in South America. So wherein they have seen the productivity improvement, the overall throughput improvement about 20%. Okay, so how is it possible? So I'll just give you one example. So there is an LNG plant in the Middle East wherein they started implementing this predictive maintenance solution, and they were able to improve their throughput from 77 MTPA to 100 MTPA. It also reduces the unplanned maintenance, which is typical of any plant in the refinery industry. And talking about the other 2 technologies, one is on the CCUS technology. When we talk about CCUS, there's a $1 billion opportunity in India by 2030 to capture carbon. And there's not many technologies which can actively capture carbon today. So there's one technology called chilled ammonia process, which is well known. Probably that's used in many of the sectors, but it's not feasible in all geographical zones because of the temperature limitations what it has, and also the levelized cost of carbon capture. So there are other technologies which are getting developed as we speak. So there's a compact carbon capture which works on a rotating packing bed. So when you talk about rotating packing bed, it reduces your footprint by to 1/5. So this is the technology level, which is at TRL5, which will come into effect probably in 2-3 years' time. So that's one technology. And when you talk about green hydrogen, so green hydrogen, I want to divide it into 3 different sectors. So green hydrogen, one is on the production side, one is transportation, and one is utilization. So when you talk about production green hydrogen, definitely we need electrolysis process. In India, I think there's a lot of investments happening on electrolysis manufacturing. But I would beg to differ. The technologies which India is trying to invest in is probably not the most energy efficient one. So when you talk about alkaline electrolyzers, when you talk about photon membrane electrolyzers, and there's another technology called solid oxide, which is not technical, the TRL level is pretty low, but the electrical efficiency is close to 80 to 90%. So this is a technology which Baker Hughes is currently investing in. So probably it will see the light in the next 3 to 4 years. And the energy required to produce hydrogen is much lesser compared to the other 2 technologies. It's about 20% less. So it's going to be a huge boost for the hydrogen production one. And second is on the hydrogen transportation. So hydrogen transportation, we need the gas pipelines. There's as I was talking about the GAIL pipeline, so 20,000 kilometers across India. And if you want to transport hydrogen, currently it is not possible. So we are trying to see how we can blend hydrogen with methane and send it across so that the end user can use it. Currently, because of the hydrogen being a light gas and there's a lot of leakage and safety issues, 6% is what we are able to achieve till now. If it becomes 20, probably it's going to be economically viable. So I think that's a technology which we are pushing to get through. The hydrogen embrittlement is a big challenge still. And it's an open research. So we have not found a solution on the material which can handle hydrogen embrittlement today. And when you talk about downstream, so once the hydrogen can be used in refineries, so there's a national green hydrogen mission which is already in place when we talk about 5 MTPA. And predominantly, I would say 50% of this green hydrogen is going to be utilized by the refineries. Okay. So currently, it's an SMR process where they use gray hydrogen. So there's a process wherein the green hydrogen and gray hydrogen will be blended. As we go along, in 5 years' time, probably it's going to be converted into green hydrogen completely. So these are some of the technologies which we are investing in. And probably in 2-3 years' time, I think we'll see a lot of things working towards a greener solution. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Balachandran. You have covered a range of technologies and probably made my job easier by combining 2 questions I had into one. We'll move on to our next speaker, Mr. Prabhudas, a veteran from our refining industries. HMEL has been an early refiner in India to adopt deep integration of refining and petrochemicals. How do you see such integration helping Indian refineries become more agile, future-ready amid the global energy transition as well as the disruption you see towards deglobalization in a true sense and the need to become self-dependent? Over to you, sir.
You have put so many things in one question. I thought I'll come here and address that. But before that, thank you very much for giving this opportunity, Mr. Ramachandran. And we have with Sanjay Khanna ji, Agrawal Sahab CST, Panekar Sahab, Pukhan Sahab, Agrawal Sahab EIL. I feel little belittled in front of all the galaxy here. I'll start with, this integration of petchem. And how did we start and what is it, that integration? And, very nicely, Mr. Rajesh mentioned about oil to chemicals, and we feel very proud that, percentage-wise, it is very good. So let me start there and then come to what is it that we are doing and what is it you all can think of doing it. Percentage-wise, crude to chemical, the more chemical it appears, it is very good. It's our perception. Crude to chemical, what is defined in chemical has to be seen very carefully. Right? I must have mentioned that, supposing crude is $50,000 a kg, a ton, polyethylene, polypropylene, 80,000, 90,000. What you make in petchem is benzene, xylene, toluene, C6, CFB, FS, other. They're 40,000, 30,000. So what we should be looking at, crude to money. Previously, I used to come and tell, let's go to crude to pharma. We are trying to do. Crude to chemicals we are doing, crude to pharma we are doing, but what is more important is crude to money. Percentage-wise, I can tell you, in HMEL, if you put only polyethylene, polypropylene, we are 16-17%, but you put all the chemicals, we are 30%. No use. I don't want that 30%. I want that money. Where is the money? So this integration should be thought only in terms of what you get. You should go down. Somebody says, we make 1,3-butadiene. Why don't you make rubber? Why do you stop? Why do you stop at benzene? Why don't you make phenol like people are doing it? And more. So don't stop. What we have started as refinery, we stop. When we make, PP, we fall very proud, PP bana liya. But the point is, why can't we go up to the end? Why can't we go the value chain? API is 5 lakh. 5 lakh a ton, 10 lakh a ton. And we are talking 50,000. So think of crude to money. That's very simple. And what we did, agility he mentioned, why put all the energy, all the products from refinery to petchem? Integration. You make something and put it in petchem. Is this integration? It's waste of resources. I had a refinery, I had a petchem. And what we thought that, naphtha will produce in refinery and put it in petchem. Good idea, integration, all good. But then now I'm making from that diesel and buying naphtha from outside and putting in petchem. I'm making more money. You should have agility to change your fuel. I've got gas connection. Sometimes I buy or sometimes I don't buy. I put it in hydrogen. If it is cheaper, I buy gas. If it is naphtha is cheaper, I put naphtha. You should have agility. Very simple. So, and there should be exchange of streams. Petchem produce a lot of hydrogen. The refinery can take it. They produce pi gas. Refinery can take it. There are products, there are steams in refinery that can be taken in petchem. Agility. We should be working on agility, how to really integrate and get maximum money. That's what my thing will be on agility. The products also, we can work it out in such a way that we go downstream, both in petchem and refinery, and make value-added product. We can give you a number of examples, but I will leave it to the next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prabdas. As usual, you tend to disrupt our thinking and amaze us with your sense of humor and reality. I think finally all of us are here to make money, to build that GDP, to become Viksit Bharat, very relevant to the context of what we are discussing today. I'll move on to the next topic on net zero. This question is to Dr. Alok Sharma. What are the key thrust areas from an R&D perspective for Indian refineries to align to net zero, especially around hydrogen, carbon capture, and the circular economy pathways, which appears to be much more important for us considering our population and the huge amount of natural waste we generate? What do you?
See, in line with our national goal of net zero by 2070, Indian Oil has announced that we will be net zero by 2046. But this will be covering scope 1 and scope 2 emissions. And to achieve these targets, we have a outlay, means there is a current outlay of about 2.4 crores. 2.4 lakh crores of rupees has been already been given for this in next maybe 10 years, for next 10 years. And so how this net zero will be achieved, there are various facets for this, and we feel that energy efficiency is going to play a critical role in this, and a program called Sprint has been launched by Indian Oil, and the focus is mainly on the core side, and we are doing a lot of energy efficient and programs are being taken up in these under this Sprint program. And then coming to the technologies part, for achieving this net zero, there are different, like we can have CBG, we can have 2G ethanol, like biofuels can play a critical role. Then hydrogen can play a critical role. Then carbon capture and utilization is also going to play a critical role. As far as CBG is concerned, we have set up some about four or five plants right now. There are some issues with the plant for which is there for with the paddy straw. So handling the paddy straw, we are facing some issues in getting this plant stabilized. Though slowly we are getting to the stabilization of the plant. Similar problem is being faced in 2G ethanol, where again the paddy straw, we are facing problem in the feed handling side. Otherwise the process is all okay, but the problem with the feed handling is there. Then coming to the SAF side, see, as some of you might have heard that Indian Oil is the first company that to get this CORSIA certificate, and we are going to start our SAF production to meet the CORSIA guidelines by. So we will be quite early. I can say here that by next March we will be producing at least 1% of our total ATF production will be through UCO co-processing. Then we are also tying up with some of the other players for neat production of SAF, as well as we are going ahead with the alcohol to jet program for meeting the mandate of SAF. We are also working on like used lube oil, like recycling of the lube oil, and we have developed a process there where we can get this base oil, ULO can be processed, and we have a technology where we are using the clay and then hydroprocessing to get the oil which can be used again. Again, co-processing of non-edible oils in DHDT also, that was tried by us in 2013, and I feel that to meet the mandate of even the biodiesel part, we can directly go for co-processing of this used oils or used like non-edible oils for getting the mandate of biodiesel also, so that we can co-process in DHDT and get the better diesel. So these are the our initiatives on the biofuel side. Then coming to the hydrogen side, see, as you know, the electrolyzers are coming up, and the first electrolyzer plant has already been ordered. See, till the hydrogen is to be used for a captive use, I feel that it is okay, and the price which has come about $5, 397 rupees a kg, is a very good price, I can say, because see, we produce hydrogen in refineries at about say $2 to $2.5 a kg. But once it is being transported, then the major cost comes there. And just to mention here that we are buying hydrogen at about $8 to $9 in our labs at R&D. Though we produce in refineries at about $2, but we buy it at about $8 because the transportation of hydrogen is a big challenge, storage and transportation. So we are working on those facets also. We are trying to see that if we can first produce hydrogen in an economical manner. So to do that, we are working on biomass gasification to produce hydrogen, and we have got very good, I will say, success in this, and we are going to scale up this plant for biomass to hydrogen. We are also working on, that's not a very big challenge, but we are working on the CBG to hydrogen also, so that we can produce hydrogen economically, because all these routes will be green hydrogen. So, so these are the pathways for production of hydrogen. Then coming to the storage part, see, we have developed a Type 3 cylinder at Indian Oil, and this is all approved by various agencies. This is up to 350 bar. Then we are working on now, if we can do something like on the material side, like metal hydrates or metal organic frameworks. So these can reduce the pressure requirement for storing hydrogen. And if we can use some sort of hybrid with some hydrogen at 50 bar or with materials, so that can be a game changer for like storage part, and then ultimately hydrogen storage and transportation can be easier, and it can be used for the transportation purposes. We also did hydrogen CNG studies in buses so that we can reduce emissions. So that is already proven. But for this now, hydrogen cost has to come down, because producing hydrogen at $5 and mixing with CNG doesn't make sense. So the price of hydrogen has to come down further. So we are also working on hydrogen usage in IC engine and fuel cell. So that is also being established, and because hydrogen IC engine is again picking up. So there was a more focus on fuel cell, but now IC engine is again also picking up. Coming to carbon capture side, see, the process of carbon capture is well known by using amines. But what at Indian Oil we have done, and now we have scaled up this process, and we have used some enzymatic intervention for this, so that the overall energy requirement of the process can come down by about 20 to 25%. This has been established well at Tuticorin Fertilizers, and now we are going to scale these plants up for application in the refineries in the coming days. So this is overall like what we are doing to get to net zero goal for the corporation.
Thank you, Alok, I think, for the elaborate answers. I see three real challenges. One is the feedstock management, especially on non-conventional sources. The second is scale up of the technologies which are being developed and bringing a mutual synergy and compatibility between the transition happening between fossil fuels and blend of, say, drop-in fuels from biosources. And this is going to be very interesting and probably the thrust areas for the future. I'm glad that Indian Oil is working on a gamut of activities. Something which is very interesting, which you have been trying for years, is metal hydrates for hydrogen storage. Success in that will be something which will revolutionize maybe the hydrogen technology itself as we go further. Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Singhal. How do you see GAIL's contribution to transition, India's transition towards cleaner fuels and sustainable chemicals, especially on C2, C3 recovery, green hydrogen, or bio-based pathways?
Yes. So the biggest strength that GAIL has is, of course, its pipeline network, which can be utilized for, making these plants viable. Reason being, most of the biogas plants which have been set up here and there all throughout the country, they are struggling for evacuation. And again, because feedstock, if you are making through agri route, will be available in a rural area. And rural area will not have a CNG demand. So where to offtake this gas? And if you reduce the capacity utilization, then there will be a question on its viability. So that is where I think GAIL's role comes in, that we can develop. We are in the process of developing gathering stations which will integrate several of these small biogas plants and bring gas, ensure that it is a quality gas, good to be injected in the pipeline grid. Because again, and one more challenge with these biogas plants is quality of the natural gas. It should be absolutely moisture-free. Otherwise, it increases internal corrosion in the pipes. So if we are bringing all this gas to one gathering station and then ensuring the quality, perhaps this can be integrated even into the pipeline grid. Otherwise, as per the practice, till now it is done only in HDPE pipes, MTPE pipes for city gas distribution. Then for achieving our net zero targets, another thing that we intend to do is switch our compressors from being gas-driven to renewable energy-driven. So that is one area coupled with biogas which will make us net zero in scope 2 and scope 3 by 2035. Scope 1 and scope 2 and scope 3. Scope 3 will be only 35% reduction, scope 1 and scope 2. The third is, of course, we have been the first again to set up a hydrogen electrolyzer plant. But as rightly being discussed, as of now, it seems a little far cry because the cost of green hydrogen produced through electrolysis is very, very high. And I think there has to be some other technology, perhaps if we, then only we can see hydrogen succeeding, green hydrogen succeeding. Because electrolysis, if you are consuming so much of electricity to break the hydrogen bond and produce hydrogen, then it will remain costly. And going forward, more so that as we see crude has already come down and with the approaching LNG glut, perhaps gas prices will also be down. So selling green hydrogen even at $2 may become difficult. Therefore, we have to look for something else, some other method of producing hydrogen. That is my feeling. So these are the things, few things that we are going to help achieve, not for GAIL only, but for everybody else also, for the country also to reach net zero. Yeah.
I think, thank you, and very aptly put. We are seeing that between the fossil fuel and the aspirational goal of trying to be completely away from fossil fuels, LNG or gas is playing a key role. And as rightly pointed out, it is finally the economics coupled with our ability to manage the environment which is going to dictate as we move forward on times to come. We move on to Rajesh again. Rajesh, I have two questions for you combined together. One, I would like you to address how CLG's technologies are becoming more carbon efficient and circular in nature, and also address the question of India's need and quest of trying to find various sources for crude and the large flexibility they are seeking towards and insulating the crude sources from the end goal of producing product. How does CLG's technologies and catalyst figure in this?
Okay, thank you. So before I start, first of all, I want to say that thank you, Mr. Prabdas, for really stating it very clearly. So from today on, we are going to rename C2C, which was stood for crude to chemicals, as crude to cash. That's the point. Ultimately, refining and chemicals, it's a business, and you are in business if you convert it into money. So that's good. So you have to have technologies that are flexible enough that can convert your crude into cash, whether it's going one product or another product. So flexibility is important. So the flexibility comes in different ways. One flexibility is that you have to be able to make different products. At CLG, we have capabilities of doing that. The C2C technology, TC2C I talked about, it can at times maximize diesel, if the diesel market is good, or it can maximize naphtha to go to chemicals. So that's important. You also need to have the flexibility of having different crudes, processing. You can take advantage of the pricing. But I have to tell people that that does come at building something extra. Nothing comes free. So you have to have that. Another lever that you have is catalyst. Ultimately, conversion is caused by catalyst. And you have to have catalysts which, all catalysts are not good for everything. So you have mixes of catalysts. So when you are planning something, you got to think about what kind of catalyst I'm doing. There could be some small revamps that you could do in order to make it, bring that flexibility. You talked about circularity. So, that's all going on. We are talking about doing some co-processing, then, plastic pyrolysis, creating the pie oil and recycling that back into this, that's going on. Another idea I have is that, coking, people don't think of coking as something good, but there is a version of coking, and if you have the right kind of feedstock, you can convert and make synthetic graphite. Synthetic graphite is very useful towards electrification in making the batteries. So that is something you can look for. Geopolitics in all this thing going forward is going to play a big role. It is playing a big role, and that's why India is processing so much of Russian crude. Russian crude is not the easiest to process in some things. It is not as easy, especially when it comes to the bottom of the barrel. Each of those has its own challenges. So, you got to work with the experts to develop the solutions. We are one of the experts who can offer, those solutions. But now, ultimately, I also say beyond that, you got to use whatever tools which are available. Now, the tremendous advancements in AI are making it possible for you to take that data and employ it. So the biggest challenge for our industry is there are lots of very knowledgeable people, but everyone eventually retires. And every company faces the problem that, that expert is no longer there. He used to know so much. So how do you capture that knowledge? You got to capture that. So you seeing the advancements of AI, everybody uses ChatGPT, but what does it need? It requires tremendous amount of data to do this. In spite of that, it makes mistakes. Now, in our industry, First problem is the tremendous amount of data is not easily available. It is primarily proprietary data. An operating company is not willing to share its data with just everyone. So that is limited. Now, we, in our case, as a licensor, we work with our affiliate, Lumos Digital. So we do have some access to more data, and others will have as well. But that AI cannot make mistakes, because a mistake in our hydrocarbon is basically you're dealing with explosives. That's a problem. So what you have to do, that the AI in this case is not going to be pure something which runs by just eating up the data. You have to apply first principles in that as well. And that is going to be an effort. So the amalgamation of the first principle plus having a robust AI model is very important. We are looking into using the AI in the design phase, in the development of catalyst phase, in operations phase. And the other thing I talk about is when you talk about AI, and if you want to use AI eventually in your industry, it is not just about what it predicts immediately. It's just like you use APC. There is a time lag. There is a delay. So it's a big challenge ahead of us, and what I tell to the young people in our industry is that don't be afraid of AI coming in. We are an industry which is, there is no room for error. So human intervention, human ingenuity is going to be required throughout.
Thank you. I think, Rajesh, you anticipated my next question as well. So thank you for making my job easier. I still have a question on FCC catalysts and circularity to Mr. Goel. I'd like you to elaborate on the relevant context of catalysts, especially FCC catalysts on processing biofeeds, SAF needs, plastic to oil, and waste streams as well, to take this whole discussion to a completion.
Thank you very much. Now, being in the industry, oil industry, and to be realistic, there are a lot of things we can do, and we are doing. Of course, we have sustainable aviation fuel. We have catalysts, latest technologies developed for plastics. A lot of those things. But let me tell today, because I'm sure next couple of days you will hear a lot about these. And I got some experts in we have a booth number 41. Easy to remember because I talked of 1942. So this one is 41. So we have got some global experts there, technical, also from marketing. And they can tell you the latest stuff about it. I'm a simple operator, so I'll tell you about an operating perspective today from circularity point of view, and it's about the waste management. Catalyst does become waste, or some people think so, after it is used. But look at, I'll tell two stories, a quick one if you don't mind. It will not take more than a few minutes. One is about cradle to cradle, and the other one is from cradle to grave. The solutions that we have provided to our customers, and they are working. So first one is, unlike FCCs, EV catalyst technologies, the used catalyst is more than the catalyst that you add. And that catalyst is oil-soaked. It's not easy to handle that catalyst. So we have a customer, a very reasonably large customer in the Middle East. And so we have often offered them a solution, and we are working together with them. We are successful in that so far. The unit is being commissioned. And what we will do is we'll provide them the fresh catalyst from the plant to bring it to that country, store it there, and then supply as needed to the refinery, transfer pods. It will be used in the refinery. We'll take the spent catalyst, which is the oil-soaked catalyst. Then we will ship it across international borders to get this cleaned up, get the metals out of that. In between, some laboratories are involved. A lot of stuff is involved. And those metals then go back to our plants in US. And we again put those metals back in the catalyst when we supply the fresh catalyst, or we give them credit. So what I mean to say, this is cradle to cradle. This is the first time in this region at least, if not the world, where we have deployed this technology. So circularity in the real terms, the catalyst supplied, spent catalyst taken back, metals removed, again put in the fresh catalyst and supplied back. So this is one, what I like to think, and don't think it's, nobody should think I'm talking like Trump, but it's really beautiful. So that is a solution. The other one is cradle to grave. Means all the FCC operators, they struggle with the solution to the spent catalyst that they have, what to do of it. So that one relatively easier, but still it calls for a solution. So at 2 FCC units, both our customers, again in Middle East, in different countries, Saudi Arabia and Oman, we have found solution for them. So we dispose of their catalyst, spent catalyst, within that country, and it goes to the cement plants. So this is something that in India also should be explored. This is a collaboration. Cement plants can indeed benefit. At the same time, you get rid of that spent catalyst. So with these 2 examples, that's it for now. This is circularity for me. I hope it kind of, inquiring minds will have some other things, and when we visit those customers or they can meet us at the booth, we can talk about those solutions for Indian FCCs as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goel. I have a quick question for Bharat. The focus of Indian refineries and technically trying to be collaborative globally, but at the same time make in India, is something we are all very interested and probably looking towards building this phase of technological growth in the country. Could you quickly tell us something about how you believe that we can collaborate globally for green chemistry evolution in India?
Thank you, sir. You see, I will respond to your question in small portions, but very quickly. First part is collaboration on technology part. So one thing which I feel of late IOCL is doing, HPCL is also doing through R&D, and there are now projects being taken up by GAIL where there is more and more thrust on investing into technology side of business. However, I do feel that collaboration with foreign companies who do have technologies, even if not fully mature, but for the evolving future, there is a possibility to collaborate and get the technology transferred into India for a longer term perspective. So it is a little bit of upfront investment right now, which may not be visible immediately as a business which is highly profitable from the perspective that it still needs some investment and maturation of technology. But once we do it at this stage of the technology deployment, then in longer term we can do more as Make in India and indigenized technologies. On the second part, I would say in terms of equipment manufacturing, we as an organization, we are focusing a lot on in-country value. We call it ICV, and we have a directive to involve as many Indian vendors as possible for deployment of our technology. And we are also working on the possibility of exporting those equipment for our technology to be built in India and exported outside. So you can say there has been a focused thrust by which we deploy Indian technology more and more. But on the top of that, as an organization and as a group, collaborating with Indian EPC, Indian stronghold EPC Technimont, we can offer a very strong foothold solution where we can provide solutions maximizing Indian resources as technology and EPC company of India. So you can say that there are multiple opportunities in terms, but if I look at from the perspective of what we anticipate from industry towards us is a little bit of flexibility to participate, where even if we do not present, operating reference working for multiple years, but still show a promising technology to participate in a collaboration with Indian companies.
Thank you. I have a last question to Mr. Prabhudas. Global benchmarking, use of digital for operational excellence in turnarounds, project management, and general operations, including reliability, is something which HMEL has been a leader in India. I would request Mr. Prabhudas to share his experience on the same. I know that we are running out of time, but I thought I need to ask this question to him. Mr. Prabhudas. I'll give you 3-4 minutes.
3-4 minutes, okay. Repeat with the word. Raj Saab, sun lijiye. Good evening. We had so many experts, and the experts have been added by one more, the greater expert on carbon, Mr. Ranjit Ratso. Thank you very much for joining us. It's not, benchmarking. It's question of survival. You may benchmark yourself and feel happy that, you are in quartile 1, quartile 2. It doesn't matter now. You are competing with the world. Refineries are closing, the European petchems are closing, Korean petchems are closing. Why? They were inefficient. They couldn't compete with you. You will close if you can't compete with China and Middle East. They have advantage. Their feedstock advantage, their advantage I need not mention. You have all the disadvantages. The only advantage which you have is the brain. You have got brain and you have support from the technology supplier, from the catalyst. We can do wonders, and we have done wonders. This competitiveness will come from the money which you make, cash. Thank you very much that, money has been converted into cash. I was analyzing, how do we lose money? Making money is good. Refinery, fuel cost, losses are negligible, 7 to 10%. My turnover is, say, 80,000 crore, 8,000 crore straight away goes in fuel. 8,000 crore. Petchem is still better, 20%. And some people will say 20 is, very efficient. 20,000 crore, 4,000 crore, 12,000 crore gone on fuel. Where is the cash? We are burning. Can't we do something on this? Sustainability is good. These can be combined together. Why do you heat and cool so many times? I'll give you 3 examples, and then you will, we have a lot of intermediates. Everybody, refinery, petchem, they are intermediates. Intermediate go to intermediate tank, and before they go to intermediate tank, we cool it down. We spend money to cool them. वो fan pin क्या ऊपर fin क्या पंखा लगा है, cooling, all that. To remove this energy, we use energy. Okay, and then again we bring it back, and again heat it up. Why? Why can't we put AI in this and, remove all these intermediates? You calculate your numbers. I will not. My numbers are very big, and our people are on the job. Very simple. Energy efficiency, everybody must be doing energy efficiency, all this, waste energy, how to use that waste energy, everybody is using it. Are we good enough? Just simple example, I was going through, the steam traps. Steam traps. Or, PSVs. How do you lose energy? Are all your PSVs and steam traps working? No, 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 we check every week. Why can't we put a small sensor there and then you get to get immediately? Small. You don't require brain. Put 1,000 sensors. You reduce energy. I mentioned 12,000 crore is going. So it's not competition. It's not competition, it's a question of survival, and we shall survive. Digitization, everybody, I don't know, simple thing, I asked last time, a professor, I asked, will AI replace human being? The answer was, I don't know, but people who use AI will replace the people who don't use AI. I don't know which category you want to be. I don't want to be in a category, so I use ChatGPT every time, Before I came, I got all the things written by ChatGPT. But coming back to refineries, there's a huge money. There's a huge money. Have you used, most of you must be using advanced analytics in your refinery. If not, then do it tomorrow. All of you may be using real-time optimization, closed loop, not open loop, closed loop. If not, do it tomorrow. Go back. And there are service providers who can really help you out. And we did it on profit sharing. Hamaरा profit ज़्यादा हुआ, उनका कम हुआ. That's besides. But, there are many players. We do many things, I will give you an example because of time. I will not elaborate on that. But we spent 80 crore and 200 crore rupees. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prabhudas. As usual, you built energy and disruption together to make us focus on profitability as the central theme of whatever we do. Digitalization per se is democratization of data. But democratization of data itself does not make money. It is building actionable insights and acting on it, which makes the difference between use of technology and just having technology per se with us. Today, as we are poised to look at a gamut of activities ranging from complex frugal engineering into the old refining systems, to building reliability, to integrate with petrochemicals, to bring sustainability together, and to also exploit the new generation technological tools which are there. It is indeed a complex environment with, as I started in the beginning, a constructive chaos, but potentially with ample opportunities to create innovation and creativity amongst us and this fraternity of refining and petrochemicals and an extended branch of circular economy and sustainability. Thank you. I had the pleasure of being here with eminent personalities in this field, some of them veterans over long periods of time in refining and petrochemicals. I also thank CHT for giving us the opportunity. They also created a disruption to all of us by telling us that you now, in line with how India is working, you also need to be ready for a session which was supposed to be in the evening, first thing in the morning. Thank you, everybody. It's been a pleasure being here.
May I please request for another round of applause, a thunderous one at that. What a fantastic session to start the event and the day with. I now request Mr. R. Ramachandran to kindly present a memento as a token of appreciation to all our distinguished panelists here on the dais, while we keep clapping and applauding, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Alok Sharma, thank you so much, sir, for your presence, for your expertise, for your thoughts. Please keep the applause coming. Mr. Prab Das, thank you so much for your valuable inputs. the applause coming as we thank Mr. R.K. Singhal. Thank you, sir, for your valuable contribution. In the meantime, I request everyone to kindly remain seated. We will commence the next panel immediately after the felicitation ceremony. Thank you so much. Mr. R.K. Singhal, thank you, sir, for your contribution. Mr. Kumaravelu Balachandran will be felicitated next. And let's thank him with a round of applause for his valuable inputs. Thank you, sir. A humble request, ladies and gentlemen, the felicitation ceremony can only be celebrated better with a round of applause coming from the audience. Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Bharat Goenka, sir, thank you for being here, for your valuable time and your expertise. Mr. Rajesh Samar, thank you, sir, for sharing your insights with us this morning. And Mr. Vipin Goyal, thank you, sir, for your presence and your participation. A big round of applause for our distinguished panelists. And now I'd like to invite Mr. V.R.K. Gupta, Director of Finance, BPCL, to the stage to present a memento as a token of appreciation to our able moderator, Mr. R. Ramachandran. Mr. V.R.K. Gupta, Director of Finance, BPCL, on stage to present a memento to our chair. Thank you, Mr. Ramachandran, for a fantastic session. A big round of applause for our moderator for ably moderating this session. Thank you. May I please request all our panelists to come forward for a picture, a group picture, as we'd like to commemorate this fantastic moment. Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Thanks for doing the honors. I want all of you to step forward, please. Gentlemen, please step forward and allow us an opportunity to capture this moment as we collectively celebrate the expertise here on stage. Everybody, please put your hands together. Thank you once again, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you. As I mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, we'll quickly move on to our next session. But once again, I think this panel deserves a big round of applause. What a fantastic start to our event, the 28th edition of Energy Technology Meet. Thank you so much. Gentlemen, thanks for your time, for your expertise, and thank you for keeping the session as interactive as possible. Kindly remain seated, and for those of you who have just joined us, let me quickly tell you that we also have live streaming happening in the adjacent hall. So if you do not find a seat for yourself here in this very hall, please move towards the adjacent hall, and we have live streaming happening there. With that, it is time for us to move on to our next session. Let me introduce the session while we set the stage for our esteemed panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel will deeply dive into navigating the evolving energy landscape, emerging trends, and strategic positioning. This discussion will explore how global energy dynamics are shifting, driven by decarbonization, diversification, and digital transformation, and how Indian refiners are strategically positioning themselves to remain competitive, resilient, and sustainable. A very interesting topic indeed, and let me take the opportunity to introduce our chair. This very important session will be moderated by Ms. Vartika Shukla, Chairman and Managing Director, Engineers India Limited. Due to some extraordinary circumstances, she is not able to join us in person, but shall be doing the honors through a virtual call. So please put your hands together as we virtually welcome Ms. Shukla. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here. Ma'am, am I audible to you?
Yes, you are, very much.
Thank you so much. Now, let me call out a few accomplishments of Ms. Shukla here. strategic planning, change management, organizational restructuring for operational excellence, expertise in refining, engineering, petrochemicals, process design, biofuels, SAF, sustainable energy, integration, and industrial digitalization are her areas of interest. Scope Eminence Award for the year 2022-23 by Honorable President of India. Business Leader of the Year, E.T. Asen. INA and INSA Fellow, IIT Kanpur Distinguished Alumni for 2021, and featured in India Today's Top 100 Women Achievers. Well, these are the amazing accomplishments of Vartika Shukla, Chairman and Managing Director, Engineers India Limited. A big round of applause. Thank you once again, ma'am, for being here. And now would like to welcome our esteemed panelists to this stage. Please put your hands together for Mr. Bhaskar J. Pukon, Managing Director, NRL. Welcome, sir. Keep the applause coming as I invite Mr. S. Bharathan, Director, Refinery, HPCL. Mr. S. Bharathan, may I please request your presence on stage? Welcome, sir. Why are we not hearing an applause? Mr. Bharathan was a little hesitant to come onto the stage because nobody was clapping for him. Now he has walked onto the stage with all smiles. Mr. Matt Spalding, Vice President, Honeywell UOP. Welcome, sir. Mr. Anders Olsen, Senior Vice President, Topso, is also here with us this morning. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Can we keep the applause coming as I welcome our distinguished panelists to the stage? Mr. Mark Nicholas, Director, Ketchen, will be joining the esteemed panelists. And Mr. Gaurav Srivastava, Regional Head, S&P Global. A collective round of applause to all of them that are present here on stage. We're all set to share some valuable insights with us. Thank you, gentlemen. Please take your seats. Ms. Shukla, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And very good afternoon. In fact, it's still morning. Good morning to our distinguished guests, esteemed delegates, industry leaders in this 28th ETM, and above all, our distinguished panelists who have joined us today in the second session of the ETM to address navigating evolving energy landscape and what are the emerging trends and how do we strategically position ourselves. First of all, I'm deeply apologetic for not being there in person, but I'm very grateful for CHT to have given me this opportunity to conduct this virtually. I hope I'm not much of a bother to the panelists, and we will have an engaging discussion. Let's work towards that. So today, as we meet, we are at a pivotal juncture where the world of energy, and particularly for India, the imperatives today must have unprecedented economic growth, and we should also realize the vision of a Viksit Bharat in 2047, which means a developed India by 2047. And it is the energy demand which is likely to double in the next 2 decades. So we do need all kinds of energy, and we do need all kinds of interventions to make sure that we reach that goal. Concurrently, as we go forward, we must also lead the change and the charge towards a sustainable energy future, as also meet our net zero commitments. This dual mandate of energy security and transition is what is our current strategic challenge. And in the first session, you all heard the tenor and the tone and the strategic planning that all the leaders in the refining, petrochemicals, catalysts, gas business, all together put it. And I think what came out was a crude to cash. And let's see how we tailor this panel to work towards the positive direction of getting these leaders, both in the refining sector, the technology sector with UOP being there, the catalyst, UOP and Topso, the catalyst leader, Ketchen, as well as the strategic planning of S&P Global brings on the table. I'm going to move straight to the panel. And I warmly welcome MD NRL, Mr. Bhaskar Phukan. Thank you for being there for at least the time that you don't go and sign your MOU. So let me pose the first question for you. That we heard in the morning and we heard these sessions that looking at diversification of product slate into petrochemicals or specialty chemicals could be a strategy in the long term, which will hedge us against potential variations in the transportation fuels, as well as looking for making more cash in the business. You run a refinery in the Northeast, which is a strategic region for the country, and the expansion, which is taking it from 3 million to 9 million, along with a blend of some petrochemicals, is having a lot of challenges, I'm very sure. What is, from the strategic perspective, how do you see, even going forward, where do you see refineries which are catering to national, regional needs, positioning themselves in a more competitive manner going forward? So the first question to Mr. Bhaskar, if you could address this, please.
Thank you, Madam. And thanks to CST for having me here. This question we ask ourselves all the time. In the phase of transition, how we can calibrate our strategy, how quickly we have to go for destruction of our product slate, which is now heavily skewed towards auto fuel, to something else, maybe petrochemical, as in the morning, Prabhdas was saying, actually we are going towards more and more cash. Maybe in the form of API or in the form of pharmaceutical ingredients. So there are many pathways which are presented before us, but at the same time, we have to be very conscious of the fact that if you go back to 2000, our primary energy demand was something around 430 MTOE. Now there is a general consensus that by 2030, this primary energy demand will be around 1,140 kind of figure that we are looking at. So even if you see the participation of the liquid fuel will come down, particularly aggressive intervention of the gas-based economy, still we will have this fuel demand coming. Maybe the regional distribution will greatly alter. Looking at all this thing, we have to calibrate our effort for getting away from the auto fuel production to other products. So we are really looking at maybe some petrochemicals, some smart chemicals. We are also venturing into chemicals produced out of biomass, like acetic acid, then to acetic anhydride, maybe to paracetamol also we can go. That kind of vision is already there, and a lot of projects are on the drawing board as we progress, but we also need to figure out that we have to be the last man standing. That means till the time market wants the fuel, we should be there to supply it. So we are calibrating very, very carefully. Secondly, the cost component has to be very, very minutely looked at. See, most of the people, what they take a decision on, when it comes to cost cutting, we only look at the human being actually. You reduce, you automate, you reduce people, then you cut cost. Maybe we are missing a point or two there. To me, having operated the refinery for so long, the best way to do a cost cutting is to make the refinery reliable. I will stop at that. Maybe when you come for the next round, I will have something more to add.
Thank you, Bhaskar. I think you made a very good point. We need to be the last man standing. We need to be there to meet the demand. That's very important. When you couple the decision making of going into several other products, that remains the commitment to the market. And yes, in terms of cost, and we will move on to that as well. I will move on to Director Refineries HPCL, Mr. Bharatan. HPCL has been adopting and has adopted for the first time in India a very highly energy or hydrogen intensive but great distillate bearing bottom upgradation facility in your expansion project at Vizag. Similarly, there are many other firsts which HPCL has undertaken in terms of making decisions and changing configurations, looking at technology, looking at how to position themselves in the future in terms of the demand side as well as how to supply. So what in your view is your strategy that the shaping of tomorrow, the reshaping of the energy landscape tomorrow, what are the other interventions that you think would be there for the reckoning of the refiners in this era of shifting demand, supply, as well as new technologies coming on for adoption?
Thank you, Madam. Good morning, good noon to all my fellow panelists and esteemed dignitaries. It's always a pleasure to be a part of Energy Technology Meet. So straight coming to the question, I will start with the demand-supply situation, which we all feel are continuously changing. But if you just look back, see for the last 20 years, what has happened in India, it's in one direction, that is the demand keeps increasing. But to the credit of all the refiners here, we have been meeting the demand also, and slightly supply is ahead of the demand curve. And definitely I believe this will continue to quite some time. And more than this, I will not elaborate because we have a number of reports which come, all of us see. So we will leave it there for the analysts to take it from there. I will touch upon some of the products, give some key examples of how each product is changing. Take for an example LPG. LPG demand is continuously growing and we are continuously increasing the import. So what are we doing to increase the production? That is question number one for us. And we talk about electrification, we talk about piped natural gas, but they are all only adding and they are not replacing. That is the main point to be noted. So the key fuel continues to be growing. Now come to transportation fuel, MS and ATF. Here again the direction is single. Definitely in the immediate future and in the midterm. Subsequently, there can be some different opinion, but there is for a refiners, we cannot let down such opportunities. So the transportation fuel, ATF and MS is definitely in single direction. When it comes to diesel, yes, there may be a slight oversupply production now, and this is going to continue in the near term. But if you see beyond 2032 or 2033, if we don't add capacities now, at that time we will, again, there will be a gap that may come. Come to the other special value-added products or special products like solvents, high paraffinic, low aromatic, high aromatic. There is a n number of specialty products that are possible from crude, and today India imports most of them. So I know many of us are entering into such areas also, including the active pharma ingredients and so on and so forth. 5 to 10% of the refinery, I think we should be concentrating on that, which gives very good value. Probably process intensification is required to put such plants in the existing footprint. Come to again the traditional oldest fuel oil. We eliminated fuel oil from all our new projects, but the market still asks for more and more. And the projections given in certain reports are that's going to continue where it is for at least for 2 decades from now. Now when the marketing comes and asks me, how are you going to supply? Good margin is there, why are you not supplying? I don't have an answer right now. Having spent last 10 years in extinguishing their product, now we'll have to rethink on how do we do that. That is one more. And bitumen, which is a simple product, all of us can make it very easily. It depends on some simple crude selection or minor process modifications, which is also continuing and which gives good margin as a company as a whole. The last two products are not as a refinery as a whole for GRM, but as a company as a whole, it gives very good business. So when see all these products, supply demand, in main fuels, I'm not seeing not much of a challenge. The challenge is actually how do we keep up pace with the demand number only. Now come to the value-added products, because we want to insulate from the pricing up and down that is going to happen in the coming years. So we have taken a big leap in the petrochemicals. So the new greenfield refinery, we have gone for a large 2.5, 2.6 million metric ton of petchem. In our existing refineries, probably we may not be able to do because of various constraints, but there also the specialties and niche petchem we will be able to do, which we are continuing to explore and we will do. So this is about the supply and demand in the business, what do we do. Now sustainability when we bring, it's easier said than done, but nevertheless, energy efficiency, making green hydrogen a reality. We have already installed India's first electrolyzer in refinery. One more refinery is installed now, and many of us are started the procurement through a outsourced model also, which are all close to a commercial, I will say it is close to a commercial break-even point we are there now. So that is one which may come in the future. CBG is being talked about since long. We are still not being able to cross the threshold which is required, which I believe definitely within the next 1 to 2 years, it must be happening. Once you do that, that becomes a good feed for fuel for us. And changing over to natural gas is anyhow taking place. So this is regarding the demand in the supply and the demand situation. Now come to the technological intervention. Technological intervention, I think, there is continuous development taking place. Thanks to all the process licenses, the scientists and researchers behind them. Every time you think something has reached a plateau, you hear something new. I think that is the way to go. We look forward for more such technologies, especially in process intensification, because we are thinking about reducing carbon, water, land. So all that we look at, single-step processes, and so on and so forth. I think technology is here to stay. The last point I would like to mention in technology is the catalyst and materials. Again here, every time you think this is the maximum you will get, you will get a solution which is much better than what you are having now at a much better cost. So it continues to be exciting, and we look forward to be a part of this exciting journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bardhan. I think you're right and very well put. I think the ecosystem around the improvements is also developing and innovating. And I think those threads which give us solutions, whether it is material, it is catalysts, whether it is efficiency, or lowering of costs of many technologies, add on as we go in, and that's what we've seen over the years. It adds on the small and the large bits of it, such that we get more competitive as we go. And you're also right in the sense that if any large refinery investment to come on stream takes a certain a significant gestation period. And if we do not plan now and we do not start into investments again, the time cycle for the product to be there where the demand lies may be having a gap, which definitely, as a self-reliant nation in terms of complete reliability on all the petroleum products, we do not want to land up. Also true that, yes, you need to cash in opportunity. So it's a difficult decision whether to get rid of fuel oil or to keep that going such that when the demand is there and the margins, with respect to crudes are reasonable, you can kind of be there in terms of supply. So let's move on to now Mr. Matt Spalding, Vice President UOP. UOP has always been in the thick of the refining sector globally and has brought into on the table technological advances, innovations for the end user time and again. UOP also has been pioneering in many of the catalytic processes, as well as bringing in solutions in terms of modular supplies, and so on and so forth. So if we were to ask, and if we are standing at a threshold where we need to look at how we go forward, what would your peace strategy be to develop solutions to lower the investment threshold, and we accelerate that this conversion timeline in refineries, particularly, let us say we have C2C strategies in the existing refineries, because we need to first work on the existing refineries while that might be a solution on the table in, let's say, 3 to 4 years, vis-a-vis a grassroots refinery which will have a larger gestation period. So, Mr. Spalding, would you like to please address that?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Vatika, and good morning, good afternoon all. So I think the Honeywell UOP role in the ecosystem is very clear. Our role is to help enable the adoption rapidly into the market, to be able to drive commercialization and to drive an economic cost of production. I heard some of the previous panelists talk about security on the supply side, helping to drive some of their investment strategies. The one thing that I see unique in the India market is that not only do the refiners and the producers look at making sure that they have security, but they do it at a price point which makes it sustainable. So when we talk about the energy trilemma in terms of security, sustainability, and equity, very much the equity piece is first and foremost in most minds. And I think that is critical to ensure that deployment of the technology becomes sustainable over time. We see a lot of commercialization of new technologies that ultimately need a lot of incentives or a high taxation policy to be able to make them credible. What you really need is technology which enables the production of those products to be done at a cost competitive point. So that's really where Honeywell UOP plays a role. I think India has a unique position to leverage some of the existing installed base, particularly around looking at diversification of feedstocks. So again, when you consider energy security, renewables can help drive sort of power to liquids. You have a huge supply of ethanol, which obviously is already being used in the industry to help produce a degree of security, because you can produce that locally. And then there has been a lot of talk about biomass in terms of how do you leverage biomass and biogas to, again, produce secure energy for India, particularly in the ongoing geopolitical environment. So that security piece is key. And so our role is working with partners and through our R&D arm to try and localize those technologies for deployment in the Indian market. So we're very much looking for those partnerships. We continue to work closely with our customers to develop those technologies specific for the Indian market, because the Indian market does have a unique ecosystem. And it is driven somewhat by policy, such as the National Green Hydrogen Mission, as well as the National Bioenergy Program. That helps stimulate the industry, but then you need to be able to do it at a price point which makes it sustainable. So that's really our role in how we can help enable that component of the market.
Thanks, Matt. You're right, and we'll go on to there as to what are the supporting policies in the next round, which will bring in the renewables and the other technologies which dovetail with the conventional refining. But I'm just going to ask you a follow-up question. Can you give us some innovations in the conventional hydrocarbon space? So if we were to look at that space in particular, would you be able to give us a sense of one or two interventions of technology which will improve our conventional refining and petrochemicals?
Thanks for the follow-up question. I guess when you look at the Make in India strategy, India's focus is on extending its manufacturing supply chain and diversifying and taking away from imports. So for us, that move into petrochemicals and downstream chemicals in India is critical. So how do we enable that part of the industry more cost-effectively and efficiently so that you can compete against imported products or imported streams coming from China? So for us, One of our newer technologies is in the crude oil to chemicals piece. So naphtha to ethane and propane technology, which we believe helps unlock significant value in that crude to chemicals configuration, means that when you look at a naphtha cracker, there's a significant amount of downstream units which you need to build alongside that to address all of those byproducts that get produced through the naphtha cracker. Our technology enables the production of just an ethane feed stream from naphtha to be able to feed into an ethane cracker, which is a much more simple and lower cost conversion unit. So that's one example where we're helping to kind of stimulate that crude to chemicals market. It's been relatively nascent, and if we can do that, then we can unlock value in the downstream manufacturing supply chain for India to be able to compete against China.
Definitely, I think that makes a lot of sense in getting more out of more feedstock for petrochemicals at a more affordable cost. So I'll move on to Mr. Anders Olsen, Senior Vice President, Clean Air Topsoe. Topsoe's been also a very reliable partner for the refining as well as the fertilizer sector globally. And their cutting-edge processes have always been the hallmark of excellence, as well as shaping the efficiency aspects of the refining sector. Can you share with us some of the newer technologies which you're prioritizing for commercialization, particularly in the refining? I know how the Topsoe's been doing a lot of work in the renewable, in the clean space. But can we just address, to begin with, the commercialization which can be done for a few technologies in the refinery space, such that they can be future ready and they could also gradually shift towards more sustainability?
Yes, thank you very much, Martika. Thank you for the kind words. Obviously, we have a large presence in India, and I would say ever-growing presence in India. Very, very excited about the future of Indian refining. So I'll just touch upon a few areas we see India particularly interesting right now. Ranging from and it was mentioned in the first panel, the co-processing. IOCL was kind enough to mention that. It's the no capex version, the way to actually get started on the sustainability route. I think it was also said in the earlier panel, sustainability and the energy transition is not an option. It's a mandate. We have to get it done. So yes, we can dream that the products will be at the same price as fossil fuels, but it's probably not going to happen. There will be a premium, there will be a green premium. Our job is to get that premium as small as possible. And co-processing is definitely a way to get there. If we look into, just to mention two other options, I would say in a refinery, relatively low-hanging fruits. Most refineries today, certainly in India, have Klaus plants end with sulfur. There is a tremendous energy bound in the sulfur that you can unleash if you choose to make sulfuric acid instead of sulfur. We have a technology called WSA, again, proven in India, I think quite successfully. We had a presentation about it last year, but the amount of extra energy you get out of that basically amounts to something like 80,000 tons of CO2 per year that you don't emit, because you can shut down a boiler by converting a Klaus plant to a WSA plant. So we think that's a low-hanging fruit that India is already started that journey, and we see definitely more opportunities. And I would say the hottest area right now in you could say globally and in Asia as a whole, and also in India, is SAF. SAF is really, really hot right now. We are seeing a lot of interest. We are signing a lot of deals also, and we definitely get the impression that's where the money lies. So I completely agree with Mr. Das in the first panel. We need to focus on where the money is, and right now the money is in SAF. And of course, we are very excited to be at the forefront of that, both on the catalyst and the technology side, to enable the refiners to really make a profitable operation producing SAF, and of course at the same time converting the sulfur to sulfuric acid. So those are the three I would like to mention, from the super low-hanging co-processing to the more, say, slightly more capex intensive solutions. So thank you, Vartika.
Thank you, Anders. It was, I think, all the three solutions are extremely important for adoption. And we'll get to the renewable part and what are the dynamics of it today and how we see tomorrow in a bit. I'll move on to Mr. Mark Nicholas Kedgen. Kedgen has had great expertise in hydroprocessing, and it is immensely crucial for optimizing the feedstock flexibility as well in terms of their products. If we were to put the context of India, wherein we are we have a growing reliance on crudes, which need different kind of pre-treatment. We may even have to pre-treat some unconventional kind of crudes, biofeeds, or any other technology which would help us maximize the distillate yield, because that is going to stay, the demand is going to stay, while we maintain the operating unit stability. And when we are looking at existing units and we are looking at different feedstocks and we are looking to make sure that these work reliably with increase of distillate yields, keeping our cycle lengths long, what would your solutions, your Kedgen solutions be to the refiner for such difficult feeds so that it can be adopted and they can have more reliability?
Thank you, Ms. Chairman. Let me start with the premise of the question, difficult feeds. Because from a catalyst perspective, it's all about chemistry and entropy. Somewhere in the middle is the catalyst. So when we look at different feedstock and feedstock variability, we analyze the crude intake for the Indian refineries from, say, 2019, when the world was still sort of stable, until today. Of course, there is a period of COVID in between, and then more recently, we see shifts in crude oils. For India, it's remarkable. The average API, the weighted average API, the weighted is slightly higher. In other words, the crudes are a bit lighter, but the sulfur is almost the same. Actually, when you look at that flat line, you say, well, why is that? Well, that's pretty logical. We have refiners who are very competent in actually buying the crudes that fit their operations. But if you look a bit deeper, there's a couple of observations to make. Whereas typically 5 years ago, there were about 14 countries, 15 countries that would supply crude oil to India. Today, that's consolidated to a list of about 8. And guess what, everyone? I'm not sharing anything new here. Russia has become quite a sizable share in that. Stepping one level deeper, look at the different grades, the different types of crudes. Now there, it's very important not just to look at the overall average, because overall there is about 100 different crudes being consumed in India. That was around 2019, and today I think 25 year to date there's 106. But there's a big difference if you look at the crude selection by different refineries. HPCL, Mr. Bharatan, your guys have been going from 17 to 34 different crudes. So actually then you can ask, what is happening there? Why is that happening? Well, the obvious answer is there's money to be made. Certainly we can talk about which crudes are available, and should I be getting a crude from Nigeria or should I be getting a crude from Russia? But at the end of the day, it's about the money that you can make. So then I circle back to chemistry and the entropy. So Kedgen is not a process licensor. Kitchen works very closely with refineries who have installations that need to run, that need to operate reliably. So what we do is whenever there is visibility on a crude change, we work with refineries and say, what would this do to your yields in the FCC? What would it do to your cycle length in the hydrotreating units? And it's by looking at that specific level, again, the chemistry and the entropy, that is where we support the industry. And traditionally, we've employed, many of us here on this side of the table, many people in the front row, have a lot of experience, but you may have seen the age gradient here in the auditorium. Madam Chairman, I don't think you're able to see that, but there certainly is an age gradient here in the auditorium, meaning in the back end, there's younger people there who may not bring that experience, who can just look at the chart and say, oh, this is what's going on. So what is really relevant, and we are employing that today, is that both for FCC operations and for hydrotreating operations, we look at real time, more or less real time. It doesn't have to be on the nanosecond, but more or less real time to see what is happening there. Because the engineering solution of select this crude, what should my catalyst be, what should my operating strategy for the hydrotreater, that's from the textbook. We can do that, others can do that, I think Topsoe could do that. But where the real money is made is in reliability and being able to respond to fluctuations as things go, and to catch problems or identify risks early on. So it is the combination of that feedstock selection, understanding that chemistry, and then being able to respond. Now, before we move on, we look at alternative feedstocks, bio-oils, waste plastics. Last year, in this auditorium, well, actually it was, I guess, in Bangalore, but at ETM 27, I made a pitch. I invited the audience to say, look at alternative feedstocks. For example, pyrolysis oil from plastics. I know quite a few, or there are a few very competent pyrolysis companies who were active in India who can produce oil for you. And the invitation I extended was, just go try it. If you have a bit of hydrogen and you have a reactor that can handle some extra feed, go try the hydrogen. I'm tempted to ask for a show of hands of how many companies in the audience have actually done the trial. Because until you do it, it seems like a mountain that there's no way to overcome that. But actually, what we have found is its chemistry and its entropy. So to get experience with that, to take it from the lab into the commercial operation, you're going to have to try it. So that my response to the question, sorry if it's long-winded, but is make sure you understand what crudes you're running, focus on reliability, and then don't be afraid, just go and do it.
Thank you. You're quite right. One must have the analysis in place upfront and the support to see what parameters to change, how the changes in the feedstock will affect, and how to quickly respond to that in terms of changing the parameters of the operating unit, whether it's FCC or hydrotreatment. I think it's paramount, because any gap that you have there, any slips that you have, is cost and lower cash on hand. So thank you so much. I'll move on to Mr. Gaurav Srivastav, who is the regional head S&P Global. And I think you're going to have the most exciting part of your of the session in terms of looking in today's scenario where we are placed. We know that the US is totally few 100% on the fossil fuel drive. They're looking at doubling their LNG capacity in the next 5 years. There are oil discoveries by a lot of US companies all over the globe. There are also a lot of impetus in terms of expanding the global output of crude. apart from the pricing, which is just some other subject. But if we were to ask you, how do you see the geopolitics, the trade, the imbalance of trade, the balance of trade, the tariffs which have come into force, which are dynamic, and in every day we have to position ourselves to adapt in a manner which is beneficial to the nation, to those externalities which may be in our control and may not be in our control. So in that scenario, what in your view does it mean for the global crude oil market? And because the kind of crudes that we process, the kind of sourcing that we do have direct impact on our refineries, its profits, as well as its handling the existing assets with different kind of crudes. And in the manner of the global crude market, how would it impact the Indian refining sector? So we'd like you to explain, and with your experience, with S&P's experience on a global footprint, how do we think India's downstream market is poised?
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Chairman, for the question. And thank you to CST for inviting me for this panel. The global oil market is going through a turmoil. It's a combination of geopolitics, trade, tariff, which we are seeing start of this year. And if I go back a little and start from the COVID years, historically, the policies around decarbonization of the oil sector is gaining pace when the oil prices are higher. But when oil prices collapse, the decarbonization policies accelerated at that point of time. A lot of countries announced their net zero plans. And as we speak, nearly 80–90% of the GHG emissions are under some kind of net zero announcements. Having said that, only 20 to 25 of the jurisdictions out of 190 globally have legally binding goals on these net zero. So a lot needs to be done. And then 2022 onwards, we saw the Russia-Ukraine conflict, how energy security came back into the center, and it was a trilemma of security, affordability, and sustainability. Having said that, at S&P Global, we take a more realistic view of how the energy system is going to transform moving forward. And we take a calibrated view of the factors which are needed for this transition to happen. We look at how the cost, the scale, and most importantly, the political realities to turn these ambitions into a realistic goals. So what we are expecting is that the very foundation of our energy system is based on the fossil fuels. If we look at last few decades, the fossil fuels have contributed to more than 80% of the global primary energy mix. Moving forward, we do expect the fossil fuels to play a significant role, but their contribution in the global primary energy mix is expected to come down. Renewables will be going up, and in our base case, by 2060, we expect the renewables to form more than 50% of the primary energy mix. Having said that, there are challenges associated with these energy transition moving forward. The four key aspects to this are the energy security is the foremost important thing right now for the countries and the governments. The second is the pace of the energy transition and the economic repercussions related to it. We saw the price energy shocks which have been there in the last few years. The third, which we call, is the North and South divide. What is the form of energy transition for the developed world versus the developing world? And the fourth is the most important one, is the critical mineral supply chain. There's a lot of geopolitics going on around that in this year also. And to put things into perspective, if you look at last year, the three big countries, Saudi Arabia, Russia, and US, produce nearly 40% of the global oil, whereas Chile and Peru are contributing to around 39% of the critical minerals produced globally. And it's a long lead supply chain. If I quote IEA over here, they have put out that for a new mine to come online for production, it takes 15 to 20 years. So there is going to be an issue on critical minerals. Fast forward now, in these next 2 years, if you look at currently, the global oil market is going through a supply surplus. The OPEC Plus is increasing its production. At the same time, on the demand side, the global refined product demand growth is slowing down. It's growing, but the growth is slowing down what we saw historically. And the big contribution of that slowing growth is coming from China. India is still expected to grow moving forward. It's going to be one of the growing economies, and we expect the refined product demand to grow in India. So what this means is that with the current sanctions and tariffs being imposed, with the most recent one from the US on Rosneft Lukoil, and also the EU sanctions which are expected to come in January on the refined products produced through Russian crude, we expect there will be some impact in the market. If, again, going back 2 years, India was hardly importing any oil from Russia. Most of the crude oil of India was coming from Middle East and then Americas, Africa. But now India's 1/3 of the crude oil import is coming from Russia, nearly 1.7, 1.8 million barrels per day. So if there are sanctions imposed by US and they are followed, and there have been a couple of refiners who have gone on and said that they will follow the sanctions and the US, which is going to come online. So it needs to be seen how US production increases next year. We are not expecting a significant production increase from US, but at the same time, India has a very diversified crude import basket. The OPEC Plus production is going to increase, so Middle East can be tapped into easily. There are other production sources from non-OPEC Plus, Brazil, Guyana, Canada is expected to grow. So there are multiple options available for India to diversify further its crude basket if India is not able to source crude from Russia because of upcoming sanctions.
Thank you, Gaurav. Thanks so much. I think India is and will continue to be a bright spot in the global economy. We've always been and will continue to be very resilient. And I think when a door closes, several windows also open. Indian refiners have relationships not just with one country, but with diverse countries in terms of crude supplies. And if we see the dynamics, global dynamics, we see the tariffs, we see all that, crude prices have been more or less with a window of plus minus $5 per barrel. They've not moved much. I think that's a messaging in the terms of the availability of crude, which is also displayed by International Energy Agency and yourself, and so many other, consultancies who actually look at crude supplies. There is also a rethinking on the global majors to go back and work on the fossil fuel, whether it is gas or oil. So, it is going to stay, particularly with the policy framework and the directions which the US has been so vociferously projecting within their own nation, as well as internationally, having stopped the renewable projects and having a lot of stress on the creation of assets, particularly in wind, solar in the US, I think is a very clear-cut messaging that the oil and gas is there, and hopefully there'll be sufficient and plenty for India to be the bright spot in terms of demand growth, and also having leverage to source crude from many countries. Having said that, let's just re-steer the discussion now to the second essence of the refinery sector, the refined petrochemical sector, which is sustainability. Now, we know there has been in the past, and every country has had that, we have had always a policy support, a pricing mechanism, a viability gap funding to support industry in the space of renewables. If you look at the solar sector also in India, when we started in 2010-11, we had a price point of something like 16 to 17 rupees a unit, which is now 2.2, 2.3 rupees a unit. And if we see the same trend in terms of the cost curve, in terms of technology development, it will be replicated in all that we do. Critical minerals, which you mentioned, is a very important aspect in moving the needle towards lowering the prices, whether we look at EVs, we look at electrolyzers, we look at the space wherein we are looking at green energy, green power to fuel our mobility or even domestic solutions or industry solutions. Now, I'll move to the journey of the biofuels, which has been a great success. And we have the ethanol blending program, which has been a great success to upward of 20%. And there's more. Government has also opened up given the mandate that if in case people want, they can even export ethanol, so from an important country, we are now soon becoming an exporting country also, competitively across the globe. Now, I'll move to MD NRL, Mr. Bhaskar Phukan. NRL has invested in the biorefinery project in Northeast. And I'm sure there must have been a lot of difficulties in getting that on track. And there would also be, in your mind, some of the interventions one can do to make such technologies become more adoptable, more reliable, scalable, as well as both looking at the supply chain and end of it in terms of feedstock, as well as the operation aspect of such a technology. Would you like to share some of the experiences and guide the audience as to what are the things that they should keep in mind looking at such investments in such sectors and technologies?
Ms. Shukla, thank you so much for the question, but unfortunately, Mr. Phukan had to excuse himself from the panel.
Okay, so I'm going to fill it in for the audience. So the ABRPL plant in Numaligarh was inaugurated by Honorable PM. It makes about 180 KLPD of bioethanol along with other products. And it has been a success story in terms of the project implementation, which EIL was a part. And we hope that the learnings from there would reduce particularly the catalyst, the enzyme requirement, which is a major cost in OPEX. So having said that, I move on to Mr. Bhartan. And I think HPCL has also been reshaping, and he mentioned in his first comment, adoption of critical low carbon technologies. We would like you to share with the audience, you also run an R&D, you have a very vibrant innovation platform out there. Can you share with the audience what kind of other interventions to make yourself more sustainable to meet the net zero commitments are you looking at in terms of as a corporate in HPCL?
Yeah. When we talk about sustainability, there is a wide range of solutions that are actually required to be implemented. I'll mention a couple of them which we are taking it forward to the next level. One is, I will just start from the refinery petrochemical integration. We are all looking at a single step process to convert into crude into materials. So we are actively trying to demonstrate a technology which will achieve that single step crude to olefins and aromatics. So that is step number one. Why it is sustainability is this will reduce the carbon footprint by as much as 30% when you make the petchem. This is one area in the conventional field. Coming to alternate energies, energy storage we believe is a key for process industries to convert 100% into renewable power, and we are actively working on energy storage systems, whatever is will come at with a very good and with a reliable and cheap cost. That is the second major area. Third major area is the biofuels. Biofuels, be it the 2G ethanol, which is still we are in the development phase. It can be the biodiesel, where we are still looking at some viable solutions, sustainable aviation fuel, which many of us have declared few projects, and we ourselves are implementing a project in one of our refinery, apart from co-processing solutions we have implementing. These are some of the few. Now there are some more variation to the natural gas and the biogas, natural gas and biogas story, which itself is going to improve the sustainability. We have going to demonstrate a patented process called HCNG, which is a water-free, carbon-free process for making HCNG with the value-added byproduct carbon nanotube, which we believe will make this process self-sustaining and it will be economic. So that is one more pioneer effort that is going on. There are many other things. I think many of the people here, are at least quite a few, have visited our R&D. They'll be knowing more details on that, and the time is short, so I will not elaborate more. I just thought I will highlight 3 or 4 areas alone. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Bharatan. Matt, in UOP, you have recently also signed an MOU with NTPC, Green Energy, for looking at SAF production using UOP's technology. And there is a lot of carbon capture happening in the power plants in NTPC, which is akin to what we see in the refining sector as we go along, refining petrochemical sector. So my question to you is, one, what are the technologies which you think, leading on to this, can come into for adoption in our industry? And second, is there any element of collaboration which you think could scale this up or accelerate this adoption?
So for a renewable fuels perspective, I think the key is to be able to have multiple pathway technologies, because different geographies are blessed with different feedstocks. So as I mentioned earlier, India is particularly blessed with ethanol and biomass. So the ability to utilize those feedstocks in that environment, I think, is key. We've seen the first wave of SAF projects were all underpinned through the heifer route. But the reality is now used cooking oil availability is significantly constrained, and so you need to start looking at alternative feedstocks. So we have ethanol to jet, methanol to jet, and we'll be launching our biomass to jet very shortly. And having those technology pathways really should enable the more rapid adoption now that UCO feedstock is starting to become constrained. I think, how do you accelerate other paths to market? So for us, we recently launched our catalyst-coated membrane, which is to reduce or improve the energy efficiency on the electrolyzers for green hydrogen production. So we are working very closely with OEMs to commercialize that technology, which gives them an advantage. So I think this partnership in the ecosystem between R&D, technology companies, OEMs, and end customers is very critical to accelerate the adoption. With those 3 or 4 partners together, you can deploy technology a lot faster than commercial or typical contractual arrangements between business to business. So again, that's where we look to bring these partnerships together to help accelerate time to market.
Thanks, Matt. I quite agree. I think no single company can work on their own. Reinventing the wheel doesn't make any sense because it doesn't meet the timeline which the market today demands. So collaborating and working together, looking at the possibility of stitching the technology, the end user, particularly the case in point that you mentioned is extremely important. And we really hope that such initiatives or such collaborations are going to scale the movement. And if we just see some numbers, in 2025, roughly $1.8 trillion was invested in green energy space all over the world, while $1 trillion went into the fossil fuel space. So clearly the world as a whole is moving. In fact, when Gaurav mentioned the North and the South, this is also relevant because as I heard in one of the panels a couple of years ago, where the African nations mentioned that let us first carbonize and then ask us to decarbonize. So I think the dynamics of different regions, different geographies are different. But the good point is that India as a nation has formulated policies. The receptiveness of the government is to create an ecosystem, whether we call of National Green Hydrogen Mission, or we talk of the Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Yojana, or we talk of the CBG sector, or we talk of the pricing of ethanol. These have all been enablers to build in the ecosystem, sustain it with the efficiency within, and then lower the price points with respect to the operations, as well as bringing new technologies on the go. I'll from here move on to Mr. Anders Olsen, and similar question, like green hydrogen, SAF, ethanol. You've been, Topso has literally shifted most of its work, even if it's direct air capture, all the other imperatives which will shift the very nature of technology portfolio towards offering sustainable solutions. So we would be really delighted for you if you would share some of the such initiatives which Halder Topso has taken, and how they can impact our Indian industry.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much, Vatika. And yes, you are right. We have definitely transitioned not just our company name for decades. Many of you know we were Halder Topso. We changed the name to Topso, but it's just not it's not just a name change. We have significantly changed the direction of the company. We have invested a large amount of money in an SOEC manufacturing facility in Denmark. And it was mentioned in the first panel also, alkaline electrolysis is relatively inefficient, whereas SOEC electrolysis is much, much more efficient. Granted, we still have a CapEx challenge, but we are definitely working on that, and I strongly believe that will be one of the future pillars for the future energy mix. But also coming back to the renewables, and obviously I agree with my colleague from UOP, it is a feedstock challenge, but we need all of the above, right? We need renewable feedstocks, we need electrolysis, we need to utilize all the renewable options we have to create a more sustainable world. And I think it's fair to say India is actually doing it already. We could, of course, wish for more acceleration and more speed. But while other countries, none mentioned, none forgotten, but seem to be slowing down a little bit, I think there is a lot of traction still around the world, even if one of the big countries seems to be slowing down. I strongly believe we are heading in the right direction. Yes, it may be slightly slower than we had wished, but it is going in the right direction. And we are definitely ready to supply the technologies, whether it be the ones I mentioned earlier, or you could say the more future solutions for the green hydrogen. I think the world is ready. We just need to get going, and India is in a fantastic place to be right in the middle of it as I see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olsen. I think your statement reposes the faith in the interventions that have happened. And I think we are very confident. We are working on all fronts, and it is necessary to work on all fronts so that we don't miss any bus, any time, and we climb on to all to meet both our commitment to deliver the products at the right price, as well as also look at the footprint of CO2 and all other GHG emissions. So I'll move on to Mr. Nicholas, and in fact, Gaurav mentioned about critical minerals. So we can't have the panel without this, the supply chain of critical raw materials, critical minerals, rare metals, particularly in the business that you do. So would it be possible for you to share with us how you see the world, what are the strategies, what are the future catalyst developments, and what would work for the Indian industry for ensuring this resilient supply for the next gen catalysts?
that's a broad question, but let me start on critical minerals, or rather minerals from a catalyst perspective. Rare earths, the term rare earth is used in the context of magnets, superactive magnets, and certainly in geopolitical terms recently. But some of you may recall about 15 years ago when the supply of lanthanides, basically the rare earth used in FCC, was limited from China. Prices increased 100-fold. That resulted in a big spike. It resulted in innovation by catalyst companies to work around and come up with FCC catalysts that would perform equally well, but without those rare earths, or just only a minute amount. So whatever situation we end up with regarding critical minerals, I think there is a periodic table. We'll go to the periodic table and we'll figure something out. I mean, necessity drives innovation. We have seen that time and again. But let's not, it would be nice if we don't have to wait for innovation each time someone ends up in a spitting contest with another country. So on the hydrotreating side, nickel, cobalt, molybdenum, we know these minerals some of these are mined in conflict areas, and certainly as Ketjen, we do not take that as feedstock, as raw materials. There might be competition for molybdenum, for cobalt on the electrification value chain. Nickel is also a mineral that's sought after by many other industries outside the catalyst industry. So what we do is we diversify our supply chains, make sure you're not single sourced on a country where people would raise their eyebrows, or where you could end up being shut off. But at least as important is we have learned to reuse the metals, the minerals from the spent catalyst in hydrotreating quite effectively. Now, again, thermodynamics might be against you. There is a bit of energy that needs to be exerted, and as long as the supply of fresh metals is fairly cheap, you may not do it. But we have anticipated a situation where metals, the cost of metals will, again, perhaps not increase 100-fold, but 5-fold or 10-fold. And we are able to set up our recycling programs and thus supply a large portion of the catalyst that we produce today. Now, looking at that from an Indian context, today the catalyst production in India is present at I would say, a modest scale. It's a good start. I think certainly on the FCC side, if anyone ever were to produce large-scale FCC catalyst, I think most of the raw materials would be available in country. We've done some feasibility studies and seen that the supply is there. There is one issue I think that you need to contend with is the price level. Current FCC catalyst specifically, but most other catalysts are actually being purchased on a cost parity to the US Gulf Coast. Why is that? Because in the US, most companies, Ketjen, as Topsoe and others, have large production facilities in the US and they're being imported into India. So India is benefiting from the scale and the cost standards at US Gulf Coast. And if you make the comparison to prices in India for the same raw materials, I'm sorry to say, but they're substantially higher. Of course, some of that comes from the inferred energy cost of producing, say, sodium hydroxide, which actually is sodium chloride with energy. And today, the price of energy in India is higher. So in terms of security of supply, innovation, I think, will always be one of our friends, and we continue to innovate. Recycling is very important, and there is an economic trade-off to be made. And ultimately, if you want to be self-sufficient, you have to acknowledge the fact that it may come at a price, but at least it allows you to continue to operate.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nicholas. We have about 7 to 8 minutes. I'll head to a question to Gaurav, and then maybe we can have a single messaging from all our esteemed panelists. So, Gaurav, how would you share how you see and would like to message in terms of India's refining sector evolving in the future, and how do they strategically position themselves in the global market? India exports products today, and in the future, how do you see the sector evolving, let's say in the next 10 years or so?
Sure, thank you for the question. And let me start from the macroeconomic point of view. India is one of the fastest growing economy in the world. And in our view, we expect India to continue to grow on average 6% for next decade or so. So there are additional advantages for India in terms of demographics, in terms of the support from the government in infrastructure build, and also the growing economy with contributions coming from the services sector also. So because of all these factors, we expect the demand of refined products in India to continue to grow despite the other forms of energy coming in the overall mix in India. The demand, in our view, in India is expected to increase from current 4.6 million barrels per day to more than 7 million barrels per day by 2050. The transportation fuels will continue to remain the major component of the refined products in India. However, the fastest growing products in our view is naphtha and jet fuel. Naphtha, of course, because it provides feedstock for the petrochemical sector, and the growth of petrochemical in India is expected to be exponential moving forward. We are currently around single-digit per capita consumption when it comes to petrochemicals, and the global average is in double digits. So there's a lot of potential moving forward, and as economy grows, the petrochemical demand is also expected to grow. As you rightly said, India is a net exporter of products, and we expect India to continue to remain a net exporter of products. There are capacities coming up in India, around 850 KBD in different phases of completion as of now. Because of that, we expect the export position of India to increase for next 5-6 years. But as the global and refined products demand slows down in those export markets, primarily Western Hemisphere, we expect a lot of those export volumes start routing to the domestic market. Despite that, we expect India to add a refining capacity beyond the current projects also. In terms of the biofuels, as was mentioned earlier, despite the increased penetration of ethanol in the gasoline pool, remarkable achievement for India to meet the 20% of blending. The SAF is another one which is coming up in few years down the line. So these are strategic fuels in my view for India to expand the overall product mix in the energy mix of the country, and also be a self-reliant moving forward. Energy security is something which is really needed, and we are all seeing that in the current geopolitics mix. Having said that, the downstream sector as a whole is one of the strategic advantage for the India. India has the potential to continue to be a regional refining hub. There are investors who are looking at the refining sector in India because of the growth in the demand which is expected, while the rest of the world is expected to slow down or see a decline in refined products demand.
Thank you, Gaurav. So we've had a great discussion spanning from the refining sector, the interventions of in the existing assets, newer refineries, biofuels, minerals, and everything. If I were to sum up, and if I were to ask you, each of you, to just give a 30-second single line or a few words as to what is your message to the refining industry or the energy industry in India. So just 30 seconds of your key message to the sector. Mr. Bhartan, would you like to go first, please?
Think big, adopt technology, use RD&D, research, development and deployment as a key tool. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Mr. Spalding, would you like to share your 30-second thought?
Sure. So I think India needs to be bold and to take some risks to deploying new technologies if they want to be at the forefront of petrochemical production globally, as well as deploying new feedstocks into renewable space.
Thank you. Mr. Olson.
Yeah, and I will almost piggyback on that. I think India should lead and take up the vacuum that other large nations are leaving behind. I think India has a fantastic opportunity to lead this energy transition.
Thank you. Mr. Nicholas?
Think big, but start small. Meaning, don't wait until you have a perfect solution. Go do it now. You're going to need some catalyst in between, and we're happy to partner with you. One other thing, in Europe, the blending rules, the mass balance rules around circularity, well, I don't know, I can't find the right words for it, but it's a big mess. So please make sure that when you run bio-oils or circular plastics, which will give a benefit, that you don't, when you run them through your assets, make sure you don't get caught out by some regulations or some government frameworks that do not allow you to do what actually makes common sense.
Thank you. Mr. Gaurav?
Yeah, I would say that we are looking for energy addition rather than energy displacement. Downstream sector in India is the brightest spot in the India's energy sector. However, refiners needs to reinvent and repurpose to accommodate the changing consumer pattern and also the climate goals.
Thank you so much. And thank you. It's been a delight to chair the session. Even virtually, I felt as if I was right there. And I must thank immensely our esteemed panelists for bringing in so much knowledge, experience, and so much of message for the entire age group which is there in the hall. I think there is a message for all. Let's all think big. Let's all be confident that there will be solutions at all levels for us to adopt. Let us be innovative. Let us be resilient. We tread with care. We tread with caution. And I'm sure the leadership which is today and continue to be in the sector at all levels, whether it is government level, it is regulatory level, whether it is decision making at an individual corporates or decision making in technology, catalyst, advisory, I think they're all very well positioned to take this sector forward in a more sustainable manner in times to come. Thank you very much, and I thank each of the panelists and audience. I would request you to give them a huge applause for making this session really exciting. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Ms. Shukla. Thank you so much for what a fantastic session. Can we hear a round of applause for Ms. Vatika Shukla for ably moderating the session virtually? With that, we come to the end of this session, but of course our panelists deserve a big round of applause, a collective one, and they're celebrating the amazing insights shared. I request Mr. S. Bharatan to come forward and present a memento as a token of our thanks and appreciation to our esteemed panelists. Mr. Matt Spalding, thank you, sir, for your presence. Thank you so much for adding value to this phenomenal session. Please keep the applause coming, ladies and gentlemen, a humble request. Mr. Anders Olsen, thank you, sir, for your valuable contribution to this fantastic panel. Keep it coming, please. I can't hear the applause. I know it's lunchtime already, but can we take it up a notch? Thank you. Mr. Mark Nicholas, thank you, sir, for your presence and your participation. Truly appreciate your value addition. And Mr. Gaurav Srivastava, thank you so much, sir, for being here and for sharing your valuable thoughts. May I please request you all to put your hands together as I invite Mr. Prab Das, CEO HMEL, on stage to present a memento to our panelist, Mr. S. Bharathan. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors, and thank you for being a part of the panel as well. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And Ms. Shukla, thank you so much for virtually conducting a fantastic panel. On your behalf, we'll request Mr. SBR Subramaniam, ED, EIL, to receive a memento. Thank you so much. May I please request Mr. SBR Subramaniam to join us on stage and accept a token of appreciation on behalf of Ms. Vartika Shukla. And of course, we'll collectively celebrate the amazing speakers that we have here on stage. Sir, please remain on stage for a picture. One collective round of applause, please, everybody. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Shukla. Thank you so much for being a part of the session. Thank you all. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I have the perfect solution for your growling stomachs. Lunch is served. Lunch is served at hall number 4. We have a scrumptious spread there. But before you all walk up to enjoying a fantastic lunch, let me tell you that we will resume the session. The inaugural session will resume at 2 p.m. Sharp 2 p.m. We will want your presence back in the hall, because that's when our Honorable Minister will be here with us for the inaugural session. We do not want to delay the session, so requesting everyone to join us back at 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you so much for being a part of the first couple of panel discussions. We'll see you all for the inaugural ceremony. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please enjoy your lunch. Lunch is served at hall number 4. Enjoy.
In a time of significant transformation in the energy sector, Baker Hughes remains committed to its mission of driving sustainable energy development. We are shaping a future where innovation and sustainability work hand in hand to take energy forward. As a rapidly evolving market, India is key to Baker Hughes' growth, supported by its strong economy, skilled workforce, and commitment to energy security. Since 1995, Baker Hughes has been a dedicated partner to India, actively shaping the energy sector. With a team of over 2,900 professionals nationwide, we are partnering with our customers in country to provide leading technologies and solutions that drive productivity and improve outcomes for India's energy sector. Our presence encompasses advanced manufacturing, cutting-edge research, and innovative digital tech hubs. In 2019, we became one of the first companies in our sector to commit to net zero carbon. From offshore developments to onshore operations, we provide expertise and resources for energy security. Together with our customers, we are advancing towards a cleaner, more efficient energy future for India. Baker Hughes has developed an ecosystem of state-of-the-art facilities across India, supporting our local and global operations. Our technology centers in Mumbai and Pune are at the heart of Baker Hughes' digital strategy, harnessing next-gen technologies like edge computing, AI, and machine learning. Our Energy Technology Center in Bangalore is an innovation hub where cutting-edge research drives advanced engineering solutions in areas like additive manufacturing, materials engineering, and digital technology. In our Global Software Center in Kochi, we develop next-generation software focused on remote operations and real-time monitoring, supporting our local and global operations. Our Talegaon facility focuses on industrial solutions, energy technology, and distribution. It includes dedicated BN and Panametrics production lines and a full-stream Waygate, Panametrics, and NABL-certified drug services lab. At our Coimbatore valve manufacturing plant, innovation meets execution. This facility features our Engineering Center of Excellence and Special Application Engineering, CEL. Our digital hubs in Mumbai, Pune and Bangalore are supporting the country's digital transformation and strengthening Baker Hughes' global digital infrastructure. Each of these facilities not only drives technological advancements, but also supports our mission to build a cleaner, more sustainable energy future. We are continuously working on identifying, qualifying and developing local vendors to enhance India's energy ecosystem and support Baker Hughes' local and global operations while prioritizing efficient supply chain practices. Our commitment to sustainability and corporate social responsibility will continue to guide us. We align our CSR initiatives with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, empowering communities through education, skill development, and clean energy projects. We are committed to uplifting communities and protecting our planet. We are keen to meet India's growing energy needs while securing a cleaner, more sustainable future for India. With over 30 years of commitment to India, we are dedicated to driving the country's sustainable energy development. We're not just envisioning a better tomorrow, we're making it a reality. Together, we take energy forward.
Nature is a miracle. nurture it. Energy is joy. Spread it. Clean air is life. Protect it. Exploring the immense possibilities of natural gas. GAIL India Limited. Energizing possibilities for a self-reliant India.
Energy powers progress. It drives industries, fuels transportation, and sustains everyday life. At HPCL, we are more than energy providers. We are architects of a sustainable future. With a legacy spanning 5 decades, we have evolved from pioneers in India's oil and gas sector to key drivers of the nation's energy revolution, ensuring energy security for a Vikasit Bharat. Since 1974, HPCL has fueled India's industrialization. From a few cities to 1 billion dreams, our extensive retail and distribution network ensures energy access nationwide. Our refining capacity, anchored by Mumbai and Visakhapatnam, has expanded through strategic partnerships in Mangalore, Bathinda, and the upcoming Rajasthan refinery. We have also revolutionized Indian households, bringing LPG to nearly 100 million homes and providing smoke-free kitchens for a healthier lifestyle. Our pipeline network spans thousands of kilometers, ensuring efficient fuel transportation while reducing emissions. Beyond legacy, we are driving the future. HPCL is at the forefront of India's clean energy transition, investing in green hydrogen, biofuels to reduce carbon emissions. Our EV charging stations, LNG corridors, and compressed biogas facilities are accelerating sustainable energy adoption. HPCL also plays a vital role in powering critical sectors like aviation, railways, agriculture, and manufacturing. Our aviation fuel services have been supporting India's air travel industry for decades, enabling global connectivity. Innovation drives us forward. Our HP Green R&D Center leads advancements in refining, petrochemicals, and renewable energy, holding hundreds of national and international patents. Beyond business, we uplift communities through healthcare, education, and skill development. Our Skill Development Institute at Visakhapatnam is preparing a future-ready workforce, while our entrepreneurship programs foster innovation and job creation. With a strong legacy, innovative mindset, and commitment to sustainability, HPCL is redefining the future of energy. HPCL, delivering happiness.
लोग अक्सर कहते हैं कि ये है नया इंडिया, लेकिन ऐसी क्या खास बात है नए इंडिया में? शहर भले ही छोटे हों, ख्वाब बड़े ही बनता है नया इंडिया। अपने हाथों से अपनी कहानी खुद लिखने का दम रखता है नया इंडिया। नए इंडिया की सोच में सबको बराबर अधिकार है। मेहनत के बीच से सफलता की मुस्कान तक हर सफर में एक नए मुकाम तक नई ऊर्जा, नई उमंग से चलता है नया इंडिया। नई उम्मीदों के साथ तरक्की की राह पर आगे बढ़ रहा है। अपनी कोशिशों से आसमान की बुलंदियों को छू रहा है। इस नए इंडिया के कण कण में, इसकी हर धड़कन में बसता है नए इंडिया का नयारा।
In a time of significant transformation in the energy sector, Baker Hughes remains committed to its mission of driving sustainable energy development. We are shaping a future where innovation and sustainability work hand in hand to take energy forward. As a rapidly evolving market, India is key to Baker Hughes' growth, supported by its strong economy, skilled workforce, and commitment to energy security. Since 1995, Baker Hughes has been a dedicated partner to India, actively shaping the energy sector. With a team of over 2,900 professionals nationwide, we are partnering with our customers in country to provide leading technologies and solutions that drive productivity and improve outcomes for India's energy sector. Our presence encompasses advanced manufacturing, cutting-edge research, and innovative digital tech hubs. In 2019, we became one of the first companies in our sector to commit to net zero carbon. From offshore developments to onshore operations, we provide expertise and resources for energy security. Together with our customers, we are advancing towards a cleaner, more efficient energy future for India. Baker Hughes has developed an ecosystem of state-of-the-art facilities across India, supporting our local and global operations. Our technology centers in Mumbai and Pune are at the heart of Baker Hughes' digital strategy, harnessing next-gen technologies like edge computing, AI, and machine learning. Our Energy Technology Center in Bangalore is an innovation hub where cutting-edge research drives advanced engineering solutions in areas like additive manufacturing, materials engineering, and digital technology. In our Global Software Center in Kochi, we develop next-generation software focused on remote operations and real-time monitoring, supporting our local and global operations. Our Talegaon facility focuses on industrial solutions, energy technology, and distribution. It includes dedicated BN and Panametrics production lines and a full-stream Waygate, Panametrics, and NABL-certified Druk Services lab. At our Coimbatore valve manufacturing plant, innovation meets execution. This facility features our Engineering Center of Excellence and Special Application Engineering (CEL). Our digital hubs in Mumbai, Pune, and Bangalore are supporting the country's digital transformation and strengthening Baker Hughes' global digital infrastructure. Each of these facilities not only drives technological advancements, but also supports our mission to build a cleaner, more sustainable energy future. We are continuously working on identifying, qualifying, and developing local vendors to enhance India's energy ecosystem and support Baker Hughes' local and global operations, while prioritizing efficient supply chain practices. Our commitment to sustainability and corporate social responsibility will continue to guide us. We align our CSR initiatives with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, empowering communities through education, skill development, and clean energy projects. We are committed to uplifting communities and protecting our planet. We are keen to meet India's growing energy needs while securing a cleaner, more sustainable future for India. With over 30 years of commitment to India, we are dedicated to driving the country's sustainable energy development. We're not just envisioning a better tomorrow, we're making it a reality. Together, we take energy forward.
Nature is a miracle. Nurture it. Energy is joy. Spread it. Clean air is life. Protect it. Exploring the immense possibilities of natural gas. GAIL India Limited. Energizing possibilities for a self-reliant India.
Energy powers progress. It drives industries, fuels transportation, and sustains everyday life. At HPCL, we are more than energy providers. We are architects of a sustainable future. With a legacy spanning 5 decades, we have evolved from pioneers in India's oil and gas sector to key drivers of the nation's energy revolution, ensuring energy security for a Vikasit Bharat. Since 1974, HPCL has fueled India's industrialization. From a few cities to a billion dreams, our extensive retail and distribution network ensures energy access nationwide. Our refining capacity, anchored by Mumbai and Visakhapatnam, has expanded through strategic partnerships in Mangalore, Bathinda, and the upcoming Rajasthan refinery. We have also revolutionized Indian households, bringing LPG to nearly 100 million homes and providing smoke-free kitchens for a healthier lifestyle. Our pipeline network spans thousands of kilometers, ensuring efficient fuel transportation while reducing emissions. Beyond legacy, we are driving the future. HPCL is at the forefront of India's clean energy transition, investing in green hydrogen, biofuels to reduce carbon emissions. Our EV charging stations, LNG corridors, and compressed biogas facilities are accelerating sustainable energy adoption. HPCL also plays a vital role in powering critical sectors like aviation, railways, agriculture, and manufacturing. Our aviation fuel services have been supporting India's air travel industry for decades, enabling global connectivity. Innovation drives us forward. Our HP Green R&D Center leads advancements in refining, petrochemicals, and renewable energy, holding hundreds of national and international patents. Beyond business, we uplift communities through healthcare, education, and skill development. Our Skill Development Institute at Visakhapatnam is preparing a future-ready workforce, while our entrepreneurship programs foster innovation and job creation. With a strong legacy, innovative mindset, and commitment to sustainability, HPCL is redefining the future of energy. HPCL, delivering happiness.
लोग अक्सर कहते हैं कि ये है नया इंडिया, लेकिन ऐसी क्या खास बात है नए इंडिया में? शहर भले ही छोटे हों, ख्वाब बड़े ही बनता है नया इंडिया। अपने हाथों से अपनी कहानी खुद लिखने का दम रखता है नया इंडिया। नए इंडिया की सोच में सबको बराबर अधिकार है। मेहनत के बीच से सफलता की मुस्कान तक, हर सफर में एक नए मुकाम तक। नई ऊर्जा, नई उमंग से चलता है नया इंडिया। नई उम्मीदों के साथ तरक्की की राह पर आगे बढ़ रहा है। अपनी कोशिशों से आसमान की बुलंदियों को छू रहा है। इस नए इंडिया के कण कण में, इसकी हर धड़कन में बसता है नए इंडिया का नयारा।
दो माइक बसते ना.
Check, 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 check.
Whether he will have उनको सर ऊपर ही लेके थोड़ी देर
देखिए
बिठाना पड़ेगा.
ऐसे बात करेंगे तो यहाँ से मतलब आवाज़ खुल के नहीं आ रहा.
ओके, तो उनको लाके अपने ग्रीन रूम में बिठाना पड़ेगा थोड़ी देर.
Check. Check. Check, 1, 2, check. It's sounding very closed. I don't know how it is in the audience. Joshua, can you just come to the center and see if it's audible? बहुत ही nasal sound कर रहा है volume, मतलब थोड़ा his sound. Check, check. See, there is no power in this mic, just as this. Check, 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 check. इसका सिर्फ monitors में दीजिए. MC mic सिर्फ monitors में. Check. Only monitors for MC mic. Check. आपको डिफरेंस पता चल रहा है? देखिए इसमें क्लैरिटी देखिए. ये MC mic है. A very good afternoon. Thank you for being here. This is the 28th edition. ठीक है? A very good afternoon. इसका भी खाली monitors में दीजिए. So can you please give this only the monitors, the other mic also? This is 40 here. 1, 1. Check. 1, 2. Check. 1, 2. So this is, audible, clear?
I can hear.
Okay. Now
Okay.
this is fine. I think this is perfect.
So I'm good now.
So can you speak into the mic, please?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
So when I'm speaking, he is able to hear. Okay. Now, Thakur ji and Sandeep, okay. We have to ensure that nothing is going wrong which is there, okay? नहीं सर अभी आप सुनिए ओके वो सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है ये नहीं हो रहा है वो नहीं हो रहा है the mics which have to be used have to be here it cannot be and one more mic एक check कर लीजिए okay there is one more contingency this which is there suppose minister asked the secretary to join तो आपको एक टेबल और एक चेयर रेडी रखिए ओके आदमी उधर खड़ा रखिए जैसे ही बोला जाएगा वो लोग इमीडिएटली ऊपर आ जाएंगे ओके एंड यू विल नॉट गो एनीवेयर ओके वेरी मच हियर आई विल
साउंड हमको एक माइक दे दीजिए ना हम लोग वो चेक कर लेंगे 2 चेक हो गए हेलो चेक
हेलो
तो 2 माइक्स रखते हैं समझो अगर एक किसी और को बुला लिया उन्होंने ना तो फिर ये वाला माइक उनको दे देंगे इसका चेक ही है ना वैसे भी हाँ एक इधर रख लेते हैं एक बैकअप में एमसी के टेबल पे रख लेते हैं है ना नहीं उसके लिए नहीं हैंडल्ड वहाँ रख लेते हैं सो दैट कि अगर सर किसी को बुला लेते हैं ऊपर तो ये एमसी उनको ये हैंड ओवर कर देंगे अर्चना just 2 seconds so this is the mic you gave me right you have checked this
check
ओके चेक 1 TT चेक चेक
एको आ रहा है हाँ हेलो ओके
वो हमिंग कर रहा था, इको बिल्कुल भी नहीं है। चेक। अब मेरे को एक और माइक दे दीजिए, जो फाइनल चेक होगा उसको हम रखेंगे एमसी के टेबल पे।
चेक स्टेज में निकलता हूँ
हेलो चेक, हेलो चेक। ठीक है, इसको इधर रखते हैं सर के पास, और ये जो एक्स्ट्रा वाला है उसको उधर रखेंगे पोडियम पे।
एक्स्ट्रा वाला 3 नंबर माइक 1 and 2 सर के लिए 1 and 2 मेन इधर के लिए। हाँ तो ये 1 हो गया, ये 1 हो गया। इधर रखो ना कमल, रोल नंबर चेक दिस टू नो फीडबैक 3 नंबर। हां मोर 1
उधर नहीं, इधर रखते हैं। हेलो चेक। मांगेगा तो एमसी जो आएंगे उनको दे देंगे, ठीक है। अभी तेरे पास लेबर को नहीं होगा, ये एक सोफा और टेबल अगर ऊपर लाना होगा तो इसको बोल के रखना पड़ेगा ना। क्या नाम है उसका? प्रवीण। जब तक हम लोग स्टेज ऊपर चढ़ाएंगे सोफा तब मैं तो इसको म्यूट कर लूँगा जब वो वहाँ उस टेबल में चले जाएगा
Check, check, test, hey, check, check, one, test. हाँ लाइट గా ఎక్కడో అట్లా వస్తుంది ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ లైట్ గా ఐసా ఐస్లో చెక్ వన్ టెస్ట్ హే చెక్ హలో చెక్ ఇప్పుడు ఓకే ఇప్పుడేం లేదు ఇప్పుడు ఓకే చెక్ వన్ టెస్ట్ హే చెక్ వన్ టెస్ట్ ఇట్లా మాట్లాడినప్పుడు జస్ట్ ఇట్లా దూరం పెట్టుకున్నప్పుడు ఇట్లా
Good afternoon, welcome back. We will resume the session shortly, requesting everyone to settle down. In the meantime, please ensure you place your phones on silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, please ensure your phones are in silent mode. Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome back, everybody. Requesting you all to settle down. We will resume the session shortly. Please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
In a time of significant transformation in the energy sector, Baker Hughes remains committed to its mission of driving sustainable energy development. We are shaping a future where innovation and sustainability work hand in hand to take energy forward. As a rapidly evolving market, India is key to Baker Hughes' growth, supported by its strong economy, skilled workforce, and commitment to energy security. Since 1995, Baker Hughes has been a dedicated partner to India, actively shaping the energy sector. With a team of over 2,900 professionals nationwide, we are partnering with our customers in country to provide leading technologies and solutions that drive productivity and improve outcomes for India's energy sector. Our presence encompasses advanced manufacturing, cutting-edge research, and innovative digital tech hubs. In 2019, we became one of the first companies in our sector to commit to net zero carbon. From offshore developments to onshore operations, we provide expertise and resources for energy security. Together with our customers, we are advancing towards a cleaner, more efficient energy future for India. Baker Hughes has developed an ecosystem of state-of-the-art facilities across India, supporting our local and global operations. Our technology centers in Mumbai and Pune are at the heart of Baker Hughes' digital strategy, harnessing next-gen technologies like edge computing, AI, and machine learning. Our Energy Technology Center in Bangalore is an innovation hub where cutting-edge research drives advanced engineering solutions in areas like additive manufacturing, materials engineering, and digital technology. In our Global Software Center in Kochi, we develop next-generation software focused on remote operations and real-time monitoring, supporting our local and global operations. Our Talegaon facility focuses on industrial solutions, energy technology, and distribution. It includes dedicated BN and Panametrics production lines and a full-stream Waygate, Panametrics, and NABL-certified Druk services lab. At our Coimbatore valve manufacturing plant, innovation meets execution. This facility features our Engineering Center of Excellence and Special Application Engineering, CEL. Our digital hubs in Mumbai, Pune, and Bangalore are supporting the country's digital transformation and strengthening Baker Hughes' global digital infrastructure. Each of these facilities not only drives technological advancements, but also supports our mission to build a cleaner, more sustainable energy future. We are continuously working on identifying, qualifying, and developing local vendors to enhance India's energy ecosystem and support Baker Hughes' local and global operations, while prioritizing efficient supply chain practices. Our commitment to sustainability and corporate social responsibility will continue to guide us. We align our CSR initiatives with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, empowering communities through education, skill development, and clean energy projects. We are committed to uplifting communities and protecting our planet. We are keen to meet India's growing energy needs while securing a cleaner, more sustainable future for India. With over 30 years of commitment to India, we are dedicated to driving the country's sustainable energy development. We're not just envisioning a better tomorrow, we're making it a reality. Together, we take energy forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. We will resume shortly. Everyone, please take your seats. We will resume shortly. Thank you all for joining us back. We will resume the session shortly. Until then, I request you all to kindly settle down. Thank you.
Energy powers progress. It drives industries, fuels transportation, and sustains everyday life. At HPCL, we are more than energy providers. We are architects of a sustainable future. With a legacy spanning 5 decades, we have evolved from pioneers in India's oil and gas sector to key drivers of the nation's energy revolution, ensuring energy security for a Vikasit Bharat. Since 1974, HPCL has fueled India's industrialization. From a few cities to a billion dreams, our extensive retail and distribution network ensures energy access nationwide. Our refining capacity, anchored by Mumbai and Visakhapatnam, has expanded through strategic partnerships in Mangalore, Bathinda, and the upcoming Rajasthan refinery. We have also revolutionized Indian households, bringing LPG to nearly 100 million homes and providing smoke-free kitchens for a healthier lifestyle. Our pipeline network spans thousands of kilometers, ensuring efficient fuel transportation while reducing emissions. Beyond legacy, we are driving the future. HPCL is at the forefront of India's clean energy transition, investing in green hydrogen, biofuels to reduce carbon emissions. Our EV charging stations, LNG corridors, and compressed biogas facilities are accelerating sustainable energy adoption. HPCL also plays a vital role in powering critical sectors like aviation, railways, agriculture, and manufacturing. Our aviation fuel services have been supporting India's air travel industry for decades, enabling global connectivity. Innovation drives us forward. Our HP Green R&D Center leads advancements in refining, petrochemicals, and renewable energy, holding hundreds of national and international patents. Beyond business, we uplift communities through healthcare, education, and skill development. Our Skill Development Institute at Visakhapatnam is preparing a future-ready workforce, while our entrepreneurship programs foster innovation and job creation. With a strong legacy, innovative mindset, and commitment to sustainability, HPCL is redefining the future of energy. HPCL, delivering happiness.
In a time of significant transformation in the energy sector, Baker Hughes remains committed to its mission of driving sustainable energy development. We are shaping a future where innovation and sustainability work hand in hand to take energy forward. As a rapidly evolving market, India is key to Baker Hughes' growth, supported by its strong economy, skilled workforce, and commitment to energy security. Since 1995, Baker Hughes has been a dedicated partner to India, actively shaping the energy sector. With a team of over 2,900 professionals nationwide, we are partnering with our customers in country to provide leading technologies and solutions that drive productivity and improve outcomes for India's energy sector. Our presence encompasses advanced manufacturing, cutting-edge research, and innovative digital tech hubs. In 2019, we became one of the first companies in our sector to commit to net zero carbon. From offshore developments to onshore operations, we provide expertise and resources for energy security. Together with our customers, we are advancing towards a cleaner, more efficient energy future for India. Baker Hughes has developed an ecosystem of state-of-the-art facilities across India, supporting our local and global operations. Our technology centers in Mumbai and Pune are at the heart of Baker Hughes' digital strategy, harnessing next-gen technologies like edge computing, AI, and machine learning. Our Energy Technology Center in Bangalore is an innovation hub where cutting-edge research drives advanced engineering solutions in areas like additive manufacturing, materials engineering, and digital technology. In our Global Software Center in Kochi, we develop next-generation software focused on remote operations and real-time monitoring, supporting our local and global operations. Our Talegaon facility focuses on industrial solutions, energy technology, and distribution. It includes dedicated BN and Panametrics production lines and a full-stream Waygate, Panametrics, and NABL-certified Druk Services lab. At our Coimbatore valve manufacturing plant, innovation meets execution. This facility features our Engineering Center of Excellence and Special Application Engineering cell. Our digital hubs in Mumbai, Pune, and Bangalore are supporting the country's digital transformation and strengthening Baker Hughes' global digital infrastructure. Each of these facilities not only drives technological advancements, but also supports our mission to build a cleaner, more sustainable energy future. We are continuously working on identifying, qualifying, and developing local vendors to enhance India's energy ecosystem and support Baker Hughes' local and global operations, while prioritizing efficient supply chain practices. Our commitment to sustainability and corporate social responsibility will continue to guide us. We align our CSR initiatives with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, empowering communities through education, skill development, and clean energy projects. We are committed to uplifting communities and protecting our planet. We are keen to meet India's growing energy needs while securing a cleaner, more sustainable future for India. With over 30 years of commitment to India, we are dedicated to driving the country's sustainable energy development. We're not just envisioning a better tomorrow, we're making it a reality. Together, we take energy forward.
Energy powers progress. It drives industries, fuels transportation, and sustains everyday life. At HPCL, we are more than energy providers. We are architects of a sustainable future. With a legacy spanning 5 decades, we have evolved from pioneers in India's oil and gas sector to key drivers of the nation's energy revolution, ensuring energy security for a Viksit Bharat. Since 1974, HPCL has fueled India's industrialization. From a few cities to a billion dreams, our extensive retail and distribution network ensures energy access nationwide. Our refining capacity, anchored by Mumbai and Visakhapatnam, has expanded through strategic partnerships in Mangalore, Bathinda, and the upcoming Rajasthan refinery. We have also revolutionized Indian households, bringing LPG to nearly 100 million homes and providing smoke-free kitchens for a healthier lifestyle. Our pipeline network spans thousands of kilometers, ensuring efficient fuel transportation while reducing emissions. Beyond legacy, we are driving the future. HPCL is at the forefront of India's clean energy transition, investing in green hydrogen, biofuels to reduce carbon emissions. Our EV charging stations, LNG corridors, and compressed biogas facilities are accelerating sustainable energy adoption. HPCL also plays a vital role in powering critical sectors like aviation, railways, agriculture, and manufacturing. Our aviation fuel services have been supporting India's air travel industry for decades, enabling global connectivity. Innovation drives us forward. Our HP Green R&D Center leads advancements in refining, petrochemicals, and renewable energy, holding hundreds of national and international patents. Beyond business, we uplift communities through healthcare, education, and skill development. Our Skill Development Institute at Visakhapatnam is preparing a future-ready workforce, while our entrepreneurship programs foster innovation and job creation. With a strong legacy, innovative mindset, and commitment to sustainability, HPCL is redefining the future of energy. HPCL, delivering happiness.
लोग अक्सर कहते हैं कि ये है नया इंडिया, लेकिन ऐसी क्या खास बात है नए इंडिया में? शहर भले ही छोटे हों, ख्वाब बड़े ही बनता है नया इंडिया। अपने हाथों से अपनी कहानी खुद लिखने का दम रखता है नया इंडिया। नए इंडिया की सोच में सबको बराबर अधिकार है। मेहनत के बीच से सफलता की मुस्कान तक, हर सफर में एक नए मुकाम तक, नई ऊर्जा, नई उमंग से चलता है नया इंडिया। नई उम्मीदों के साथ तरक्की की राह पर आगे बढ़ रहा है। अपनी कोशिशों से आसमान की बुलंदियों को छू रहा है। इस नए इंडिया के कण कण में, इसकी हर धड़कन में बसता है नए इंडिया का नयारा।
Good afternoon, welcome back. We will resume the session shortly. But in the meantime, people at the back, if you do not find a seat for yourself, let me tell you that we have live streaming happening at the adjacent hall. I repeat, live streaming happening at the adjacent hall. Please head towards Hall B. Please head towards Hall B and find yourself a comfortable place. If this hall is overflowing, then we will have to request people to move to Hall B. We have live streaming happening at Hall B. Thank you so much. Please ensure you place your phones on silent mode if you haven't done that already. A gentle reminder to do so now. Thank you.
Nature is a miracle. Nurture it. Energy is joy. Spread it. Clean air is life. Protect it. Exploring the immense possibilities of natural gas. GAIL India Limited. Energizing possibilities for a self-reliant India.
Energy powers progress. It drives industries, fuels transportation, and sustains everyday life. At HPCL, we are more than energy providers. We are architects of a sustainable future. With a legacy spanning 5 decades, we have evolved from pioneers in India's oil and gas sector to key drivers of the nation's energy revolution, ensuring energy security for a Vikasit Bharat. Since 1974, HPCL has fueled India's industrialization. From a few cities to a billion dreams, our extensive retail and distribution network ensures energy access nationwide. Our refining capacity, anchored by Mumbai and Visakhapatnam, has expanded through strategic partnerships in Mangalore, Bathinda, and the upcoming Rajasthan refinery. We have also revolutionized Indian households, bringing LPG to nearly 100 million homes and providing smoke-free kitchens for a healthier lifestyle. Our pipeline network spans thousands of kilometers, ensuring efficient fuel transportation while reducing emissions. Beyond legacy, we are driving the future. HPCL is at the forefront of India's clean energy transition, investing in green hydrogen, biofuels to reduce carbon emissions. Our EV charging stations, LNG corridors, and compressed biogas facilities are accelerating sustainable energy adoption. HPCL also plays a vital role in powering critical sectors like aviation, railways, agriculture, and manufacturing. Our aviation fuel services have been supporting India's air travel industry for decades, enabling global connectivity. Innovation drives us forward. Our HP Green R&D Center leads advancements in refining, petrochemicals and renewable energy, holding hundreds of national and international patents. Beyond business, we uplift communities through healthcare, education and skill development. Our Skill Development Institute at Visakhapatnam is preparing a future-ready workforce, while our entrepreneurship programs foster innovation and job creation. With a strong legacy, innovative mindset and commitment to sustainability, HPCL is redefining the future of energy. HPCL, delivering happiness.
Nature is a miracle. Nurture it. Energy is joy. Spread it. Clean air is life. Protect it. Exploring the immense possibilities of natural gas. GAIL India Limited. Energizing possibilities for a self-reliant India.
लोग अक्सर कहते हैं कि ये है नया इंडिया, लेकिन ऐसी क्या खास बात है नए इंडिया में? शहर भले ही छोटे हों, ख्वाब बड़े ही बनता है नया इंडिया। अपने हाथों से अपनी कहानी खुद लिखने का दम रखता है नया इंडिया। नए इंडिया की सोच में सबको बराबर अधिकार है। मेहनत के बीच से सफलता की मुस्कान तक, हर सफर में एक नए मुकाम तक, नई ऊर्जा, नई उमंग से चलता है नया इंडिया। नई उम्मीदों के साथ तरक्की की राह पर आगे बढ़ रहा है। अपनी कोशिशों से आसमान की बुलंदियों को छू रहा है। इस नए इंडिया के कण कण में, इसकी हर धड़कन में बसता है नए इंडिया का नयारा।
Nature is a miracle. Nurture it. Energy is joy. Spread it. Clean air is life. Protect it. Exploring the immense possibilities of natural gas. GAIL India Limited. Energizing possibilities for a self-reliant India.
Energy powers progress. It drives industries, fuels transportation, and sustains everyday life. At HPCL, we are more than energy providers. We are architects of a sustainable future. With a legacy spanning 5 decades, we have evolved from pioneers in India's oil and gas sector to key drivers of the nation's energy revolution, ensuring energy security for a Vikasit Bharat. Since 1974, HPCL has fueled India's industrialization. From a few cities to a billion dreams, our extensive retail and distribution network ensures energy access nationwide. Our refining capacity, anchored by Mumbai and Visakhapatnam, has expanded through strategic partnerships in Mangalore, Bathinda, and the upcoming Rajasthan refinery. We have also revolutionized Indian households, bringing LPG to nearly 100 million homes and providing smoke-free kitchens for a healthier lifestyle. Our pipeline network spans thousands of kilometers, ensuring efficient fuel transportation while reducing emissions. Beyond legacy, we are
a very, very good afternoon.
HPCL is at the forefront of India's clean energy transition.
I'm going to try and get your attention. Maybe I'll come to the center. Can we reduce the volume, please?
Our EV charging
Can we cut the volume of the video so I get their maximum attention? Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, absolutely no energy I see, but let me remind you all, the event is called Energy Technology Meet 2025. So can we actually fill the hall with some energy? It's a full house already. The inaugural ceremony will start shortly, but in the meantime, my job is to ensure that everybody is feeling energetic. This is the ETM, the Energy Technology Meet. I request everyone to put your hands together. Come on, everybody, put your hands together. Everyone, people at the back. Now, we decided before we commence the inaugural ceremony, we'll give our delegates, our participants, an opportunity to win a little something. Let me start with the first question. How many of you are here in Hyderabad for the very first time? How many of you are visiting Hyderabad for the very first time? Okay, just a few hands going up in the air. Not, oh, a lot more now. Okay. Fantastic. Well, I hope you enjoy your time here in Hyderabad. So what we're going to do now is going to be like a quick rapid fire round, okay? So it's a very simple rapid fire round. It's got a mix of questions. It's got some fun questions. At the same time, we'll also ask you questions pertaining to oil and gas industry. Now, what is there for you? What's in store for you if you answer the questions? First thing is, we will definitely congratulate you with a round of applause. So whoever gives us the answer gets a big, thunderous round of applause coming from everybody here in the hall. That is assured. The second thing is, we will try and give you a goodie as well. So now, without any serious faces, I'd like to see you all smile and tell me that you're ready for this little task. Are you ready? Just about 5 people. People at the back seem to be ready, but rest of you, come on, I want some participation. Are you ready? Fantastic. So let's do like a warm-up quiz, okay? Now, Hyderabad is known for many things. Hyderabad is known for many things. It's got titles also. It's got multiple titles too. So name 3 titles Hyderabad has popularly received. Okay, 3 titles. Show of hands, I'll come to you, give you a chance to answer. And yes, sir. Proactively, there's one gentleman, sir. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Shiv Kumar from Reliance. Hyderabad, the city of pearls. Hyderabad, the city of lakes and monuments. Hyderabad, the city of Irani chai and Osmania biscuits. And Hyderabadi biryani.
Yes, I was just waiting for that biryani. Absolutely right. Mr. Shivkumar has given us 3+ titles. Can we hear a round of applause for Mr. Shivkumar, everybody, as promised? Thank you so much. We'll definitely come back with that goodie for you, sir. And it might just be a Hyderabadi biryani. All right. So moving on to another question. Here it is. Okay, I'm just going to keep it a little more easy as well. And of course, it's going to not only pertain to oil and gas industry, but it's going to be something common also. How many sports fans in the house? Show of hands if you're a sports fan. Okay, let me rephrase that question. How many cricket fans in the house? Thought as much. See, a lot more hands going up in the air. Cricket is the only sport that we know in India. So let me ask you a cricket-based question. Okay, this is a very easy one, but let's see who can give me the answer. The only rule is you're not allowed to blurt the answer out. Okay, you'll allow me to come to you, give you the mic, and then you will give me the answer. Only then we'll know whom the gift or the goodie goes to. So in 1983, India won the first Cricket World Cup. In 1983, India won the... No, I've not finished the question, sir. Please put your hand down. I like the excitement. Okay, in 1983, India won the first Cricket World Cup. Name the captain who, oh wow, look at that, I'm just going to randomly pick someone to answer the question. Who do I give this chance to? All right. Okay, that gentleman has a charming smile, so I'm going to go to him. Hi, please introduce yourself. I don't think the mic is on, sir.
Yeah, Shubha Brother Guru from Lamas Technology. So now the answer is Kapil Dev. I mean,
Absolutely right. Can we hear a round of applause for Shiva? Thank you so much. I'll give you that goodie. Looks like a lot of people knew the answer to this question, but I'm going to extend that question. Do you know the score, the winning score?
183.
Is that right? Absolutely right. Okay, fantastic. A big round of applause going out to our gentleman here. Thank you. So we've got 2 goodies given. I'm going to stand right here, so I give the opportunity to all these people as well. So here is the next question. Any football fans out here? Football? Okay. Where was the first ever FIFA World Cup held? Where was the first ever FIFA World Cup held? Okay, you can't use Google. Yeah, let me set the rules right. No Google. Okay. Okay, so we've got this doubtful gentleman. No problem, you can be wrong as well.
Uruguay?
Absolutely right answer. I did hear Brazil and Argentina from people at the back, but Uruguay is absolutely right. Can we hear a round of applause? Name, sir?
Yeah. My name is Deepankar Das. I'm coming from Assam Oil Division, Digboi Refinery.
All right. Thank you, Deepankar. Thank you so much. Big round of applause, everybody. Come on. Let's hear it for Deepankar. Okay, here is next question. Here is the next question. Please pay attention. Who is called the Flying Sikh of India? Hands in the, oh my God, look at that. Look at that response. I'm going to go up to people. Yes, sir. Yes, yes. Who is called the Flying Sikh of India, sir? Yes, go ahead.
Malka Singh.
Absolutely right, sir. What is your name?
Ganesh Joshi.
गणेश जी आपको गिफ्ट मिलेगा जब आप मुस्कुराएंगे. आप इतने सीरियस क्यों हो? लंच पोस्ट लंच सेशन है. जवाब भी सही दे दिया लेकिन बहुत सीरियस बैठे हैं. ऐसे प्लीज खड़े हो जाइए एक बार और हमारे लिए स्माइल कर दीजिए. स्माइल फॉर द कैमरा प्लीज. Let's wave. Thank you, Ganesh ji. Thank you so much. We've had 4 winners already. Let me find out if we have some questions pertaining to our industry. So let's see. Okay. What is India's total refining capacity? Show of hands if you know the answer. What is India's total refining capacity? Who knows the answer? Okay. Hi. Can we pass the mic to her, please? Okay. You'll have to be precise with the number. I've got the numbers already. What's your name? No decimal digits. I can't give you shortcuts. But tell me your name, please.
Yeah, this is Pooja Kumari.
Yes, Pooja. What is India's total refining capacity?
258.1.
That is absolutely right. 258.1 it is. That was precise. Can we hear a round of applause? Thank you, Pooja. Thank you. So we've got 2 Shiva, 1 Deepankar, 1 Ganesh, and 1 Pooja winning the goodies. So let's move on to the next question. Full form of CCTC recently launched. What is the full form of CCTC that's recently? Okay. Yes. Yes, sir.
Carbon Credit Trading Scheme.
Carbon?
Credit Trading Scheme.
Be very confident while you say this, because it's the right answer. Congratulations. A big round of applause. Why are we not happy for him? Come on, everybody, clap. What's your name, sir?
I am Subramanya Prabhu from MRPL.
Okay, Subramanya Prabhu, you're definitely getting a goodie from us. Congratulations and thank you so much. Here is the next question. India, what is India net zero target? Or when is it? Okay. India net zero target. Who should we go to? Who should we go to? Who should we go to? Yes, the lovely lady in the sari. Hi, what's your name?
My name is Rashmi from Engineers India Limited.
Hi, Rashmi. What's the answer?
Net zero by 2035.
2035 is not the right answer, Rashmi. Allowed to take the mic back. Okay, let me see. People at the back. Yes, ma'am. Hi. India net zero target.
2070.
2070 is absolutely right. Just another 35 years from the target that you set, Rashmi. That's all. Okay, thank you so much. What's your name? Shri Vidya. Can we hear a round of applause for Shri Vidya, everybody? You know, I'm loving a proactive audience, I must say. So let's keep this going. Let's quickly move on to our next question. Are we ready for the next question? Okay, I do not have any more at the moment pertaining to our industry, but I'm going to keep it as generic as possible. So here is the next question. Please pay attention. Do we also do some general questions and not sports questions only? Yes? Yes? No, you all have to clap for me to hear the yes. Okay, let's see. This is the next question. Please name the country that's called the land of the rising sun. Hands up in the air if you know the answer. The country that's called the land of the rising sun. Which country is called the land of the rising sun? You have to throw your hand up in the air for me to come to you in a... let's see. Yes, sir. What's your name?
Abhishek Khandelwal from IOCL.
Yes,
Japan.
Abhishek. First of all, 1 minute. Why are you so serious, Abhishek?
So I'm so serious.
It's because of the suit, I guess. Okay, the moment you wear a suit, I think you'll get that serious outlook. Okay, now tell me. No, now you look a little more calm.
Yeah, Japan.
Japan is absolutely right. Big round of applause, everybody. Thank you. Okay, so I've got one more question, and this is about our industry, or pertaining to our industry. Under National Green Hydrogen Mission, what is green hydrogen capacity by 2030? Under National Green Hydrogen Mission, what will be our green hydrogen capacity by 2030? Okay, this person is standing. You don't have a chair to sit, or you're very enthusiastic to answer. You'll be moving out, but you're staying here for the quiz. That's nice. Please give him the chance.
Hello, this is R. Bhattacharya from CPCL, and it's 5 million metric tons per annum.
Absolutely right. A big round of applause. No, we're not doing justice with the applause that we're giving to all. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Bhattacharya. And look at his commitment. He has to leave, but he's still here because the quiz is so interesting. So thank you, Mr. Bhattacharya. Thank you so much. All right. Moving on to our next question. Sorry. Okay. What is the full form of PKL? What is the full form of PKL? PKL. What is the full form of PKL? Mr. Bhattacharya, your time is up. PKL. I am not going to tell you what is the, what industry it belongs to, what genre, what topic. What is the full form of PKL? If you confidently know the answer, wave. And that is exactly what this gentleman is doing. Can you please pass the mic to this gentleman here? So please stand up, the gentleman in white. PKL, what is it?
Pro Kabaddi League.
Absolutely right answer. There was that googly. Pro Kabaddi League is the right answer. What's your name, sir? No, I'll tell you what. Yes, a lot of people were thinking, what is it? Petroleum KL kya hai? Petroleum KL kya hai? I could hear people say petroleum aage kya hai? Let's Google it. Well, it is Pro Kabaddi League. And this gentleman has cracked it. Sir, tell me your name.
BP Pant from Reliance.
Mr. Pant from Reliance. Can we hear a round of applause for Mr. Pant from Reliance? Okay, all right. Next question. First country which achieved net zero emission. Name the first country which achieved net zero emission. I want to be able to take... Yes, sir. Yes, that gentleman there. Please stand up, sir, so my person can come give you... You, sir, check shirt. Yes.
Anand. Bhutan.
Absolutely right answer. What's your name, sir?
Anand Bhatia.
Can we hear a round of applause for Anand Bhatia, everybody? My source is sending a few more questions pertaining to the industry, but now we probably will go slightly off oil and gas industry and probably ask you a couple of more questions. Okay, so here is the next question. Please get ready for the next question. Okay, let me open the one moment. Okay, I've got the next question already. What is India's total refining? This is already asked. Sorry, the source has to go back and work on a few more questions because we've already asked the question. Okay, now I am going to give you this task, okay? So I'm going to randomly pick 2 people from the audience. Randomly pick 2 people from the audience and give them a task. Now, how we are going to take this task forward is very interesting. Now, one person will represent this side of the audience. The other person will represent this side, which means the audience sitting towards that person can help the contestant as well. All right? So let me tell you what the task is. Actually, let me pick the contestants. Who's like a hardcore cricket fan here? Hardcore. Him? I'm sitting very close to him. How convenient is that? Please, sir. Please stand up and come here. Come here, sir. Are you sure or he's just pulling your leg? Okay. Please come here. What is your name?
Girish Rao.
Can we all make some noise for Girish Rao? Okay, now Mr. Girish Rao is going to be representing this side of the audience. So let's say this is Team A. Team A, can you all clap for Girish Rao, your contestant? Now, apart from clapping, let me tell you, you can also help him out with his task and question. Let's pick somebody from here. Who wants to go? Yes, sir. You seem very enthusiastic. Come. Oh, you're not a cricket fan, huh? Okay, anybody who claims to be like a super duper fanatic cricket fan, please come, sir. Please come fast, sir. Okay. All right. Fantastic. Please stand here and meet your opponent. Mr. Rao, please meet your name. Okay, this is Prakash. This is Girish. Prakash, you are going to be the contestant representing Team B. Team B, come on, put your hands together for Prakash. Okay, let me tell you what the task is. Everyone can help out. People here in the front also feel free to help out your respective contestants. Let me tell you, this task is called Raise the Stakes. So basically, I'm going to give you a topic and you will have to mention the number of items you can name pertaining to the topic within 30 seconds. Now, for example, if I say, let's say, usually people who wear red. Okay? Anybody or anywhere that you see the color red, how many things can you name where you see the color red? So you will say 15. He will say 20. So the idea is how many numbers you'll give me. And at one point in time, when you think the other person is just giving out the numbers and he'll not be able to take up the task of naming those number of things in 30 seconds, you or him, you can challenge him and then we'll take up the challenge. Clear, sir? Now let's start. Okay, now that we are in Hyderabad and South India, breakfast in South India is extremely popular. So let me start with Mr. Girish Rao. How many South Indian breakfast items can you name in 30 seconds? Just give me a number. 10. Into the mic. 10. Which means you will all help him with that, okay? 100 somebody said. So 30 seconds only. Okay, now Prakash, how many can you name? You'll have to raise the stakes. You'll have to go higher. Can you name 15? Ask your team.
Contest is for cricket, right?
No. That is why you came. So you don't eat breakfast?
This is out of the syllabus.
So you don't eat breakfast, Prakash? Where are you from?
I am from Tamil Nadu.
Then you should know. You should know more than this. Where are you from, Girish? Bangalore versus... Okay. This is like a cricket. RCB versus CSK is happening right here. Come on, put your hands together, everybody. Now, this was not planned. Trust you me. This was not planned. Okay. All right. Well, looks like... we ready? Okay, RCB won already. No, we can't get into that topic. But Prakash and Girish have been told that Minister will be here any moment now. I'll have to take your mics back now, but we'll come back to you. Can we hear a round of applause for Girish Rao and Prakash, ladies and gentlemen? A big one at that. And if you've enjoyed this little session, let's hear you all put your hands together. Everybody. Kindly place your phones on silent mode if you haven't done that already. Request you to do so right away. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, humbly requesting you all to kindly settle down. The Minister or Honorable Minister will be joining us any moment now, and we will commence the inaugural ceremony shortly. For those of you who've just joined us, this is the 28th edition of Energy Technology Meet. Thank you so much for joining us. We will commence shortly, ladies and gentlemen, requesting you all to kindly remain seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. We regret the delay, but we've been informed Honorable Minister will be joining us any moment now. Please be ready to put your hands together and give him a warm welcome as he enters. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the moment is here. Honorable Minister will be joining us in a moment now. On that note, a very, very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to each one of you to the 28th edition of Energy Technology Meet, being held here in the vibrant city of Hyderabad, a city that blends tradition, technology, transformation, and progress. May I please request for a round of applause? And just a gentle reminder, if you haven't already placed your phones in silent mode, I request you to do so right away. And also kindly refrain from moving in and out of the hall during the course of the session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we extend a warm welcome to our Honorable Minister. Keep the applause coming as we extend a warm welcome to Shri Hardeep Singh Puri, Honorable Minister of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India, whose visionary leadership continues to guide India's energy transition and strengthen our global engagement in hydrocarbon and clean energy. Welcome, sir. We also extend a warm welcome to Shri Pankaj Jain ji, Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, senior officials from the ministry, distinguished CEOs of public sector and private sector, oil and gas companies, experts from research institutions, academia, and our partners from the energy industry. We're truly honored to have Honorable Minister here with us on this very, very special occasion. This is the Energy Technology Meet 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, can we hear a round of applause, a big one at that, please? Thank you. It is truly a privilege to host this landmark event that brings together the finest minds, leaders, technologists, and policymakers from across the country and global energy sector. The Energy Technology Meet, as many of you know, is an annual flagship platform that has been fostering dialogue, innovation, and collaboration across the energy value chain. Each year, this event is organized by a Center for High Technology under the aegis of Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas in association with one of India's leading oil and gas companies. This year's theme, Energizing Viksit Bharat through Sustainable Refining, captures the essence of India's vision to build a developed, self-reliant and sustainable nation powered by clean and efficient energy. And this year, the event is jointly organized by CHT and Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited, a company that has consistently led India's refining and marketing innovations with its deep commitment to sustainability and technology excellence. During the course of this event, we will showcase how India's refining sector is transforming, embracing cleaner fuels, digitalization, circular economy models, and low-carbon technologies. We will hear from industry leaders on how our refineries are not just producing fuels, but are evolving into integrated energy and petrochemical hubs, driving the nation's progress toward a sustainable and secure energy future. In addition to all this, two high-powered panel discussions featuring policymakers, technologists, and industry visionaries. We'll also have 75 oral papers from experts on a variety of subjects organized in 13 technical sessions. The event will also feature a digital poster gallery presenting 80 digital poster presentations spread across 4 interactive sessions. One of the major highlights of Energy Technology Meet 2025 is a technology exhibition which features stalls from leading technology licensors, equipment manufacturers, and catalyst companies showcasing their latest products, solutions, and process innovations. This year, a special area has also been earmarked for startups, providing them an opportunity to demonstrate innovative ideas, digital tools, and novel technologies relevant to their refining and energy sector. Ladies and gentlemen, please gear up as we give a big round of applause for all our delegates who actively participated, who are ready to network and share their insights that can help India lead the global energy transformation story. To begin with, let's watch a short film on the theme Energizing Viksit Bharat through Sustainable Refining. This film captures India's journey toward cleaner, more efficient and sustainable energy systems. I now request for the AV, please.
Energy Technology Meet, a landmark gathering of visionaries, innovators and leaders shaping the future of energy. Happening in the vibrant city of Hyderabad, this year's Energy Technology Meet unites cutting-edge technologies, sustainable solutions and strategic insights that power India's energy transformation. India, a nation of 1.4 billion aspirations, stands at the cusp of historic transformation. Guided by the vision of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, the roadmap to Viksit Bharat 2047 envisions a confident, resilient and technologically advanced India.
आने वाले 25 साल में 140 करोड़ लोग विकसित भारत बना भी सकते हैं.
Oil and natural gas together fuel nearly 1/3 of India's primary energy needs, and our world-class refineries stand ready to propel the nation towards the dream of Viksit Bharat. Building on this vision, the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, under the leadership of Honorable Minister Shri Hardeep Singh Puri, has ushered in a new decade of transformation. Progressive policies and industry innovations have made India the world's 4th largest refining hub. Ethanol blending has soared from 1.5% to 20%, driving cleaner fuels and rural prosperity, powered by the Make in India spirit. India's refining capacity has grown from 215 to 258 MMTPA over the last decade. With the upcoming grassroots and planned refinery expansions, India is set to reach 310 MMTPA by 2030. ensuring refineries cater to energy demand of the world. Indian refineries are advancing towards global excellence, as demonstrated by strong performance in key Solomon benchmarking parameters. Indian refineries have set forward comprehensive plans to achieve quartile 1 through improvements in efficiency, reliability and energy performance. Indigenous technologies are redefining operational excellence and strengthening India's technological self-reliance. Refineries are also integrating petrochemicals to boost domestic manufacturing, reduce imports and enhance the petrochemical intensity index from 9.9 to 13.5 by 2030. India's refineries are moving decisively toward net zero through energy-efficient technologies, renewable integration and cleaner production. Indian refineries are targeting a 13% reduction in carbon emissions by 2030 through the adoption of Carbon Credit Trading Scheme, CCTS. Biomass and bio-waste are being harnessed for green fuels like CBG and ethanol. Renewable power, rooftop, floating and grid-linked already contributes 30% of refinery energy use, with a target of 43% by 2030. Green hydrogen adoption under the Site 2B initiative marks a turning point toward low-carbon energy systems. The price of green hydrogen is steadily decreasing as the demand is growing. With sustainable aviation fuel targets of 1% by 2027 and 5% by 2030, India is even greening its skies. This transformation is reinforced by Industry 4.0 predictive analytics, AI, ML, real-time optimization and AR/VR-based training, preparing the workforce for the next frontier. Together, these innovations reinforce energy security and position India as a global hub for refining and petrochemicals. As the world's third largest energy consumer, India's rising demand tells not just a story of consumption, but of innovation and purpose. As India charts its course to Viksit Bharat 2047, the Energy Technology Meet 2025 becomes the crucible of ideas, a future that transforms ambition into action. For people, for progress, for the planet.
What an inspiring film. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, we have an engaging fireside chat with our Honorable Minister. Now, this conversation will focus on India's energy strategy, the evolving refining landscape, and pathways toward sustainable growth. To moderate the session, may I please invite Mr. Kaushika Madhavan, Chairman, Kearney India, to the dais. Welcome, sir. May I now request Executive Director, CHT, to kindly escort the Honorable Minister to the dais. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Madhavan, over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Delegates of the stage, Honorable Minister. At the outset, sir, thank you so much for taking time out. Sorry. Is it audible? Yeah, okay. So thank you so much for taking time out. I know you have a very busy schedule. We really are feeling privileged to have you join us to share your vision. Before I ask the ministers a question, a bit of a context. Indian energy industry is in a very interesting sweet spot. Globally, depending on the kind of projections you see, the market is expected to be slow growing, at best low single digit growth kind of projection for the next 30, 40 years. But contrasting that, India is seen to contribute up to 33% of the future growth of energy demands in the world, 3x, 4x growth rate. And we also see a context where, because of the slow growth globally, potentially refineries might start shutting down, and we are starting to see some of those happening in European countries already. This presents a fantastic opportunity for India. India has a global scale, globally capable, best-in-class refinery infrastructure, and hence this high growth of local demand presents us an opportunity to really, and you've made a quote somewhere saying it's not just participating in, but India can shape the energy future of the world. So it'll be great to hear your vision. How are we going to shape, riding on the opportunity that we have as one of the largest consumers of energy in the future?
Well, thank you very much. Let me start by saying that I feel greatly privileged to be invited to an event like this. And I think the starting point of my response to your question, which actually covers the entire and very broad canvas. The starting point is that I myself continue to be amazed on a daily basis by the nature of the transformation which is taking place. Let me just cite one or two figures for your consideration. I was associated with this portfolio, I think 4.5 years ago or so. When I was told in 2021, when I was associated with Petroleum and Natural Gas Ministry, that the International Energy Agency in Paris has estimated that over the next 2 decades, 25% of the increase in global demand will come from India. I used to ask some of my colleagues whether there was a bit of padding or wishful thinking in these statistics. So I was rudely reminded that these are not our figures, these are the figures of the IEA in Paris, whose chief executive I came to know quite well. When I prepare for this session with you, I'm told that the figure is been revised upwards from 25% to 30%. And I checked those figures also, I think that's also correct. So how in a short period of time, the situation is changing. Since we're talking about the changing situation, let me also share one or two other random thoughts with you. You know, I had, during my career in the Foreign Service, served in Brazil. When I went to Brazil in 2006, January to be precise, the government of India at that point of time had set for itself a target of 5% blending in biofuels in 10 of our states and union territories, not even in the whole country, in 10 of them. When I joined the ministry in 2021, we had a target of 10% blending to be achieved by 2022 end. November was the target, November 22. I think that's because of the ethanol blending year, that November one. And we achieved the target 5 months in advance. But we not only achieved the target 5 months in advance, we did something, in an act of bravado, we said that we are going to bring the 20% blending date forward from 2030, which is what it was set for 2030, and we did 6 years in advance. Now, a submission I make to you in the context of refining is that if your policy framework is properly thought through, if your support system has everything in place, then you find as you go from start to modest build to better build and onwards, in fact, the target and objective also can become more ambitious. And I think that is the case in our refining sector. This is my take on it. But you touched on another aspect about the global situation on refining. I have some notes. I said what's happening globally. And I'm told that as per reports, over 101 of the world's 420 refineries, representing nearly 18.4 million barrels per day, about 20% of global capacity, are at risk of closure within the next 7 to 10 years. That's a lot. If 20% refining capacity goes down, if I were a doomsday prediction mold minister, I would say, my God, this means that refining was no. But the fact of the matter is, whilst 21% of global capacity is being reduced, by the way, that's not the only one. Some of those teapot refineries will also go. So the figure is much higher. But the good news is that you've got India. You've got today, what, 258 or so million metric tons per annum. You have a target of, by 2030, of 310. But the fact of the matter is you've got plans either already afoot or on the drawing board to take it beyond that. I think it was at one of the India Energy Week meetings that the Prime Minister mentioned a figure. I nearly fell off my chair because I had in private conversations talking to my colleagues, the CMDs, and I see them here. I used to say कि यार ये 310-20 तो हो गया, ये तो that we got plans in place for that in a few years time. But इसको आगे कितना ले जाओगे? And we used to say कि we'll have to do a study. We did a brainstorming on it. We said what will be the global situation, how much? So we said 400. But he took it to 450, the figure. Now, it may be that the Prime Minister's style of functioning, he is testing or he's giving us a teaser. One day he asked me in a small meeting, ये refining capacity आप बढ़ा क्या रहे हैं इसमें क्या करेंगे? मैंने कहा जी petrochemical बनाएंगे. Because I had done my homework. And believe me, I was asking Pankaj just now, the figure on the index, what's it called? Petchem index जो था, आपने एक figure बताया था यहाँ पे. It has gone up from 7.7% to 13%. I saw it on the screen. It's not in my notes. So, fact of the matter, as my understanding in a simplified way, is that our utilization of petchem is 1/3 the global average. But for an economy which is growing very well, last quarter 7.8%, previous quarter 7.4%, and there's a gentleman sitting here, I saw his results for this quarter, and he always used to come up with a slightly grumpy look on his face. They've just gone up from 4,000 crores to 7,160 crores in just one quarter. Now, don't be modest about it. The fact of the matter is your figures last quarter were also not that bad. It's just that you were carrying a lot of inventory, which was, look, my view is that this sector, and I'm sorry, I'm fast forwarding, this sector is providing today, Pankaj, what, 19% of the country's revenue? Okay? It's providing 19% of the country's revenue. The economic entities, whether they're in the private sector or public sector, are doing phenomenally well by not just Indian standards, I think global standards. Their capex is, I mean, I was seeing the figures from, if you look from 1st April to August figure, you'd already spent, I think, what, 35% or something, which is from my way of looking at it good, because all my years in government, first as a civil servant, then, because there's a push which comes in the second half. पहले 3-4 महीने में इन्होंने 35% कर लिया, it's a good sign. But more important, I think, what is this, that we are today looking at the refining sector as very promising. And the refining sector, let me just say that you are today at fourth position. We are already exporting refined products to 50+ countries, valued at over $45 billion. This is the fiscal year 24-25. And we are the top 7 exporters globally among them, with the ambition to enter the top 3. But I want to also share with you a general comment, which is one, the refineries themselves are part of the global markets today. If you're exporting 50 countries, you're importing crude from 40 countries. And they are increasingly integrated with petrochemicals, enhancing efficiency and export competitiveness. So your consumption is going up, definitely. When I joined, our consumption was 5 million barrels a day. Today, it's, I think, 5.6 million barrels a day. I think in the coming couple of quarters, little later, it'll be 6 million barrels a day. If you're looking at 2030, 2050, it's even beyond that. So consumption is going up. I'm coming to E&P, which is an area of concern for me. I'd like to see more. Your technology, your innovation, that is going up. The technology and the production, in terms of, if you call it indigenization, I think it's about 80% indigenized, which is again saying a lot. But look at the overall journey that we've reached, because you're talking about technology here, the innovation. You know, I was a young trade negotiator in the year 1981. September 1981, I went on my first assignment on the trade side. I was 7 years in the service to what was called the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade. And we had a dispute with the United States on that they were alleging that we were subsidizing the production and export of what are called sanitary castings and industrial fasteners. Now, these are very basic products made from, steel, iron, steel, so very basic. And they were saying that we had a scheme called the Cash Compensatory Support, or CCS, that we were giving this, and we fought them, we contested them. And they, according to the allegation then, these basic products, sanitary castings and industrial fasteners, were causing injury to the American market. This was, why? Because the Tokyo Round agreement on subsidies had been signed, and we had not signed on to it for reasons, because there was a vice. We challenged them in the GATT and we won. And we had a bilateral agreement with them which said that the Cash Compensatory Support CCS scheme is designed to compensate and restitute the indirect taxes that a product bears. And we got away with, we never heard of it again. But I was just thinking back, today what is happening? I hear that our electronics exports are going to overtake our petroleum and refined products exports to become the second largest export item in India. My God, you see the journey? In both of them, very high quotient of technology and innovation. I'm going to have a session after this with some of our startups and young people. I feel good at one level that you are really ramping up. And believe me, it will go to 400 million metric tons per annum, because what is happening is that if you look at the world, right, there were two great engines pulling it. One was China and one was India. I think China is reaching a point where there is saturation is the point my moderator has used. I can agree with it. Because why? They're going into the big manner into the EV route, but it's coming from thermal. And China has been buying a lot, it's processing a lot, etc. And some of the smaller teapot refineries on nothing else but the test of viability. So I think what's happening is that when we look at this, and that's where this technology becomes very important, you're not looking only at India. Today, this is part of a global flow because you're importing crude from 40 countries. I would like our own E&P to grow up, and I'm very encouraged by what OIL is doing and ONGC is doing in the offshore deep water thing. What also the rejuvenation of Mumbai High, etc. I'm very happy with that. But if you look all around, this is the place which is happening both in terms of energy overall and energy technology in particular. And I think the refineries which you are discussing now are at the center of it. And I would like to see in the coming months and years an upgradation which is more. Your slides in that picture, you showed had green hydrogen. That's again a very interesting story. Because today, I think the tenders which were floated by IOCL and subsequently, I think by HPCL, they have succeeded in bringing the price per kilo of green hydrogen below what was it was earlier, the lowest was $5.5. They brought it down to 4. In fact, if you take the GST part of it out, even below that. So I think the overall Indian energy scene looks very promising. And I think events like this, which bring together, experts and people who have the domain knowledge across a number of fields into this discussion, will at the end of the day enrich it, and I think we'll all benefit from it.
Great. I mean, very inspirational start, sir. We are third largest. We are fourth largest with a pathway to being the third largest energy ecosystem. Already a export hub, and you gave the statistics. I just want to pick one dimension from what you said. We're already import substitution is at the extent of 80%. But if you look at some of the critical chemicals, catalysts, and some balance of plant and equipment, we're still a little dependent on external technology. What's your vision to push this to, let's say, 100% indigenous move?
I look at Atmanirbharta and 100% indigenization in a slightly different way. Our recent experience has taught us that when global supply chains get challenged, you can have a problem. So I think we should be positive about this. We should try and do whatever we can. We should not hesitate to import wherever we can. Because the idea is not just that I must do everything 100%, because you're producing for the world. And as in manufacturing overall, if you're doing bulk of it in terms of domestic content, okay, if some things come from outside, go ahead and get them. It should not be that I must do it, because there is a cost element involved. If I can get something critical element cheaper, I think a big debate which is going to take place in the energy sector is on critical minerals. Again, I'm not the minister, line minister for that, but I think the kind of thinking that's going on in the government just now, in order to access critical minerals not only inside the country. Earlier it was under the Atomic Energy Act, and because of that, the private sector couldn't get to it. Now, not only here, but if you're also looking at what's happening elsewhere in the world, I think a little more push on that, and I know the Honorable Prime Minister is very clear. There are resources. I know some countries started 10, 15, 20 years before us and they are sitting pretty. But I think with our customary catch-up potential, I think we will also resolve that. And I'm sure in the times to come, if you are already, you see, somebody has to sell to somebody also to produce. So, I mean, today, I shouldn't say this because I can be misquoted, but the fact is there is enough supply in the global market of crude. So even if one supply goes down, you've got alternatives elsewhere. And if the equation is that the overall supply and the increasing potential of supply is more than what the increase in demand is, then you're also comfortable. But it also takes you to some crucial questions. That trade is not governed by any established set of rules, like the General Agreement of Tariffs and Trade. The World Trade Organization was set up by as part of an intergovernmental agreement. There are the Article 1 deals with most favored nation, that if I give you a benefit, you have to give that, I have to give that to everyone else. Article 3 deals with national treatment. This is a very different dynamic. But I can tell you one thing. I'm finding even in the 4.5 years, the sense of vulnerability I had. I mean, my boss's mind is not wired to take pressure. As a result, I don't take pressure either. But as we go on, our ability to navigate through these global challenges is increasing. So my vision is that on the energy front, India's growth from a 4 trillion to a 6, 7, $10 trillion, energy will play a crucial part. That energy framework enhancement will not only supply to India, but I think in the years to come for countries around India and globally. You know how much of processed products we are selling to the rest of the world? I mean, you have the figure, you are a professional in that. I only get to know because I have sessions like this to attend.
No, it's a very large number. So I know you.
No, these are very large numbers. As I said, if you are importing, and we've been widening it. Earlier, our imports were from 27 countries. We are from 40 countries now. I think Argentina said we got a cargo. Our exports also, whenever I go elsewhere, the kind of demand that request that you get, I mean, and we're going to go more and more. I'm hoping that with the establishment of the Global Biofuels Alliance, I think biofuels will also get traded. And there are a lot of countries which will have demand for that. You mentioned SAF on that play. Look, sustainable aviation fuel or SAF will take off. And it will take off whether it is on account of mandating mixing requirements which the European Union sets. On my own, I set up a 1-3-5%, 1% by 27 and 3%, 5%. And there's no reason why you will not succeed, because you have the biomass, you have the scale, you have the refineries. So I think on all fronts, it's looking good, and with technology, and that's, I think, the crucial part of it. Because sometimes you can have all the raw materials, if you don't have the technology and the innovative drive, you can't pull it off.
Very well said. I picked up a couple of themes. Be practical about indigenization. We are trading with multiple countries, so there is a little bit of a give and take that needs to be kept in mind, and comparative advantage as well. And the opportunity and the future outlook is pretty bright, including in all the new technology, and a massive focus on innovation and cultivating innovation. Just one, dimension as India becomes the, one of the global hubs in refining. A model which has worked very well elsewhere is integrated petrochemical complexes, and I know there's a thought process which India has already embraced. A little bit of light from you on how are we approaching these integrated complexes?
No, I think the conversation I cited with my boss, Varada's query, what will you do? I think all the newer complexes, I think some of you have to correct me, like for instance, the Andhra thing, it's an integrated complex, a very heavy focus on petchem, it's also there, even when we are doing refining, except. So I think the expansion in refining capacity is taking place firmly anchored with a view to what will be required and how it is to be played up. I mean, I read somewhere in my notes that our refiners have, let me see if I can find it, how many different kinds of crude that they are able to, 200 different kinds of crude, 200 different kinds of crude are being able to polish. What is it that they're doing there? What is their capacity in terms of, what is the refining catalyst market? Currently, $1.4 billion, okay? Out of which 70-75% is still imported. Okay, then if you look at other things, what are the government schemes which are looking at this? Your PLI scheme is doing in National Center for Catalyst Research, expanded R&D incentives for materials and process technology. I mean, it's a huge canvas. That's what I called it, a canvas. I think in the times to come, don't take credit for it now because this has been in the making for a long time. I mean, I am so humbled when I go to Assam, the first refinery was what, 1901?
Yeah,
Dig Boy. And where did Dig Boy come from? Dig Boy, Dig. And that became the Dig Boy. Yeah. I hope we get a refinery called Drill Baby Drill also, but I don't know whether we can. But seriously, I think after 2014, because when I said things were happening earlier, biofuels didn't take off till 2014 because no matter what you wanted to do, the fact is you didn't have the ecosystem in place. Yeah. After 2014, on biofuels, you put the thing in place. On green hydrogen, clearly, when the Prime Minister announced from the ramparts of the Red Fort that we are going to do green hydrogen in mission mode, it took off. Yeah. Okay? On refining capacity, there were some very big decisions. Yeah. I mean, Barmer is a case in point. All right, there have been delays, but we'll get it done very soon now. HPCL, then this Andhra refinery. So you're looking at, Andhra, about 98,000 crores. I don't know the figures, and I was told one of our other oil companies is getting 10% there. No, people are joining in. They're joining into the thing. So when things are doing well, when the system is well established and there is clear input-output quantification to a simplified mind like me, the sector will do well. So I think in the year 2035, as 101 refineries close down, big ones, as teapot refineries also close, we will go definitely from the fourth to the third. You may end up with the second largest refining sector. And the economy, you have a young demography. I mean, your average age, 29. And if you look at what is happening in terms of things, when their per capita income, energy consumption is to go up. Yeah. And so maybe your basket of energies will change. Certainly in transport fuels they will change. They will do in other things also. I mean, I only deal with one aspect. My colleague who's a railway minister wants to run railways through green hydrogen. Now we are going into, ships. You're talking about green steel, etc. So it's a fascinating exercise. But I think when you have meets like this and you have people coming from all over the world to not only share but display, because there's something beautiful about knowledge and technology. Yep. It also needs an audience. That's why when you go to the India Energy Week, and I hope everyone here will come to the next one in Goa, because if you are able to demonstrate your technology, you are also able to market it better. And it's no point marketing it on a general social media, because there half the guys don't know the spelling, and so they will come after you for something or the other. But if you are talking to a established group of professionals, young people, that's why I was very keen that the India Energy Week, our universities should participate, our startups should participate, and make it a little longer. Let it be a, an incubation, knowledge incubation exercise on a larger scale.
Very good. So you already touched on this point. I'm going to ask you to amplify a little bit. You talked about the transition of the fuel mix. We're going to move a little larger share of naphtha, talking about oil to fuel to oil to petrochemicals kind of a transition. How are we as a country enabling this? And India is going to be in an interesting spot where it's going to be fuel and petrochemicals, right? It's not like one
has
or
to be
other.
both. Has to be both. Because this is a sector which is heavily capital intensive. So again, I'll go by the past experience. I mean, who was this bright young economist working in Shell, I think, in the year of the Lord 1976? Was it 76? He predicted that oil will peak by 2000. And a lot of people, I hope brilliant consulting firms like yours didn't make that prediction or support it. A lot of people lost a lot of money. I happened to land up in New York in 2009, May. That was a time when the Millennium Development Goals were coming to the end. And the architecture of these Sustainable Development Goals was being discussed. And the Sustainable Development Goals are 2030. It's called Agenda 2030. That's the name for it. What will the world look like? Luckily for us, before the SDGs came, Mr. Modi came along in 2014, and he already set the stage for our sustainability, which is found in our Swachh Bharat mission, in our urban transport, our metro system is growing by leaps and bounds, in our smart cities mission and technology, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, all that. But one of the things I was happily surprised to find that I was not the only one saying it, that the MDGs succeeded because a large developing country, now $20 trillion economy called China, succeeded with a little help from Nigeria, South Africa, India. But everyone in New York said SDGs or Sustainable Development Goals will succeed because India will succeed. And that is what you are seeing here now. These were decisions put in much earlier. Refining capacity is not something that I can create out of a budgetary provision this year and hope in 5 years' time we'll refine. No, you have it, you are growing it, and therefore, why am I giving you this long-winded thing? That when it comes to fuel and petchem, the fact of the matter is, all the guys who talked about sustainability thought that, but it's a switch off, now we will go into green. You have to make the transition from where you are today to
where you want
where you want to be. And that transition will require both sustainable fuels, that's why green hydrogen. We set a target of what? Increasing our the role of natural gas in our matrix from 6 to 15%. We haven't done very well on that. I mean, so we will do well, but you know, there's still a long way to go. Natural gas, I think, is a link fuel and therefore this thing. But going forward, petchem definitely you need. I mean, I have the figure somewhere on the kind of petchem. Something like $1 trillion figure is what I've got here. You have to go there, but you have to do fuel also the traditional way. I would like to see our industrial sector, our refineries, and I keep making this message to those of my friends who have refineries. IOCL has 11. I would like to see more and more using green hydrogen, and I think they've done a good start. I think the targets which we've got will all have to be revised in about 5 years' time. It's too early to set. There's no one. I remember in 2014, somebody must have said, one of my predecessor would have said, okay, we will go up to so much million metric tons per annum refineries. And some guy in the press wrote a nasty article saying, hey, wait, kya bol rahe abhi to yahan nahi pahuncha. Arey bhai, this is something where if you make these strides, all right, we are going to be at 310 or 320 by 2030 or thereabouts. After that, you're not talking about, when you talk about energy, you don't talk about the next 5 years. You talk about 10, 15. And so if you're 10, 12 years away from a particular, when your per capita income is going to, according to your estimates or one of the other firms' estimates I read, then going on to 2047. So in that, the journey, you will have both playing a massive role with an, I was a little taken aback, the BP has something called an annual outlook. And when they did that presentation in Delhi, I would have thought that by 2050, traditional fuels should be down, but they were not that much down. They were down, yes, but I would have expected traditional fuels to, almost disappear from the chart so that you can come like a statistician, you could say, oh, it's de minimis now, you can't see it on, no, but it's still there. So I don't think anybody like me who's a visitor to the sector, I mean, I was not educated as a, most of these gentlemen or ladies sitting here are all, yeah, aap chemical engineer hai na sare, mostly. They are experts, they will know. But looking at it as a interested spectator, now participating in it, I think your question is fascinating, but someday some of us should sit down and say, how much of one will there be and how much of the other? Government policy is clear. We are perhaps the only member of the G20 which has met its Paris commitments, number one. We have not allowed our sustainability targets to be diluted. And today, even as we are increasing our E&P, increasing our refining capacity, we're also going on that path. So I think government policy is clear. I think we have to execute it with the same vigor till 2047 and beyond. Which means you have to elect the BJP government. No, I'm not that. I mean, I'm now, when I have a mic in front of me, I say that, but I also mean it also.
On that really positive and happy note, thanks for a very inspiring session. I picked up this leapfrogging as a very interesting theme. We've always met and exceeded targets and done them in a sustainable manner. What you talked about, exceeding our Paris commitment. So energizing to have you, sir. We've just come to the end of our session. Very nice.
No, I want to thank you very much. Listen, when you talk about leapfrogging, I do what is called, I always try and look at the other side of it. So it's all very well, these guys come and say, so 20% biofuel blending होगी. मैंने कहा ठीक है, गाली पड़ने वाली है. अभी बात करोगे, अगर 22 की बालोगे तो कोई गाली देगा, कोई किसी और statement वो भी गाली पड़े. It doesn't matter. I also ask myself, where are the areas where we are not meeting targets? Because it can't be that you're meeting all the targets. No, I think in some areas, the setting of the objective and target was a bit unrealistic. Like, I'm very keen on biogas, and we're doing a lot on biogas. We have about 100 biogas plants operational. We have another 73 or so in the pipeline. I'm talking to the Chief Minister of State. They're all coming at it. But the fact of the matter is, if you set yourself an unrealistic target, then, pay the price. So I think So far, what convinces me is that on the energy front, by and large, our target setting has been ambitious, but not overly ambitious. And where you have ambitious targets and you want to go, you have to take the system along. I mean, everyone must feel safe that if you are going from, say, 20% blending to 22% or thereabout, we must carry the ecosystem. And we also have a narrative setting contribution to make. But thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and I request a round of applause to a very inspiring session from the Minister. Thank you all for being a great audience.
Mr. Madhavan, thank you so much for the fantastic session. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, if you will. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So kindly remain with us on stage while I invite Shri Pankaj Jain, Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, to join us on stage. Honorable Minister, sir, may I please request you to kindly remain with us on stage. Thank you, sir. We now request the Honorable Minister to release the ETM 2025 Compendium. Put your hands together. Thank you, sir, for unveiling the compendium, a valuable compilation of knowledge and innovations being presented during this year's meet. With that, we move on to the presentation of Refinery Performance and Innovation Awards by the Honorable Minister. The Energy Technology Meet, ladies and gentlemen, has always been a platform to recognize outstanding operational performances, innovation, and technological advancement in our industry. Today, we take great pride in recognizing the best among us as we present prestigious Refinery Performance Awards and Innovation Awards for the year 2024-25. These awardees have been carefully chosen by an esteemed jury constituted by the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's begin the celebration of excellence with the Refinery Performance Awards based on their current year performance as well as improvements over the past performance. The first category for this evening, Best Performing Refinery Award. A Best Performing Refinery Award recognizing outstanding operational performance, efficiency and excellence in overall operations. The Best Refinery Award goes to BPCL Mumbai Refinery. Congratulations. May I request Chairman Managing Director, BPCL and Executive Director, Mumbai Refinery to kindly come onto the stage and receive the award from the Honorable Minister. Keep the applause coming, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, gentlemen. Congratulations. The Best Refinery Award being presented to BPCL Mumbai Refinery. Thank you, gentlemen. I request CMD BPCL to kindly remain with us on stage for the next award. Reliable Refinery Award. This next award is for Reliable Refinery, which honors and celebrates excellence in consistent performance, reliability, and sustainable operations. The most reliable refinery award goes to BPCL Bina Refinery. Congratulations. I request CMD BPCL to come forward, and I also invite Executive Director Bina Refinery to come onto the stage and receive the award from the Honorable Minister. While we keep applauding, ladies and gentlemen, please keep the applause coming. Congratulations, the most reliable refinery award going out to BPCL Bina Refinery. Congratulations, gentlemen. Moving on to the next category, Eco Refinery Award. Now, the Eco Refinery Award recognizes leadership in responsible resource management, emission reduction, and environmental excellence. The award goes to Naira Energy Limited, Varnar Refinery. Congratulations. May I request Chairman Naira Energy Limited to kindly come forward and receive the award from the Honorable Minister while we keep applauding, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Naira Energy Limited, Varnar Refinery. Here is the team, and all they are waiting is for an applause from the audience, recognizing their outstanding contribution and on receiving the Eco Refinery Award for the year 2024-25. Thank you and congratulations. The selection committee has also recommended certificate of appreciation for crude capacity less than 3 MMTPA to Digboy Refinery. May I request Chairman, Indian Oil Corporation, Director Refinery, Indian Oil, and Executive Director, Digboy Refinery to come onto the stage and receive the award from the Honorable Minister. Congratulations. Hearty congratulations on special recognition, certificate of appreciation. I request Chairman IOCL and Director Refinery IOCL to kindly remain on stage. Gentlemen, kindly remain on stage for the next award. Please join me in congratulating all the refinery performance awardees with a round of applause, everybody, because we move on to our Innovation Awards category. As we move on to this category, another dimension of excellence, innovation, the true driver of growth and transformation in our industry, celebrating the on-ground implementation of innovative solutions that enhance productivity, safety, and sustainability in refinery operations. The first category is Best Indigenous Technology Development Award. And the first award in this Best Indigenous Technology Development, which honors path-breaking innovation in refining and process technology, paving the way for a smarter and a more efficient future. The award is conferred to Indian Oil Corporation Limited jointly for development of two technologies. First, I invite Director R&D of Indian Oil to come onto the stage and IOCL team to come forward to receive the award from the Honorable Minister. Congratulations. This award is for indigenous refining catalyst manufacturing for self-reliance, a landmark stride in India's Atmanirbhar Bharat journey. The manufacturing unit of refining catalyst marks a significant step towards self-reliance in India's energy sector, reducing import dependence and strengthening domestic capabilities in critical refining technologies. Congratulations. I request the Indian Oil team to remain on stage for the next joint award. Please remain with us on stage. For the next award is in the category, I request Indian Oil team to come forward and request Dr. Gurmeet Singh, DGM IOC R&D, to come to the stage to receive the award for development of IOCL R&D IZN22, path-breaking catalyst for polypropylene production. Congratulations. This catalyst development represents a major innovation in polypropylene production, offering enhanced efficiency, superior polymer properties, and reduced dependence on imported catalysts. Congratulations. Big round of applause. Let's keep the energy high as we celebrate excellence on stage. Congratulations, team. As we celebrate the outstanding contribution, we move on to calling out the next category, Best Innovation in R&D Award. The second award is for Best Innovation in R&D, which recognizes research-driven advancements in fuels, catalysts, and process efficiency that set new benchmarks for performance. This award is recommended jointly for R&D team of HPCL and MRPL. First, I invite CMD HPCL and Director Refinery HPCL, Executive Director HP Green R&D Center to the stage to receive the award for development of HP Coat, technology for single-step conversion of crude to olefins and aromatics. Congratulations. HP Coat is a breakthrough technology enabling single-step conversion of crude oil to high-value olefins and aromatics, significantly improving petrochemical intensity and reducing energy intensity. Congratulations. I humbly request you all to put your hands together as we celebrate excellence on stage. Innovation awards being given out, and this one goes to HP Court. Thank you, gentlemen. Congratulations. I now invite Managing Director, MRPL, Director, Refinery, MRPL, to receive the awards for developing gradual olefins and aromatic technology, which is GOAT, indigenous FCC technology for direct crude and low-value hydrocarbon co-processing with VGO. The GOAT is an indigenous innovation that enabled co-processing of crude with VGO in operating a FCC unit, leading to higher crude throughput and petrochemical yield. Congratulations. Hearty congratulations. Special award for innovation. The committee has also recommended a special award to BPCL for developing and implementing in-house advanced AI ML-based digital solution in the BPCL Bina Refinery. To receive the award, I invite CMD BPCL and ED Bina Refinery to the stage. Congratulations. This innovation empowers plant personnel with real-time data-driven insights through mobile devices, enhancing operational efficiency, decision-making, and overall plant reliability. Can we do better with the applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you and congratulations. With this, we end the award ceremony. Together, these awards reflect the spirit of progress and the relentless pursuit of excellence that define India's energy sector. Hearty congratulations to all our awardees. May I please request for a collective round of applause. Please put your hands together as we congratulate. Big round of applause, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, for all our award winners, the true torch bearers of innovation and performance. With this, we come to the end of the inaugural ceremony. We extend a heartfelt gratitude to the Honorable Minister, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri ji. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion, sir, the inaugural session, and for being here and inspiring us with your words and guidance. Your vision continues to motivate all stakeholders in India, refining and petrochemical sector. We thank you once again. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Shri Pankaj Jain ji, Secretary, MOPNG, for gracing this inaugural ceremony. Thank you for being here. As we embark on this 2.5 days journey of learning, innovation and collaboration, let us remind ourselves that energy is not just about fuels, it's about empowerment. It is about enabling mobility, industrial growth and better quality of life for every citizen. Please remain seated. May I please humbly request you all to kindly remain seated. Please remain seated. We have a few announcements to make. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to kindly remain seated. Honorable Minister has now proceeded to visit the exhibition and digital poster gallery. But for now, I request you all to kindly remain seated. Following this, Honorable Minister shall proceed to the meeting room for interactive sessions starting at 4:15. With the CEO of and Indian diaspora to deliberate on strategies for achieving energy security, sustainability and technological leadership. Subsequently, Honorable Minister shall also dedicate session with CEOs of startups. But in the meantime, I request you all to kindly remain seated. A special initiative introduced this year for interaction with engineering and management students aimed at fostering innovation among young minds. Students will present new and creative ideas that address the challenges of sustainable refining and energy transition. The best ideas will be recognized through Student Innovation Awards, reinforcing the belief that the youth of India are the true architects of Viksit Bharat. The initiative underlines the meet's core philosophy, that's the future of India's energy transformation, lies in nurturing creativity, innovation and collaboration among youth. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now commence the technical session of ETM 2025 shortly. Please remain seated, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the technical sessions now. Of course, we all are here for knowledge share to gain insights. And unfortunately, there will be no break. In the interest of time, we will have to commence the technical session immediately. So I humbly request you all to kindly remain seated as we set the stage for our technical session. I will introduce our speakers coming up next for our technical session, ladies and gentlemen. I humbly request you all to kindly remain seated. Thank you. We will commence the technical sessions shortly, ladies and gentlemen. In case if you have any questions at all, we have QR codes placed at various locations. Kindly scan the QR code and send in your questions, and the speakers will address them after the session. After the active session is done with, our speakers will address your questions, your queries. So kindly scan the QR codes in case of any questions at all. We will have to keep it a little crisp in the interest of time, but we will commence the technical session shortly. So I request you all to kindly remain seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly bear with us as we set the stage for the upcoming session. It's going to be a technical session, in fact, our first technical session of ETM 2025. So request you all to kindly remain seated. In the next couple of minutes, I will be introducing our eminent speakers. But in the meantime, let me quickly remind you all that we have QR codes placed at various locations, especially towards the end of the hall. Please scan the QR codes in case of any questions, and our speakers will address the questions shortly. Before I call our eminent speakers to the stage, a quick reminder on the announcements I just made. I'd like to reiterate. Our Honorable Minister has now proceeded to visit Exhibition and Digital Poster Gallery, post which he shall proceed to meeting room 101 to 103. I repeat, 101 to 103 on the first floor for an interactive session with the CEOs and Indian diaspora to deliberate on strategies for achieving energy security, sustainability and technological leadership, followed by a dedicated session with our CEOs of startups. This will be held at room 101 to 103 on the first floor. All right, the stage is almost set for the first technical session of ETM 2025. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for understanding. So without further ado, let me take this opportunity to introduce our eminent speakers. We request all our delegates to kindly remain seated for the first technical session. The first technical session is going to be on the topic Driving Refining Toward a Sustainable Future. I take the pleasure of inviting the chair, Mr. Arvind Kumar, Director, Refinery, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, to come onto the stage. Mr. Arvind Kumar, Director, Refineries, Indian Oil Corporation Limited. His areas of interest: refining and petrochemical, operations excellence, process safety, reliability, energy efficiency, project management, and AI/ML. A few achievements of his: held the position of CEO and Managing Director of Chennai Petroleum Corporation Limited from 2021 to 2024. Executive Member of Board of Standing Conference of Public Enterprises, which is SCOPE. SCOPE Eminence Award for the year 2022-23 in the category of Individual Leadership Excellence Award, presented by Honorable President of India in August 2025. Downstream Thoughtful Leader of the Year Award, won in the year 2025 by GRPC. Titan Refining and Petrochemicals at Transform HSC Leadership and Excellence Award, April 2025, to name a few. So here he is already. Can we please put our hands together for our chair, Mr. Arvind Kumar? Thank you, sir, for being here. And now take this opportunity to invite our session presenters, Mr. Partha Mehta, RIL. May I please request you to join us on stage? Not without a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I know we are not many in number, but we can still bring the energy and celebrate our eminent speakers as they walk up the stage. Mr. Gurminder Singh Shell, may I please request your presence on stage, sir? Mr. Gurminder Singh. Mr. Siddhartha Saha, Accents. Mr. Siddhartha Saha, Accents. I humbly request your presence here on stage, sir.
Hello. Hello.
Mr. Rajesh Samarth, CLG. Mr. Rajesh Samarth, CLG. Mr. Keith Coach, Honeywell UOP. Welcome, gentlemen. May I please request Mr. Gurminder Singh to join us? Is that you, sir? Oh, sorry. Mr. Saha is missing. There he is. Der aaye, durust aaye, sir. Please aa jaiye. All right. All right, Mr. Saha likes to make an entry, we see. Thank you so much for being here. Gentlemen, this is going to be a very interesting session, and of course, we're going to get a lot more people join us. But for now, Mr. Arvind Kumar, over to you, sir.
Good evening, everybody. We are having a very interesting session today. This is doing this driving refinery towards a sustainable future. We have Dr. Partha Mehta from Reliance, Mr. Gurminder Singh from Shell, Mr. Siddhartha Saha from Accents, Mr. Rajesh Samarth from CLG, and Mr. Keith Couch from Honeywell UOP. It's my honor to extend a warm welcome to you all at the 28th Energy Technology Meet in the city of Hyderabad. As we gather for this important session, we are at crossroads where energy security, availability, and affordability remain vital on one side, and decarbonization, energy transition, and net zero on the other side. For over a century, refineries have been the bedrock of industrial growth, delivering fuels that power economies. But the world is changing. Decarbonization is redefining value from barrels to carbon intensity. Global and national trends suggest that oil will remain important contributor for primary energy mix alongside the low carbon energy solutions. India's refinery sector remains a pillar of energy security and economic strength, with a refining capacity of roughly 258 MMTPA, the second largest in Asia and fourth globally. It balances domestic demand with exports and will continue to drive our journey towards Viksit Bharat. With growing energy needs, the refining capacity is expected to reach around 310 MMTPA. Yet this critical role of oil comes with a new responsibility to make oil sustainable. The path forward lies in efficiency, innovation, petrochemical integration, optimizing heat and steam systems, using natural gas and renewable to power utilities, and advancing green hydrogen, CCUS, SAF, and biofuel co-processing. Together, these initiatives will transform refineries into efficient, low-carbon, multi-energy complexes that power growth while safeguarding the planet Earth. It's a matter of utmost pride for me to share the dais with 5 industry stalwarts who have not just witnessed but shaped the evolution of refining technology. We'll have sessions with with your all consent, around 15 minutes each for each presenter, followed by the open question and answer sessions. Let's welcome our senior-most panelist, Dr. Partha Mehta. Dr. Partha Mehta, President, Strategy and Initiatives, Reliance Industries, brings over 46 years of the leadership experience, a visionary who led Jamnagar transformation from a refining complex into a global energy icon, optimizing configuration, advancing COTC integration, and charting its path to net zero. Over to Dr. Mehta.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, CHT, for inviting me to this ETM. There have been around 28 ETMs, and by my count, I have spoken in roughly 18 of them. So I'm happy to continue that. So the theme of the conference is we want to provide energy for Viksit Bharat. And in order to do that in the next 20 to 23 years, we have to understand what are the challenges of the changing energy landscape. Next is our standard disclaimer. I'm going to talk, the structure of my presentation is, first I'll give introduction on what is changing in the energy landscape. Next, I'll talk about new energy, and the next is how this new energy or the changing energy landscape impacts hydrocarbon processing, that is refining and petrochemicals, and then we'll draw some conclusion. The most important thing is to understand what is changing in the energy. So in the past, it was an unipolar energy world. And in the future, it will be a multipolar energy world. In the past, whenever we thought about energy, it only meant fossil. But in the future, it will include fossil, but also include new energy. Fossil in order of the volume consumed by the world, oil is number 1, coal is number 2, and gas is number 3. In future, along with this, we will have renewable power, bioenergy, low carbon hydrogen in order to distinguish with today's high carbon hydrogen, and abated fossil. Actually, fossil energy is not bad, but the CO2 emitted from the fossil energy is bad. So in the past, and this is for the whole human history, fuels was the primary energy source. But tomorrow, it will be fuel and power, because power we will get it from sun, wind, and other sources. In the past, in order to get power, we had to use fuel. In other words, power was a secondary energy source. In future, with fuel and power as the primary energy source, there will be products called e-fuel and e-chemicals. Let's look at the trilemma which everyone talks about. Supply security. Now, unfortunately, we were not endowed with a lot of fossil fuel reserves, but we have ample sun and wind, and hence the supply security will rise up with the new energy. Affordability is still a problem with the new energy, but with innovation, it's going to improve substantially. And sustainability is non-negotiable. We have to care for the next generation. Let's look at renewable energy. It can come from a variety of sources, which include solar, again in order, solar, wind, hydro, then nuclear, and a niche source is geothermal and tidal. In solar, photovoltaic dominates, and it is the #1 renewable energy source. In wind, it is roughly 50-50 in the world, not in India, but onshore and offshore are equally contributing. Hydro, the important thing is it can generate power, but also it can store renewable power. Nuclear, it is seeing a resurgence with what is known as small modular reactor, or SMR. In fact, this resurgence is not because of our industry, but because of data centers which have to do some heavy-duty AI, artificial intelligence. Today's status on renewable energy is relatively simple. The generation cost is less than fossil, but unfortunately, because renewable energy is fluctuating, the storage cost continues to be higher than fossil. So, in the upcoming, we will see electrification because it has become the primary energy source. Let's talk about bioenergy. And India, in fact, is fortunate to be a very large agricultural major and also having one of the highest cattle population in the world. So we need to convert this bio-waste to energy. But in biomass processing, we still have to solve the lignin challenge, because lignin is around 20-25%, and if it is a waste, we cannot make bioenergy affordable. The three fuels which are of utmost importance in India, one is ethanol, and we heard about 20% ethanol blending being achieved. The second is SAF, SAF, and the reason is very simple, because in the next 7 to 8 years, the aviation fuel demand is going to double, and we cannot continue to have polluting fossil jet. And the third is the CBG, which can which can supplement our gas or gas economy, and it is important to increase it from 6% today to 15% in the future. In chemicals, today the chemicals, most people think of chemical as olefins and aromatics. But if it is a bio-based route to chemicals, the major intermediate are acids and alcohol. Today, the number one alcohol intermediate is what is called BDO, butane diol, from which we can make a variety of biopolymers. And it's not written in the slide, but the most important biopolymer is polylactic acid. In other words, lactic acid is the number one bioacid intermediate for chemicals. The good news in biochemicals or bioplastic is it is both biodegradable and compostable. So the principle in this new energy landscape is circularity. We should maximize the above ground carbon recycle in order to reduce or minimize extraction of underground fossil carbon. Let's talk about hydrogen. Of course, we have a hydrogen mission of 5 million tons per year. Now, green hydrogen can be either via electrolysis, that is splitting water with renewable power, or it can be also from biomass. So, electrolyzer can be alkaline, PEM or proton exchange membrane, or AEM, anion exchange membrane, or SOEC, which is solid oxide electrolyzer cell. Each has its pluses and minuses. Alkaline is eminently scalable. PEM and AEM are compact, and it can be started up easily and shut down easily. In other words, very flexible. And SOEC is the highest efficiency electrolyzer to make green hydrogen. The problem, yes, the cost has come down from $5 to $4, but it is still 2 times more expensive than fossil hydrogen, and that has to be reduced or bridged. The other interesting and exciting hydrogen is turquoise hydrogen, which is made from methane pyrolysis. And if carbon, comes as a co-product, if it can be monetized, then we get 2 birds for 1 stone. We get hydrogen as an energy fuel, and we get carbon as a petrochemical feedstock. So biomass can be made into biohydrogen or green hydrogen via gasification, syngas to hydrogen, and we should, because about 50% product is CO2, we should also monetize biogenic CO2. Now, this is changing energy landscape. How does it impact our business or hydrocarbon processing? So processing, I am defining as refining and petrochemicals. So drivers will be maximum electric motors and elimination of steam turbines. Heating will be minimum fired heaters, maximum air preheat, and essentially, again, no steam generation. Again, maximum heat exchange. For reaction, up till now, all reactions were thermochemistry. Tomorrow, we want more reactions of electro and photochemistry. Because again, remember, they are become the primary energy source. And we have to, with electrification, we have to look at rotary reactors, rotary columns, and such things. Separation, we have to remove this mindset of sieve tray or even valve tray. We have to go towards advanced column internals and rotary separator. In other words, efficiency will be the king in the future. Let's talk about petrochemicals. Now, steam cracker makes olefins, ethylene, which is the #1 chemical in the world. But steam cracker, in the next 5 years, there will be no today's steam cracker. There are 4 options coming up. It is H cracker, where we use low carbon hydrogen as fuel and they electrify the olefin separation. E cracker, which directly uses electricity in order to supply the endothermic heat for steam cracking. The R cracker is very, very interesting. It is rotary cracker, and the name of the reactor is called rotodynamic reactor. It looks and works just like a gas turbine. It's a turbo machinery, and essentially the rotational energy goes into pulse heating for steam cracking via what are called rotary and stationary vanes. And with these vanes, what happens is you may have 8 to 12 stages, so roughly 10 stages, and for every pulse heating, you get some cracking into olefins and propylene. Another very, very interesting steam cracker of the future will be what is called N cracker, where this SMR, that is the small modular nuclear reactors, they will supply both the electricity as well as the heat for the cracking reaction. Now, it cannot be the conventional boiling water reactor or pressurized water reactor or even heavy water reactor. It has to be helium-cooled pebble bed SMR, and that will drive the steam cracking of the future. Which one will win? We don't know, but it is a 4-horse race, and by 2030, we will know who is the winner or who is leading. Let's talk about refining. So refining, and there are lots of refiners in this auditorium. For refining, basically, there are only 2 prescriptions, 2 medicines to be taken. One is efficiency, increase the EII, that is Energy Intensity Index, to below 80. Now, if your refinery is above 100, in fact, higher is bad. So above 100, it is not efficient, and you need to do something about it. But the goal is to go below, as low as possible, and 80 is a good target. So we can do lots of things, but at the end of the day, refiners have to increase EII. The second is PII, Petrochemical Intensity Index. And since our demand for refined fuels and petrochemicals are both rising, and since our imports of petrochemicals are higher, we need to go towards what is called COTC with PII above 60. Now, today, Indian refineries are below 10. That is below world average. There are some refiners in India which are between 20 and 25, which is good. But China has already built 8 refineries with PII between 40 and 50. We need to leapfrog or pole vault over the Chinese refineries for the petrochemical supply in the future with PII above 60. There is no such refinery. There is one being built with Lummus technology, but India should be the next place for a high PII COTC. So essentially what it means is we have to reimagine refining with the new energy or the changing energy landscape. The last slide, or the last but one slide. So fuel is no longer the primary energy. We need to minimize fuel consumption, and it's actually efficiency increase is virtuous, doubly virtuous, because it reduces OPEX, which is important, and it reduces emissions, which is equally important. Transition, we have to have new energy as the substitute fuel. Each refinery should have a task force for efficiency, for petrochemicals, and electrification. Those are very, very critical for the future. Hydrogen, it is still not affordable, but it is important for hard-to-abate processing, especially refining and petrochemicals. India should completely exploit its biomass potential for bioenergy, biofuels, and biopetrochemical. Future, the fossil fuel will slowly run into the sunset. It will be the sunrise of new energy. We have to reimagine hydrocarbon processing, that is refining and petrochemicals, with this changing energy landscape. We have to increase petrochemicals, we have to increase efficiency, we have to increase electrification, and any change, we require innovation. So future belongs to efficiency and innovation. And this is my last and the favorite slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mehta, for that insightful and thought-provoking presentation. Mr. Mehta spoke on changing energy landscape, outlining how the global energy system is moving from a unipolar fossil fuel-dominated model to a multipolar ecosystem of the new energy sources. He also talked about the trilemma, that is energy supply security, affordability, and sustainability. He also highlighted the global transition from a fossil-dominated past to a future shaped by new energy, that is renewable, bioenergy, and low-carbon hydrogen. He mentioned that petrochemical with witness innovative crackers apart from the conventional steam crackers. The future belongs to those who prioritize efficiency and innovation reimagining energy system for sustainability and resilience. Thank you so much. Let's welcome our next speaker, Mr. Gurminder Singh, Director, Decarbonization Solutions, Shell. He oversees the licensing of Shell's refining, petrochemical, and decarbonization technologies in Asia Pacific and MENA region. Over to Mr. Singh.
Hi, good evening, everyone. In a world reshaped by artificial intelligence, geopolitical shifts, and rising energy demand, the challenge of balancing energy security with climate ambition has never been more urgent. As technology accelerates and population grows, the choices we make today will define whether we secure reliable energy while transitioning to a net zero future. So what we'll be doing is exploring the balance between energy security and decarbonization. A cautionary note, pretty detailed, but what it really says is that please don't make any investment decision based on what you hear from me today. There is another one this time because I'll be talking about Shell scenarios. So what we say is uncertainties ahead. Shell scenarios are not intended to be projections or forecasts of the future, so please keep this in mind. What I'll be covering today is pressures shaping today's energy system, a mixed global picture, technology trends and timelines going through the past, what was energy and data-driven systems last 2 decades, where are we today and how it will shape up in the future. Energy security scenarios, I mentioned about it. I'll talk about 4 energy transition archetypes, 3 scenarios, changes to the energy system, policy emissions gap, and some key takeaways. All that in 15 minutes, that's the target. Shell Catalyst and Technologies, this is the place where I belong. We provide tools, technologies, and insights to help energy companies thrive through the energy transition. We have a booth and we have a team, so please come and talk to us about the solutions, what we can provide. Pressures shaping today's energy systems, societies are indeed trying hard to meet the rising energy demand, and where this energy demand is coming. We have been hearing a lot right from a number of panelists and also to the minister that we are all looking towards clean and affordable energy. And that is the key. With rising middle-class population, a lot of AI and data center demand, the energy needs are ever increasing. Countries are working on power systems that are reinforced by gas, nuclear, and large energy storage systems. And at the same time, there is a pressure of decarbonization. We need to cut down the emissions. There is a rapid build-out of renewables and electrification across power systems, and a push to scale up hydrogen, carbon capture, and low-carbon fuels. If we look all around the world, what are the mixed global picture, what we see? If we look at North America and a place, California, there is a rapid growth in AI. We are talking about driverless electric taxis, which are common, and CO2 emissions are down to almost 1/3 since 2005. And whilst we see in Brazil, in South America, there is limited electric vehicle adoption. Yet, they are the lowest energy carbon footprint. They rely heavily on sugarcane ethanol and hydropower. If we look at European Union, Poland, coal still provides more than half of the country's power generation. And in China, all public transport, including taxis, are electric, and we have more than 100,000 charging points. What it really shows that each country has its own journey based on where they are, what kind of energy systems are available, and what they can do to cut down the emissions. So each country, as we go forward, will make choices based on availability and providing clean and affordable energy to their citizens. So in a challenging world, 4 key drivers of change emerge. First and foremost, energy security becomes very important for the governments. The governments are looking at diversification of supply. Shifting away from fossil fuels, I have spent 7 years in Middle East, and I have seen the big operators like Aramco and ADNOC, how much investment they have made in alternate energies. Huge investment, whilst they are securing a use for their oil. And that's why you say that they keep on making joint ventures, because they still need a place where the oil will be used, which really fuels their economy. Many more people will need energy for a better life. When we talk about 2 billion, we are talking about the rising middle class. With the rising middle class, there is more energy demand. The ongoing global surface temperature is rising. That is a fact, and we need to address that. And accelerated technology change is underway. What it means that the digital and physical systems are converging. The way energy is produced, distributed, and consumed will change in the coming years and decades. Modularization is accelerating deployment, and that is the key thing. We are not looking at bespoke plants. We are talking about factory-built renewables, batteries, and carbon capture units, which are all modular in nature. The system is becoming decentralized and intelligent. Circularity and efficiency are rising. With digital tracking and precision manufacturing, we can really cut waste and emissions at the same time. Just looking back, what I mentioned, that how the technology deployment has changed over the last few decades and how it will shape in the coming decades. If we talk about the data-driven systems, we first saw the iPhone, Apple introduced in 2007, and the mature search engine algorithms, Google, and first videos uploaded to YouTube in 2005. Fast forward to current time, we have more smartphones than people. We have 9 billion Google searches per day and 30,000 hours of video added to YouTube per hour. We are talking about per hour. If we talk about how things will shape up in the data-driven systems in the future, definitely we'll see a lot of virtual and autonomous services and pervasive artificial intelligence. Talking about the energy-driven system, we saw the first electric cars from Tesla around a decade or two ago. Solar, if we talk about, only 17 gigawatt of installed capacity, and that too with subsidies. And first commercial grid-scale battery was only 20 megawatt. As of now, in 2025, we are talking about 20 million EVs and PHEVs, which is almost 1/4 of the production. We are seeing 600 gigawatt of solar PV installed every year and 80 gigawatt of grid-scale batteries. In the future, we are talking about 10 years or 2 decades, all new vehicles are electric, and that is the main cause of decline of oil, what we are talking about, because most of that is fueling transportation. 1,000 gigawatt of solar installation per year and 3 terawatt of grid-scale batteries. That's the kind of scenario we are looking into energy-driven systems in the future. So in response to security, climate, economic growth, and technology pressure, there are 4 different types of archetypes are visible based on how vulnerable countries are to security pressures and economic volatility. We're talking about innovation wins. So these are countries like USA and major resource holders like Middle East countries, which are very competitive, and they are determined to protect their economic positions. We are talking about Green Dream. No wonder it is all about legislature framework and structures to force change. We are talking about European Union. Great Wall of Change, it is China, creating its own energy supply with large coal and reserves and solar, and with its manufacturing capability and infrastructure. And then the 4th most interesting one is the surfers, and we call it emergent surfers, countries like India seizing new opportunities for growth, leapfrogging traditional development pathways. This brings us to the scenarios which I was talking about, that what is scenario thinking? And Shell has been doing scenarios for more than 50 years. Shell scenarios, as I qualified earlier, are not intended to be projections or forecasts of the future. They are possible worlds built from incomplete and uncertain information. They stretch the mindsets for better informed decisions, and they help to improve the judgment in the face of uncertainty. So these are the 3 scenarios we are talking about. We are talking about archipelagos, horizon, and surge. Just giving a little background what they really represent. In archipelago scenario, which you can imagine now, nations turn inward. They focus on borders, resources, and self-reliance. trade slows down. And in the recent times, we have seen this approach. And here we say they achieve security through self-interest. In surge scenarios, the economic security through growth and productivity improves. There is a large impact of AI technologies reshaping the society. Here we are talking about security through growth. Horizon scenario, it's the ideal scenario to achieve net zero by 2050. Here we are talking about global cooperation which delivers deep decarbonization. Here the security is through mutual interest, so this is the desired scenario, but we might not achieve this. We'll just have a look into how the changes in energy system, talking about oil, natural gas, LNG, low carbon fuels, solar, electrification, and nuclear based on these scenarios. So we talk about oil, in all scenarios, by 2035, the global oil demand will decline. And the growth sectors for oil will be aviation, marine, and petrochemicals. No surprise, this is what we have been hearing since morning. Electrification of road transport will be the main reason for world reaching peak oil demand. Interestingly, in surge and archipelago scenario, 40% of oil production in 2040 will come from new oil fields. And you are seeing at the moment, a lot of work is being done in developing new oil fields. If we talk about natural gas, there is a strong economic growth in surge delays, peak global natural gas use until mid-2040s. With coal decreasing across Asia before 2030, natural gas will take a regional transition role in surge. In Horizon scenario, the rapid transition to net zero emission means a near-term and rapid decline in natural gas demand. LNG has been really in the news in the recent times. LNG is expected to grow around 60% between now and 2040. LNG makes up around 13% of all the gas which is sold around the world today, and it will go to 20%. And it is the most expedient way to bring down emissions. Emissions from coal in India, China, and Southeast Asian countries can be brought down by backfilling with LNG. In all scenarios, LNG shows significant growth in near term, reaching to around 550 metric ton per annum by 2030. In Horizon, as we have to achieve net zero by 2050, there is a decline in gas demand which starts in the 2030s. Future of low carbon fuels. Growth in low carbon fuels features in all three scenarios, but the production pathways really vary in all the scenarios. Today, ethanol from sugarcane or corn is the major biofuel, followed by biodiesel from soybeans. If we talk about sustainable aviation fuel, the production is growing, but it is significantly small while comparing it to ethanol. Currently, SAF is made from waste cooking oil and animal fat, and that is the key constraint. The constraint is feedstock. A number of projects all around the world to produce SAF based on these two sources are constrained, and some are not going ahead. So we have to look beyond these feedstocks. We need to look into agricultural waste or cellulosic feed, and that's what will kick off SAF journey. Solar PV will definitely be a dominant energy or renewable source. In all scenarios, coal stops growing as a source of electricity before 2030, with natural gas following by 2035. The combination of increasing battery production, AI grid optimization, including the use of battery storage, will definitely improve the utilization of solar PV. And that's what we are seeing. The cost is bringing for solar panels is coming down every single year, and there is a huge demand of solar being installed in all the countries, developing countries. In Middle East, where I mentioned I have spent some time, there are huge solar farms being built, and India is also doing the same thing. Electrification. Electrification share in the final energy will rise sharply, increasing about 10 percentage points per decade in both Horizon and Surge scenario. Electrification of transport leads the way, particularly we are talking about passenger vehicles and light road freight. Residential energy use trends towards full electrification even for heating. Industrial energy use shifts more slowly, but still electrifies over time. So definitely electrification will have a significant play in the coming years. We heard a lot about nuclear since morning, and definitely there is a resurgence of nuclear possible. And it is all contributed by AI contributing to a new generation of nuclear technologies. In such scenarios, the small modular reactor, SMR, comes into picture. And what really will enable that is assembly line production, which will bring down cost and make it a plug-and-play concept for nuclear customer experience, what we say by 2040s. Nuclear will find a new home, and that will be in shipping, which is currently only in the defense space or military space we see nuclear submarines. So combined CO2 emissions from energy and industrial processes and land is expected to peak by 2030. Paris goal, if we think about, can only be delivered by extensive carbon capture and direct air capture. In the medium term, the world needs large-scale carbon capture in the industry. We need something like 2,000 to 3,000 large-scale carbon capture facilities, and currently we have only 100. Existing business models are really in their infancy and largely dependent on government subsidies. So what will enable this is the new business model need to come up, which can be a combination of the technology providers, operators, financial institutions, and aggregators, which will enable what we call it a carbon capture as a service. So we really need to see these coming in the near future. That brings me to takeaways, a lot of takeaways, but what I'll say is future of energy is electricity. Hydrogen and bioenergy are important. Fossil fuels will definitely lose market, and the transition will take time. Overshoot appears almost inevitable. The journey to harmonize energy security with decarbonization is complex, but not impossible. A bold policy, innovation, and collaboration can enable achieving net zero by 2050. The future demands integrated strategies that scale clean technologies, ensure equitable access, and build resilient energy system. The time to act is now towards a future that is both secure and sustainable. And let's work towards it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Guminder Singh. Mr. Singh deliberated on exploring the balance between energy security and decarbonization. You have reminded us that the transition cannot come at the expense of energy security because there is no sustainability without stability. You have also talked about 3 scenarios. Future data-driven system and technology-driven development will require seamless blend for sustainable growth. The way forward, as you have shown, will be through balance, scaling proven technology like renewables and gas while steadily advancing hydrogen, biofuels, and CCUS. Thank you, Mr. Singh. Our next speaker from Exxon, Mr. Siddhartha Saha, Managing Director, Exxon India, combining operational insights from his illustrious career of more than 2 decades in the downstream sector. Over to you, Mr. Saha.
Thank you, sir. Very good afternoon to all of you. Before I start my presentation, I feel I have to acknowledge that I feel very, very privileged to be part of this august and distinguished gathering of industry leaders and to be addressing the audience here in this, I would say, CAP session that would in many ways set the pulse of the discussion that is going to happen in the next 2 days. So we have the daunting task in hand to talk about sustainable future for refining. Okay? So I'm duly, respectful of what is a sustainable future, right? It's a almost unimaginably wide canvas, right? So the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 goals that are there, try to give some dimension to it, some reference points in it, but still it's at a very, very high level. So when we talk about sustainable future for a core industry like refining, there could be no end of what can be said. But for this presentation, we will, I'm coming from the background of a solution provider, technology solution provider. I hope you know, all of you, what Accents is all about. So from the lens of that background, I would limit the scope of this presentation. When I talk about sustainable future, it touches upon the Sustainable Development Goal number 7 and 13, which are to do with access to clean and affordable energy, and to climate action. So, and when we talk about it in these goals in the context of refining, we are going to use the basic well-known framework of GHG reporting protocol, which is the trifold scope, as the framework on which we will try to develop some ideas. So with that, if we straight away dive into the subject, for refining sector in India, right, if we look at Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions. I mean, it's a very, very well discussed and well identified, well acted upon subject today. But to summarize, at the current refining capacity of around 260 MMTPA, the total Scope 1 and Scope 2 emission of the refining industry can be estimated to be around 77 million tons of CO2 per year, which is about 3% of total energy-related emissions of the country. So it's not an insignificant number. It is something definitely, all of us are here and we are talking about it because we take the sustainability goals seriously. So this is something to be worked upon, and there can be so many different, imperatives that drive action on this. But I think the most compelling imperative that makes us talk about it and think about it and act on it is the fact that all Indian refining organizations have explicitly set Scope 1 carbon neutrality, Scope 1, Scope 2 carbon neutrality goals, very time-bound goals ranging from 2038 to 2046. Goals have been set, and let's look at what that entails. So refining Scope 1 and Scope 1 emissions, if we try to look at it, where CO2 emissions, where are they coming from? What we will see is that, for sure, there are the big, emitters, the hydrogen production, it's quite well known. Please don't pay very specific attention to the numbers. It's just to give a perspective, because each refinery with its own configuration will be positioned at a different place in the spectrum. But broadly, the biggest emitters in the refining processing chain are well known, which is hydrogen production unit and FCC. But underlying the entire flow scheme, you have the fired heaters, process heaters across the refinery, which together account for at least 60% of the Scope 1 emissions. And then there are other parts of the refinery that contribute something. Now, when we are trying to address these emissions, what are the steps? I think the previous speakers have already spoken about it. Incremental energy efficiency improvement is the bedrock. So this is something that has been a continuous development over the last 30 years, I would say. I mean, refinery energy efficiency improvement has been a continuous activity. And as Dr. Maitra pointed out, today there is still way to go, harnessing process intensification, advanced equipment innovation that is happening, that can take us some way ahead on that. But we also have to remember we are talking about net zero goals. So yes, energy efficiency improvement will take us a long way, but we have to make, I would say, dents into the other big ones, which is addressing or incorporating low carbon hydrogen. This in Indian context is very well thought out, very well, I would say, acted upon also to start with green hydrogen incorporation. So apart from green hydrogen incorporation, if you see together, carbon capture has a definite role to play, right? So if you look at the FCC, for example, right? I mean, FCC doesn't generate CO2 because it's a fuel. FCC is generating CO2 from the process itself. You cannot avoid, say, CO2 production from a FCC process. So if you talk about abatement of CO2 emission from FCC, ultimately at some point, carbon capture has to be thought about. Carbon capture technologies, as we all know, have reached a certain level of maturity. But the key challenge when it comes to India is that sequestration opportunity of captured CO2 is, I would say, not visible to the industry as it is today. And utilization is also something that remains quite challenging, CO2 utilization. So given all that context, what we feel is that electrification of fired heaters is one of the key levers that has to be explored, has to be harnessed in order to move ahead in making any kind of meaningful progress. I would say, not meaningful, I would say any kind of quantum progress in reduction of scope 1 emission from the refinery probably has to be achieved with electrification of process heating. And that moves us to solutions, okay? But this purpose of this presentation is not just to talk about solution, but the first thing that anybody asks is the solution available? So here we would like to say that indeed a solution is available, right? So what we show here is electrical tubular heater, radiant electrical tubular heater of Herte Petrochem design, which is part of Axens. So why we are bullish about this is that this is a very, very robust model of electrical heating. Electrical heating typically, so far, I think for a lot of people it brings to mind the situation of immersed electrical heaters, which have well-known limitations. Here we would like to say that this design of electrical heater overcomes all those known limitations. It is something that is built upon the foundation of the long and rich, experience and knowledge base of fired heaters, right? So it is something that is suited for a wide range of services. Here I would, make the sweeping statement that if you take any refining service other than the SMR, we believe, at least as far as the refinery is concerned, I'm not talking about the steam cracker, as far as the refinery is concerned, we can confidently say today that this is a solution that can be harnessed to electrify existing heaters, and it can be used to implement electrified new services, whether it's for new grassroots refining units or biofuel units, where it is kind of an imperative. So why do we consider this to be, technology availability is one thing, but the importance of this solution for Indian refining industry, if we try to put some perspective into that, I think there's a trifecta that is in effect here. Today the solution, yes, it's available, but if we take the context of Indian refining today, by no means India has given up the dreams of becoming a refining hub. That is very much alive. It has perhaps been scaled down to some extent, but the objective is very much there, right? At the same time, all the refining organizations, as I mentioned, have the net zero goal, right, which is to be met. And then the third part of the trifecta is the tremendous boom in renewable power generation that is happening in our country today. I think on that curve, we are ahead of, almost any other part of the world. So when you bring all that together, and when I talk about renewable power, it can be very well be solar, it can be wind, and then today we are hearing so much, and I think over the last year we are hearing so much about the potential of SMRs as potential source of decarbonized power for tomorrow. So if you take all that together along with India's ambitions for refining in a net zero path, electrification of process heaters is a key area to address. So that is one of the key messages we wanted to bring to you today. With that, let's change our perspective to scope 3. Okay. So scope 3, like scope 1 and scope 2, it's relatively simple. You talk about abatement, right? Scope 3, it is not so much about abatement directly, because obviously it's scope 3. Scope 3 basically allows us to assess how much can we expect the relevance of our existing business model in a decarbonized world, right? So from that perspective, if we see, what we see, the key messages for refining are well known to all of us. One is diversify towards chemicals, right? Because that's the demand of oil products which remains most resilient among all decarbonization scenarios that we have. And the other is that when we see that for fuel products, the refinery is somehow, I feel, that is always going to, no matter how much you switch to chemical, a refinery is going to stay relevant as a producer of liquid fuels for mobility. Okay? So if that sector is moving on to biofuels or other ways of decarbonizing, refineries have to couple up or fall in line or align themselves with that vision of the market. So just to quickly look at where we are on that, crude to chemicals, I'm sure, is going to be a very, very important subject of discussion in this event. And so we will not get into the technology part of it. What we would like to highlight, something that has already been talked about, is that when we think about crude to chemicals and scope 3 management together, it is not just improving the petrochemical intensity index, it is also incorporation of alternate feedstock, non-fossil feedstock into the complex as part of its feed slate on one side, and on the other side, it is imperative also to establish circularity of the products. When these come together and circularity is established across the chain, then only meaningful scope 3 address is achieved. The other key area of scope 3 consideration for refineries is biofuels. We all know this. So here again, we will not be talking about biofuels technology. A lot of it is going to be talked about during the session in the coming days. What the point we wanted to make is that why refining in particular? In principle, biofuel projects can come anywhere, right? The feedstock is spread out all across the country, all across the globe. Anybody can, in principle, today launch a biofuel project. But in real world, if you see the nature of the processes involved, right? We are ultimately, if the target is to produce hydrocarbons and handle hydrocarbons, okay? What we are trying to say is that the refining sector still has and will have an enduring role to play, because, okay, you start with feedstock and technology, that's fine. But from that point onwards, everything you talk about project execution, you talk about operating experience, operating practices, you talk about maintenance practices, you talk about access to supply chain. No other, segment of the economic biosphere, I would say, is as equipped to couple up with the biofuel value chain as refineries are. And when the part of your market is getting substituted by the biofuels, the best thing for refineries remains to couple themselves with the various platforms of biofuel technologies that are available today. Now, last point I want to make is that we have talked about Atmanirbhar Bharat, energy source for it. For that, among the various bioenergy sources that are going to be talked about, the one that we would like to, I would say, put forward here is an integrated platform for going from biomass, agricultural residue or other kinds of non-food biomass to drop-in hydrocarbon fuels, which is the demand of the day, be it SAF or be it any kind of other fuel like renewable diesel or renewable naphtha. The BioT-Fuel technology platform, which is essentially a development on the well-known gasification and Fischer-Tropsch synthesis route, is something definitely that we feel that it can fit into the future that India is looking for itself. So we have very detailed information availability at our stall in the exhibition here, but if I quickly look at it, it is agnostic to wide range of feedstock, The most key feature of this as compared to alternate biomass to fuel pathways is that its ability to integrate additional energy, additional renewable clean energy into the final product it delivers. We don't rely on the energy that is inherent in the biomass, which is low, which is a key challenge for biomass-based energy. This chain is very amenable to addition of renewable energy into the chain in order to get better productivity of drop-in fuels out of it through the incorporation of green hydrogen. And finally, the product slate is very clean and can be adapted to SAF, but of course to other products if required. So if in India we are targeting to harness the bioresources that are available and meaningfully go to contribution into the liquid fuel demand, into transportation fuel demands in a clean way that is needed, then this is a good platform. So this is just to say that as compared to fossil reference, this achieves about more than 90% CO2 footprint saving. So okay, I'll just skip all this. So coming to conclusion, I would stress the fact that Indian refiners have declared net zero target, and electrification, as I elaborated, is going to be a key part of it. Mature technology is available for it. While approaching scope 3, we are maybe not discussing scope 3 management in an integrated way, but we are certainly discussing the pieces of it, the COTC, the biofuels, but all of it needs to be put in the context of complete scope 3 mitigation, as I wanted to show. And lastly, the BioT fuel-based, FT and gasification-based platform can serve as a viable way for India to harness its bioresources into fulfilling its requirement of clean fuels. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saha. Mr. Saha presented a holistic approach for addressing Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 emissions. He also mentioned energy efficiency and electrification of process tubular heaters. He mentioned how biomass, lipids, and recycling can be building blocks for petchem molecules. And bioenergy hub will be the key enabler for the entire value chain utilization for sustainable energy. Our next speaker is Mr. Rajesh Samarth, CEO Chevron Lummus Global, an industry veteran in refining and petrochemicals. He oversees CLG's strategic direction, championing innovative technology and catalyst development. Over to you, Mr. Samarth.
Hello? 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 Okay. So you okay if I walk around a bit? I hope so. Yeah. So first of all, I want to thank CST for giving second chances. It's my second time speaking here after morning. Hopefully I'll do a little better than morning. So thank you, CST. So we hear a lot about sustainability, but let me start by saying this. Hydrocarbon is the elixir of life. The only reason we enjoy this kind of living is because of hydrocarbon. First started with coal, 20th century, everything you saw was because of oil and oil-derived products. Fuels, fossil fuels. Too much of anything is not good. Anthropogenic CO2 formation has caused climate change. And we all agree something needs to be done about it. And that's why we talk about sustainability. So what do we need to do for that? We need to move from fossil fuels to sustainable energy sources. And we heard from other speakers a lot about different kinds of those. And we know that, yes, crude oil-based transportation demand is going to go down, electrification is going to happen, but there are going to be different patterns around the world. It's not going to happen the same way everywhere. Maritime fuel is also a big consumer of oil, right? There, displacing that is a little more difficult. All of this also requires regulatory framework. It is not very clear. We heard from one of the speakers in the morning that the Europeans have made a mess of it. He challenged that maybe Indians can do a better job of it. I hope so. I hope we can. So the timing of the shifts is not very clear. So this really causes challenges to refiners. What should we do? Now with challenges come opportunities, right? One thing that we see, someone talked about that the peak oil was going to happen in 2000 something, it didn't happen, and probably peak oil is not going to happen in India anytime soon, because that's the only way you're going to grow your refining capacity from 258 to 300 and then probably 400 one day, right? And significant part of that is going to come from the demand for petrochemicals. So refineries have to support sustainable production, and it does require some step-out solutions, and we'll see what the solutions are. Now, a lot of this stuff you already know, you heard from speakers. When you talk about renewables or sustainability, it basically to me means two things. One is renewable, that means some kind of a biosource. And second one is circularity, that you produce it and you again reprocess it. So in renewables, the biggest one is lipids going to SAF or renewable diesel. It's basically something which is coming from seeds or used cooking oil. Both of those come from farming. So it comes back to the same question that if I want to increase its production, I want to have more farmland which is used for fuel. Is that a good thing? Used cooking oil, there is only so much of it. Unless we start getting a lot more fried food, there is not going to be a lot more used cooking oil. Alcohols to jet, on the other hand, actually does provide more opportunities, because the production of alcohol possibilities are much more, and it's happening a lot in India, right? Ethanol being used in gasoline. And in fact, I want to say that someone who once did a calculation and said that the number of HEFA and SAF projects announced in the world, there is not enough feedstock for those projects today. So you got to think about that. Alcohol to jet is good, but there is a challenge there, which is it is more capital intensive than HEFA. The next one is you can do synfuels, which is Fischer-Tropsch. You do require deep pockets for that. So what I'm having here with you is I'm having a more of a frank conversation that what are the challenges over here. You can do e-fuels that requires even deeper pockets. It's very CapEx intensive, OpEx intensive. Lignocellulosic. The feedstock is not a problem, but the technology is not exactly quite there yet. It needs to be developed, but it will still be more expensive than fossil. Circularity, we all know. Everyone is talking about waste plastic. There is opportunity with tire. So when is the right time for renewables? It depends. SAF, for sure, everyone would say that SAF has future, because we know that rest of the transportation will be electrified. Air travel is almost impossible to electrify. So SAF has its, again, own challenges with limited amount of HEFA feedstock. So you can use all the other things I talked about to make SAF, but the price of the SAF is going to be significantly higher than what comes from jet fuel today. So how does it happen? Only two ways. I mean, actually only one way. Society has to be willing to pay the higher price for it. As long as the other one is available, people don't want to pay it. So it has to be one of the two ways. There has to be either government subsidies, which are difficult, or there has to be government mandate and regulation. It is happening slowly. We saw that in India by 2030, there is mandate for making 5% SAF. and eventually it's going to go up. But it's going to be a slow journey. I'm sure you follow news. A number of projects are going slower than expected because people are not willing to pay the premium. We talk about net zero. Some countries talked about net zero by 2035, some said 2040, many said 2050. Today, if you talk to experts, most people believe that 2050 target is net zero is essentially unattainable. It's going to be much longer. I think India has actually a reasonable target of 2070. So, I'm going to talk to you about a different kind of sustainability. Eventually, we have to go to net zero, but the path to net zero is a bit arduous, it's long. So I'm going to first talk about a different kind of sustainability, which is sustainability of your core business. That's your first priority. No matter what, you got to invest a lot more to get into the renewable sustainable solutions. But in order for that, you need capital. That capital only comes by making your current core business profitable. So reliability, operability, flexibility, they are the key to your profitable margins in your core traditional business. You got to do energy efficiency. So there, you can do energy efficiency the regular way as well as you can do electrification. That's important. So you heard about 100 refineries probably are going to close around the world in the next 10 years. A lot of those are the old refineries. And why are they closing down? Because they didn't keep on investing in improving their operation. So over a period of time, they are not as competitive. And that's a problem when I talk to a lot of people. What they say is that, this thing looks pretty good. Maybe we should invest in it. But, the management doesn't want to invest because they want to invest only in renewables. Don't fall for that. What I say is that you got to keep on looking at projects for your margin improvement, for revamps, or some new projects, because it's only the sustainability of core business and its profitability that is your bridge to the future sustainability, which is going to be eventually net zero. So in order to make your existing business sustainable, what do you need to do? Lots of ideas. Everyone talks about petrochemicals. The simple mathematics of petrochemicals have the olefins have a higher ratio of hydrogen to carbon compared to oil. So hydrogen addition is very important, and you got to make things lighter. Hydrocracker is very important, hydrocracking. You got to think about how can I make higher value products. One is lubricants, make more lubricants. You're using the oil with hydrocracking, and you are hydrocracking it to lighter feedstocks such as naphtha for petrochemicals. Doing full-fledged conversion of your existing asset to process a HEFA kind of feedstock is also challenging. The heat of reaction, because of the oxygen contained there, which converts with hydrogen to water, that is tremendous. So when you convert that, you will find that the capacity of your existing hydrotreater will go down when you convert that to a HEFA kind of hydrotreater. So the best thing for you to do is you can do co-processing. Other things you can think about. When you talk about energy transition, it requires electrification, that requires batteries, battery material, anode gate material, require needle coke or synthetic graphite. You can do that by repurposing your coker with right kind of feedstocks. And residue upgrading is something that you can always think about. So really, there are issues. We talked about affordability is an issue, geopolitics is an issue. So the landscape is always changing. Adaptive innovation of your core business is a key to your future sustainability. Another important thing, catalyst. Lots of advances have been taken in the catalyst arena in all the different technologies, and they will keep on happening. lots of good ideas. We at CLG, and I'm sure a number of people over here and out in the audience also, they have programs for improving the catalyst to improve the yields as well as selectivities. We keep on doing that. Got to embrace new solutions. Don't shy away from embracing new solutions for your fossil business as well. When you talk about doing something renewable, and there are sometimes step-out technologies, someone made a comment that start small as well. Don't always think about something big. Be bold, right? You got to use AI and digital tools. That is also very important tool in order to improve your operational efficiency. And think about step-out technologies. And I'm going to give an example to you of a step-out technology, something that we are working on together with Nestle at CLG. And that is, how do you convert woody biomass, which is in abundance, to sustainable aviation fuel? And that's something which really takes our evaluated bed kind of platform to convert solid material. So think about solutions like that. That's just one of the solutions. So it's adaptive innovation and adaptation of these new solutions. That is what will ensure sustainability of your existing refineries, which will give you the money to plow into the new sustainable solutions for renewables. So together, we can figure out how to meet the needs for present and future. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Samarth, for the insightful perspectives. You have rightly said, future of refining is both challenging and full of opportunities. The transition to sustainable energy sources requires us to navigate uncertainties, adapt to regional demands, and embrace new technologies. You have also told that sustainability of core business is the bridge to a sustainable future. And by leveraging AI, digital tools, and adaptive innovation, integrated solutions, we can enable and enhance refinery sustainability and meet our decarbonization goals. Thank you. Welcoming our next speaker, Mr. Keith Couch, Senior Director, Honeywell UOP Global Business Development Function, a thoughtful leader on the refinery of the future with over 30 years of innovation. He is an author with 23 publications and an innovator with 34 US patents. Over to you, Mr. Couch.
Thank you. And thank you to the CHT for having me out today. This is my 43rd trip to India. And a lot of old friends here from my first trip to India back in 1999, so thank you very much. Today, when we talk about the energy transition, a lot of conversations about new tech and the need to embrace new technology. I'm going to be going into that a little bit more deeply. But first, to make the lawyers happy, similar as others, I am going to be making some forward-looking statements. I am going to be making some predictive statements. Please treat them as such. When we look at project development, one of the fun things about my job is the ability to travel the world and work pretty much on every single major configuration and project in the world. And there's three things that continue to be true across all that experience. The first and number one thing, as excited as we are about the technologies, the project has to be bankable. And with that, less than 5% of technology proposals that get issued to the market actually make it through to a constructed project. As an overall industry, that's a tremendous amount of waste. We've got to get better at understanding it's not about tech, it's about the financial solution. The technology is how we deliver upon those financial commitments. Flexibility. You just heard that with Rajesh. We have to be a lot more flexible. Flexible between diesel and kerosene and jet, flexible between bio feedstocks and the mineral estate, flexible in our business models as well. How do we make investments today that do not end in regretted capital? I have to be able to move and transition into a future that is going to be driving for a higher level of sustainability. doing more with less. It's not just about bio. I love the theme that you've heard today. We have to drive higher energy efficiency. We have to get out of our own paradigms, which means that we have to do investments differently than we have in the past. It doesn't mean that we have to forego risk mitigations, but it does start to say we have to change the way we evaluate risk. I've heard a lot of communications today about being progressive, doing new things. I loved the minister's commentary on growth for India. If you're going to grow and you're going to do it bankable, flexible, sustainable, you have to mitigate that risk differently. You have to be more aggressive in how you adopt new technologies. When people talk about efficiencies, I've asked many, what do they mean when they say, I want to be more efficient? Well, you know, efficiency. No, I don't know. Well, now I do. Over 103 invitations to bid distilled down to 5 fundamental efficiencies wrapped around the cash to pay it. Carbon. We have to do more with less. We have to put the right molecules in the right place and do the least amount of work to get it to its highest value state. Hydrogen. I can almost tell you for each region, each country, each producer, what the right technology solution is going to be by the cost of their hydrogen. Hydrogen costs in India have to come down. When we get those two right, utilities, got to get them down. Again, investments in energy efficiency, we're not seeing enough of it. Right? We're relying on the old steel to try to do that job. When we get the hydrogen utilities correct, emissions come down. Water. It's one of the biggest challenges in your major competitor to world markets and a lot of your imports. It's the Middle East. Where your hydrogen costs are high, their water costs are extremely high. Those 5 on the outer ring are in tension with the capital to pay for it. When we look at traditional first-generation crude to chemicals, we're looking at a complex that looks fundamentally like this. We're stuck in a refiner's mindset. We're going to dish off the things the refiner doesn't want to that steam cracker. And we've kind of transitioned in a lot of mentality of instead of using the FCC as the trash can, let's use the steam cracker as the trash can. Steam crackers operate where? About 850 degrees Celsius. That's a really expensive trash can, especially when you're putting up towards a 1 weight% steam in that trash can. Can you make other things from a cracker than ethylene? And the answer is yes. Should you? And I would argue the answer to that is no. Everything that comes off the steam cracker, I can make more efficiently in another catalytic process. The only one I haven't been able to beat so far is that ethylene. Aromatics, great position. When I start looking at, I'm a fuels producer, I'm a steam cracker operator, I'm an aromatics, and I want to do this as a grassroots project. What you have here is the business model for the Middle East, as it was about the third quarter of 2023. We had 13 major crude to chemical projects moving forward in the Middle East. By the third quarter of 2025, how many were left? 1. What happened? Those costs escalated to the point where 400,000 barrel a day refining capacity translated into $54 billion US worth of investment to realize this objective. And you realize suddenly, I can't do things like the past. They're not bankable. All right, so let's pick the mood up a little bit. Throughout the day, having a couple of meetings, I'm surprised at how people are talking about the decline in refining, the decline in crude, the decline in the stuff that refiners do. When I start looking at it, this is the bright spot in the world. India's where it's at. You've got the biggest growing market, and you've got the forecasted longest term demand and growth for refined fuels. And what I love about that is there's no better place to make those investments than here, should be. China's in the process of peaking already. There's currently 2 major crude to chemical projects still going on in China, and we've gotten to the point where the Chinese government is starting to restrict that growth to where if you add a new project, you actually have to shutter an older, smaller, less efficient asset or multiple assets. What does that tell you? They're going to continue to grow. They're going to continue to do new projects, but they're doing it more efficiently. PX projects in China are now 2.4 million tons on a single train. Over the last 5 years, we've taken out about 25% of the steel and the capital cost. We've taken out 30% of the energy. And we've grown that economy of scale to match with the textiles and the fabrics, the bottles and shirts that the world's wanting. The same thing in PDH technologies. Almost the same numbers except in reverse. We've taken out 30% of the capital, 25% of the utilities. And they're continuing to do it. But India is where that growth is. Do we need flexibility to be able to move with the markets? Yes. Do we need to move with the feedstock availabilities? Yes. But if you ask me why I'm excited to be here, it's because India is the place in the world where we're going to continue to see that growth. Fundamentally, one of the challenges I have is when people say, I want to invest in the future, but here's today's price set. If you're going to move to the future, you have to do it with not only the tons of materials you're going to produce, but the price sets and the business vision to actually move there. India R&P demand by product. One of the things that we see growing is definitely that naphtha piece and moving into petrochemicals. It's not important that these numbers are exactly spot on. It does concern me when I put this up, and a lot of my team members came back and said, but Keith, India's got a lot of plants that are shuttered, and that really bothers me because the demand and the growth is there. Those shuttered assets, to me, tell me it's a high-cost producer. Those are opportunities because the market is coming for you to make those volumes and those tonnages here. One of the ways we're trying to help that model is when we look at the naphtha demand in the world, why is petrochemical naphtha growing? And it's growing to feed that #1 petrochemical growth, that's ethylene. That's going to naphtha crackers. Great. The problem that we have is those naphtha crackers aren't moving forward because they can't meet the hurdle rates for investment. It became evident about 1.5 years ago, there's only one net exporting country in the world for ethane, and that's the United States Gulf Coast. There's other countries that have ethane. What's specific about the U.S. that makes it a merchant market opportunity? It's fundamentally the geology. It's the storage. It's the caverns that exist in the U.S. Gulf Coast that allow us to turn it on and turn it off to fill up each ship. But those ships, there's a 5 to 6 year waiting list. Those ships cost, for the 10 that you would need for a full supply chain, are going right now for about $1.3 billion worth of infrastructure, just for the ships. And if you're going to wait for them. So suddenly we realize there's a global demand for on-purpose ethane. When we look at the available feedstocks, the world is becoming flush with light naphtha. So what do? We need more ethane. We have light naphtha floating around. I don't need to build crude units, not on day one. There's so much light naphtha available in the market. Let's use that as a feedstock. And we convert that light naphtha to ethane. You have an optional propane stream. But what we're finding out from the market is that most steam cracker operators, they're in the propylene business only because it's a co-product that they thought they had to make. Here we're going to enable over 80% conversion of that feedstock to the thing you really want, which is the ethane feeding the cracker to make ethylene. that light olefin yield goes up so much, I'm able to reduce the feedstock content by about 50%. Right, so in the future, I'm only going to need half the feedstock that a naphtha cracker would otherwise need. That naphtha cracker also has a whole back end that's designed for liquids. Here, I've eliminated all that back end. Most of the liquids are gone. Reduces the capex per ton of olefin by over 30%. Much more efficient way at getting to ethylene. So here's what those projects are looking like in the future. Again, do I need to go all the way back to crude? No. Not as long as I could secure that supply chain for light naphtha. And there's many trading firms that will sign those long-term contracts. I love what Rajesh said about hydrocrackers of the future. They're going to be defined by their C7 minus conversion. They're light naphtha feedstocks. Does that light naphtha go directly to the steam cracker? I would say no. Feed it to that NEAP unit. What's the other benefit? The higher in conversion we go, we make more isos. We make more things that the steam cracker does not like to convert into ethylene. It makes pie gas. It makes pie oil. In this, we're able to drive the overall conversion upwards of complete conversion across the asset, not leaving that piece to have to ditch into residual fuels. You can if you want to, but you don't have to. Structural shifts. Gasoline. We continue to see a drive for octane in the markets. Anytime we start thinking about higher propylene FCC units, which India is moving towards, I'm also making more butylenes. What do we do with those? Ionic liquid alkylation. Whether you're going to use it in India or not, it's a low sulfur, high octane blend component with a lot of RVP soak. I could soak up more of those C4s, the C5s, and the C6s into the gasoline pool and still make my octanes. Diesel, hydrocracker conversions. Again, another plug for Rajesh. The changes in catalyst technologies, drive those first. Get everything you can out of latest catalysts, and then do the revamps for other things. Jet. How hard is it to make jet? I get asked that question a lot because that's the one thing that continues to grow in the world. What do we see? Existing operations have so much flexibility, jet's not going to go short. All it is an extra draw on the crude column. Ethylene continues to drive and lead the world in petrochemicals. Propylene, several ways to get there. Naphtha, that growth is being driven by petrochemicals. It shouldn't have to be that high. We want to earn more cash by consuming less feed. Refiners earn cash by processing the maximum amount of barrels through an asset. Petrochemical operators earn cash by minimizing the amount of feedstock it takes to make their end product. Flexibility in the business model requires that petrochemicals and refining have to coexist. All too many times, refining organizations don't understand the difference between how I earn cash off of those two products. So with that, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Couch, for insightful perspective. You have deliberated on achieving bankable refining and petrochemical projects. You have highlighted that in a rapidly changing market, the future of refining depends on making projects not just viable, but bankable, projects that balance the societal mandate for sustainability with the need for operational flexibility and petrochemical growth. You have also mentioned efficiency metrics for business alignment, including carbon, utilities, hydrogen, water, and emission, with focus on capital, which will be crucial in creating sustainable pathway. And future has robust petrochemical growth potential with around 3 to 4x demand, which require focus efforts on increased capacity utilization and significant efficiency improvement in olefin investment. Thank you so much. So gentlemen, we have all covered for the insightful perspective of all the 5 gentlemen. Now the floor is open for question and answers, and I request the organizers to facilitate that.
Show of hands if you have any questions. We will pass a mic and the speakers will address your questions accordingly. Any questions from the audience? And it truly has been a fantastic panel.
Hi everyone. My name is Neville Patel, and thank you so much for those insights earlier. Just had a quick question on your views on CO2 electrolysis and converting CO2 to light olefins like ethylene.
The question is addressed to whom? Kindly name the person so that he can rightly answer the question.
The gentleman from Honeywell who just had this speak.
Is the mic on? So fundamentally, it's going to get down to the cost of that electricity and the dollar per ton that you're going to be able to convert it into. There was a couple of comments earlier on direct air capture. Once you get a hold of the CO2, direct air capture currently the fundamental way to get that, we're still operating at, I want to talk about scale. You get to scale, most of the quantities that we're seeing are just way too small to be industrially, commercially viable. Can you do it? Absolutely. The last time I looked at the numbers, which was only about 3 months ago, we're still between $500 and $650 per ton just to capture the CO2. And that's before we actually convert it into something. When we start looking at the quantity of electricity required to make that conversion, you're talking about, at the industrial scale, 2 full-size nuclear reactors, not SMRs, full-size nuclear reactors to get there. So we have a long ways to go. It's going to be a journey as we look at the utility infrastructure, the transmission lines, getting it from where it's produced to where it's going to be used. Most of the things that we see in industry right now, and why I'm so high on the SMRs, if they're not behind the meter, they're going to slow down tremendously. The amount of legislation we have and the politics involved in stringing lines and wires, while very efficient, a lot of people don't want to give up that land. Right? So I think the nuclear has to come first. Do we get enough in the solar? Yeah, we're going to have transmission lines going a long way to get it to where it actually needs to be utilized. So once we get that infrastructure, which will come, it's a matter of time. Right now, what's the biggest project delay you have on utility infrastructure projects for a refinery? It's getting hold of the transformers. So I can do the other technology. It's a 3-year waiting list in many places just to get the electrical transformers to get up to your purchase order. Right? So is it coming? Yes. Will it take a while? Absolutely.
Thank you for your question. Any more questions from the audience? Show of hands, please.
Yeah, good evening, sir. Myself, Jitendra Jaiswal.
Could you please be a little louder, sir?
Yeah, good evening all. Myself, Jitendra Jaiswal from Indian Oil Corporation Limited. My question is again from Honeywell gentleman. As you have shown that the basically ATF and MS demand is going by 2x in 2045, and basically HSD demand is 0.25x by 2045. But my question is again, what the technology you are going to adopt to rationalize the demand by 2045?
I think I got about half of that question. I'm having a hard time hearing from up here. I think the question was effectively that a progression of technologies associated with how are you going to get to that replacement of current fossil into renewables and bio. Is that correct?
No, my question is rationalize the production of HSD, ATF and MS. You have shown in your slide that HSD demand is going to be 0.25x by 2045. ATF and MS demand is going to 2x by 2045, how we are going to rationalize the product demands? Because at present, if you see, approximately crude is having 50% of HSD, 17% of MS, 8 to 10% of ATF. What is the technology? It is, I think Honeywell is a pioneer on this, so you can explain better.
Now I got it. We are going to continue to see the rationalization of existing assets across the world. The two that are fundamentally in the gun sight, Western US assets that are very old, 1940s, 50s, 60s, and the same is going to be true in Europe, where cost of productions keep going up in a world where those assets aren't able to keep pace. All right, so where are the new constructions, where are the new capacities coming from? I can design a new facility today to meet all of the requirements of mission controls and improve the efficiencies. I can more than triple the net cash margin of most of the installed base. Most of the installed base has been modified decade after decade. Every time a new emissions protocol or emissions standard comes in, clean fuel policy, I bolt something else on. And what we have is just a beast of that older, smaller. The 30, 40, 50,000 barrel a day refineries, can I save them? Well, it depends on your board of directors and who's going to make that investment. The biggest problem I'm seeing on crude to chemicals transitions for that old installed is now I'm going to move into petrochemicals. I'm still going to be a high-cost producer, and I don't have the scale. A lot of those facilities are going to be going out of business. At the same time that we see that rationalization, I'm also excited because I have over 600,000 barrels a day of refining capacity in the United States that's happening by expansions of those core assets. So a lot of the bigger firms, they're becoming more integrated. They're reducing the number of their facilities, and they're investing in the core. They're shedding the less efficient, and they're rolling those permits that they have for emissions and utilities and water into those new, much more efficient, lower cost of production assets. The same is going to happen in the Middle East. The same is going to happen in Asia.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your question, and that's all. Sorry, sir, you'll have to connect with them offline. That's all the time we have. But thank you so much. Can we hear a big round of applause for this fantastic session that we've just witnessed. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Arvind Kumar, thank you so much for ably moderating this session. May I please request you to kindly step forward and present a memento as a token of our appreciation to our esteemed speakers on stage. We're not going to bring the mementos before we hear a round of applause from the audience. I think this truly was a fabulous way to finish day one of Energy Technology Meet 2025. Thanks to our esteemed speakers. With that, I request Mr. Arvind Kumar to step forward and present a memento as a token of appreciation to Mr. Partha Metro. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable contribution and your thoughts. Please keep the applause coming, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Gurminder Singh, for taking the time out and gracing this occasion and sharing your valuable insights with us. Mr. Gurminder Singh, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Siddhartha Saha, for joining us and giving us those valuable inputs. Please keep the applause coming, everybody. A humble request. Mr. Rajesh Samarth, thank you, sir, for your presence, your participation, and your inputs. Thank you. And Mr. Keith Couch, thank you so much, sir, for sharing those invaluable insights with us this evening. On that note, I request Dr. Alok Sharma to kindly join us on stage and present a memento to our chair, Mr. Arvind Kumar. Thank you, sir. Big round of applause for Mr. Arvind Kumar. With that, gentlemen, may I please request you all to come together for a picture? A collective round of applause for all the experts that we get to celebrate here on stage for this fantastic session. Thank you so much. The first technical session of ETM 2025, and what a success it's turned out to be. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you for your valuable time, and thank you for your valuable insights. Thank you. Well, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the technical part of it. However, 7:30 p.m. we come back to the same hall. I repeat, 7:30 p.m. we come back to the same hall for some entertainment and gala dinner. That's the best opportunity for you to network with the other people as well. Great evening awaits you. So please ensure that you're here at 7:30 for gala dinner. Before you all disperse, we have high tea served. We have high tea served at hall number 4. Please enjoy some refreshments. And most importantly, tomorrow we will have day 2 commencing at 8:45 a.m. I repeat, we'll want your presence at 8:45 a.m. because 9 o'clock sharp is when we will commence day 2. So please ensure that you're here on time tomorrow, but do not forget to have a great evening tonight. We bring you lots and lots of entertainment and of course dinner and networking, a great opportunity for you to come and make some new connections as well. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. This is Energy Technology Meet 2025 happening in Hyderabad. We have had a fabulous start to this fantastic event. Thank you all for your participation, your enthusiasm, and I will see you all tomorrow. Until then, have a great evening ahead. Good evening. God bless you all. Thank you so much.